Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Maggie sat opposite Lu Yan and the three of them chatted for a while. Perhaps it was because the time spent chatting with the beauty passed quickly, but soon, the sky outside turned dark. Mom, it's already dark. Stop chatting and quickly get Lu Yan to treat you. The new students will start school tomorrow. Moreover, the new student competition will begin in 3 days. Lu Yan still has to prepare for the competition. Li Mayer looked at the sky outside and scolded Maggie. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Maggie smiled and patted her forehead. Aya, look, I don't have a concept of time after I start chatting. Student Lu Yan, sorry to trouble you. Lu Yan nodded and then went to the bedroom with Maggie. Li Mayer insisted on coming to see how to treat her. Maggie could not dissuade her and could only let her tag along. With Li Mayer around, Maggie was slightly embarrassed. Then, she unbuttoned her shirt and gently revealed her abdomen. The pitch-black curse was still in Maggie's abdomen, looking slightly sinister. Looking at the curse on Maggie's abdomen, Lu Yan frowned. Previously, Lu Yan had used the undead rainbow absorption to help Maggie absorb some of the curse power in her abdomen, weakening this curse power a lot. At that time, the flow of the curse had already slowed down a lot. However, now, the flow of the curse was much faster again. The trajectory of the curse power could clearly be seen on Maggie's abdomen. It seemed that the undead rainbow absorption could not only absorb some curse power, but it also had a certain suppressing effect on this curse power. Previously, he had helped Maggie absorb some curse power and suppressed it. Now that so much time had passed, although the curse power had not increased, the suppressed effect had disappeared. No wonder Maggie felt pain. Auntie Maggie, I need you to endure the pain for a moment. I'll help you absorb some more curse power. Lu Yan looked at Maggie and whispered. Maggie nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. Previously, when this curse power was absorbed for the first time, Maggie had felt happy and relaxed. Maggie was very looking forward to the curse power being absorbed. Lu Yan nodded. Then, he slowly placed his hand on Maggie's abdomen and slowly closed his eyes. Lu Yan directly used the undead rainbow absorption. The curse power he had absorbed previously was still in Lu Yan's body and had not been used. However, Lu Yan had been leveling up and increasing his strength recently and could already absorb more curse power. As the undead rainbow absorption started to activate, traces of curse power began to slowly flow out of Maggie's abdomen, following Lu Yan's palm and entering Lu Yan's body. At the side, Li Mayer's eyes widened as she watched the curse power in her mother's abdomen enter Lu Yan's palm bit by bit, her face filled with surprise. It turned out that the way Lu Yan treated her mother was by absorbing the curse power in her mother's body. Looking at the sweat slowly seeping out of Lu Yan's forehead, Li Mayer took out a tissue and wiped it for Lu Yan. She could not help but feel that it was definitely very difficult for Lu Yan to absorb this curse power into his body. At this moment, Lu Yan was indeed in a very difficult position because he discovered that the further the curse power was, the harder it was to absorb. It was as if the further he went, the more closely this curse power connected to Maggie's body. After absorbing for half an hour, Lu Yan had already absorbed as much curse power as the last time. However, Lu Yan felt that he could still absorb some more curse power. Just as Lu Yan was about to continue, Maggie let out a noise in front of him. Lu Yan looked up and saw Maggie biting her lip. Her face was somewhat pale and her forehead was covered in sweat. Lu Yan was shocked and hurriedly looked at Maggie and asked, Auntie, what's wrong? You look very uncomfortable. Li Mayer had been watching Lu Yan absorb the curse power just now. Her gaze was on Maggie's abdomen. When she heard Lu Yan's words, she also looked up. Seeing Maggie's expression, Li Mayer exclaimed, Mom, what's wrong? Why are you so sweaty? Are you uncomfortable? Maggie bit her lip with a pale face and looked at Lu Yan. I'm fine. I just feel a little pain. I'm fine. Student Lu Yan, continue. At first, it was fine, but 5 minutes ago, Maggie felt pain begin to spread from her abdomen as the curse power disappeared. However, in order to eliminate the curse power, Maggie had been holding back. Lu Yan, what's going on? Is my mother all right? Li Mayer looked at Maggie's expression and looked at Lu Yan worriedly. Her face was already so pale. How could she be fine? Looking at Maggie, Lu Yan frowned slightly. Then, he cancelled the power of the undead rainbow absorption. Maggie's expression instantly relaxed a little. Her frown relaxed, as if she was slightly relieved. Seeing this, Lu Yan directly let go of his palm. Seeing this, Maggie hurriedly asked, Lu Yan, why aren't you treating me anymore? Aya, don't listen to Mayer. I'm fine. Just continue to treat me. Don't worry about me. All these years, Maggie had been tortured by this curse power. Now that she finally had a chance to eliminate it, how could Maggie let it go easily? Nov, L, B //JNN. Not to mention this pain, Maggie was even willing to sacrifice an arm. Lu Yan looked at Maggie and whispered, Auntie, don't be anxious. The treatment will end here. I discovered that the further I go, the more closely the curse power in your abdomen is connected to your body. Every time I extract a portion of this curse power, I need to slow down. Otherwise, when I extract this curse power, it's equivalent to extracting your flesh from your abdomen. You will feel extreme pain. That's all for now. Let your body adapt to your current state. Then, we let this curse power seep out from your body. At that time, I'll treat you again. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Li Mei hurriedly said, "That's right, Mom. Just listen to Lu Yan and take your time. Don't be anxious. Otherwise, it will be very bad for your health." Li Mei naturally knew that her mother, Maggie, was obsessed with removing this curse power, so she did not want her to be too anxious and hurt her body. Maggie was somewhat hesitant, but she was still eager to find out more about this curse power. As for the pain, she could completely endure it. Lu Yan hurriedly said, "Auntie, even if you want to continue the treatment, I won't treat you. Since there's a stable way to do it, I think it's better not to be too extreme." If this continued, Lu Yan really did not know what would happen. He did not want to end up harming others. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Maggie was stunned for a moment before smiling. "I was too anxious. All right, since student Lu Yan has said so, you can treat me again next time." Lu Yan was now Maggie's only savior. Since he had said so, Maggie naturally would not say anything. "All right, since you're already treated, I'll return to the school first." Lu Yan looked at Maggie and Li Mei and whispered. Maggie hurriedly said, "You've worked so hard. How can I let you leave just like that? Talk to Mayor for a while. I'll make dinner for you and go back after eating." Lu Yan was about to say something when Li Mei pulled him into the living room. "Aya, just stay for dinner. My mother is very good at cooking." Looking at the enthusiastic Li Mei, Lu Yan sat back on the sofa helplessly. After a simple chat with Li Mei, Maggie prepared a table of food and got Lu Yan and Li Mei to eat at the dining table. It had to be said that Maggie's food was still very delicious. Lu Yan finished 3 large bowls of rice in a row. Seeing Lu Yan eat, Maggie smiled happily and asked Lu Yan to come to her house often in the future. When he left Li Mei's house, the sky had already completely darkened. By the time he returned to the school, it was already 8 in the evening. Lu Yan first arrived at the package mailing place at school and chose the most expensive teleportation formation to mail the package. This way, he could completely ensure the safety of the package. After sending the sword pill to Luo Liulai, Lu Yan returned to the dormitory. Then, when he arrived at House 2, Lu Yan pushed the door open and entered. He first completed his mission for the day before taking a shower. Looking at the time, it was already past 9 in the evening. Lu Yan sat cross-legged in the room and began to fall silent. There was a spirit gathering formation around him. By immersing his mind, it helped him better comprehend the skills. 2 hours later, Lu Yan slowly opened his eyes and could sense that his comprehension of the few skills had increased a lot. Looking at his phone, he saw a message from Yang Wei, asking Lu Yan not to forget to welcome him into the school tomorrow. Lu Yan smiled and lay on the bed to rest. The next morning, Lu Yan was woken up by the phone. He picked it up and saw that it was Yang Wei. "Hey, Lu Yan, it's already 9. Where are you? I thought you would be waiting for me at the school entrance." Yang Wei's voice sounded, making Lu Yan raise his eyebrows. It was already 9 o'clock. He did not expect to have slept for so long. "Wait for me at the school entrance. I'll come and find you immediately." Lu Yan hung up and washed up briefly before heading towards the school entrance. After all, he had stood Yang Wei up yesterday. He still needed to go and pick him up. Riding the array formation to the entrance of the school, Lu Yan immediately saw Yang Wei looking around at the school entrance. "What are you looking at? Why are you so focused?" Lu Yan arrived beside Yang Wei and patted his shoulder. Yang Wei was shocked. Then, he saw Lu Yan and hugged his shoulder. "Look, what do you think of that beauty? She looks very innocent. Isn't she a good match for me? I'll ask for her contact information later. That big sister also seems to be quite compatible with me. She should be a senior. I'll also ask for her contact information later. If anyone rejects me, I'll let you have them. Don't say that I care about you." The corner of Lu Yan's mouth twitched. "Then it's over for you. You're probably going to end up giving me both of their contact information." "Damn you!" Yang Wei scolded with a smile. Then, Lu Yan brought Yang Wei into the school. Today, the Golden Corner Academy was especially lively. People came and went around. They were all new students who had come to report. Some were even accompanied by their parents. Lu Yan looked at the surrounding people and asked Yang Wei strangely, "By the way, didn't your parents send you to university?" Generally speaking, when a child went to university, his parents would send him off. Yang Wei's eyes revealed disappointment when he heard this, but he smiled and said, "Do I, Yang Wei, still need my parents to accompany me to school? It's my style to travel alone, all right." Lu Yan smiled and did not say anything. He brought Yang Wei to the place where new students reported and first applied for Yang Wei's student card. Soon, Yang Wei obtained his student card. Card number 666, does this number mean that I'm relatively lucky? Yang Wei looked at the number on his student card and said to Lu Yan excitedly. Lu Yan shook his head. The student card number is the strength ranking of the school according to your performance in the university entrance examination. Strength ranking? Then I'm ranked 666. Yang Wei said unhappily, they must have ranked me too low. At the very least, I should be in the top 100. Thinking of something, Yang Wei looked at Lu Yan and said, "By the way, Lu Yan, what's your ranking? You should be in the top 10, right?" "I'm student number 3, Lu Yan replied. "You're only third? You're the provincial champion, but there are still 2 people more powerful than you," Yang Wei said in disbelief. Lu Yan smiled and said, "That's only according to the school's performance in the university entrance examination. It doesn't represent the final ranking. In 3 days, there will be a new student competition. At that time, all the new students will be rearranged. Is that so? At that time, I can show off my strength. I might even be able to get into the top 50, Yang Wei said with confidence. Seeing that Lu Yan was unmoved, Yang Wei whispered into Lu Yan's ear, do you know what level I am now? Lu Yan looked at Yang Wei suspiciously and said, are you going to tell me that you're now level 20? Yang Wei shook his head. What are you thinking? How can it be so high? I'm level 15. Let me tell you, I haven't been staying at home recently. I've been hunting in the wilderness to level up. How about that? Not bad, right? By the way, what level are you now? Don't tell me you're still at level 10. Lu Yan smiled when he heard this. I'm already level 19. Level 19. Yang Wei was shocked. Damn, are you riding a rocket? How are you advancing so fast? How long has it been and you've already advanced 9 levels? As Lu Yan brought Yang Wei to the place where the dormitory was arranged, he said, the Golden Corner Academy has a secret realm that can allow you to quickly level up. You're now at level 15. You can go there in the next 2 days. You should be able to advance to level 17 or 18. At that time, you will be able to rank higher in the new student competition. The new student ranking is related to the school reward resources you obtain in the future. It's still very important. Try your best to rank at the top. Yang Wei nodded and then followed Lu Yan to the place where the dormitory was arranged. Soon, Yang Wei was given his dormitory room. Of course, this was only temporary. Lu Yan looked and raised his eyebrows. It was the school's luxurious dormitory area. Other than arranging dormitories for the new students, students could also spend money to stay in luxurious dormitories with spirit-gathering formations. Generally speaking, there was no need to change dormitories if one did not enter the top 10. Of course, no matter how much money he spent, he could only enter the dormitory surrounded by low-grade spirit-gathering formations. However, even so, it still cost a lot to enter. This guy was really rich. Just as he was about to bring Yang Wei to the dormitory, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Lu Yan. Lu Yan turned around and saw Li Mei running towards him with a girl. Seeing Li Mei walking towards him, Lu Yan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect to encounter her here. At this moment, she had brought another girl along. She was probably the same as him and was acting as a navigator for her friend who had come to the school to report. Then, Lu Yan's gaze landed on the girl beside Li Mei and he was stunned. Beside Li Mei, a tall girl in a white dress was being pulled over by Li Mei. The girl's figure was on the thin side, but she was very well proportioned. Her body was big in the right places and her face was exquisite, as if she had walked out of a comic. What stunned Lu Yan was that this girl's ears were long and sharp. He could tell at a glance that this was an elf's ears. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lu Yan, I didn't expect to encounter you here. Li Mei arrived in front of Lu Yan and smiled. Then, Li Mei pointed at the girl beside her and said, this is my best friend, Fenjia. She came to the school to report today. Fenjia, this is the Lu Yan I mentioned to you. Beside Li Mei, Fengya's eyes lit up when she heard this. You're Lu Yan, the one who's able to help treat Auntie Maggie. You're really too powerful. Fengya knew about Maggie. Maggie had also asked Fengya's mother for help. However, the healing spells of the elves were useless against the curse on Maggie. Therefore, in Fengya's eyes, Lu Yan, who was able to help Auntie Maggie, was really too powerful. Lu Yan smiled. Before he could speak, Yang Wei pulled his hair back and looked at Li Mei and Fengya. Hello, beauties. I'm Lu Yan's good brother, Yang Wei. We'll be going to the same school in the future. Please take care of me. Yang Wei revealed a smile that he thought was very gentlemanly. He looked at Li Mei and Fengya and said unhurriedly. Lu Yan's eyebrows twitched. This Yang Wei was really good at pretending in front of beauties. So you're Lu Yan's friend. Are you also a new student? Lu Yan, why don't we bring them around the school together and familiarize them with the surrounding environment? Li Mei directly said after hearing Yang Wei's words. Fengya could not help but smile when she saw Li Mei's gaze land directly on Lu Yan. Alright, alright, alright. That's naturally the best. Lu Yan, don't you think so? Yang Wei turned around and blinked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan nodded helplessly. Alright, I have to bring him around anyway. Then, Lu Yan and Li Mei guided Fengya and Yang Wei together as they all wandered around the school. After introducing a few important places, Yang Wei invited Li Mei and Fengya to eat. Lu Yan had no objections. In any case, he was not the one paying. At the dining table, Fengya looked at Li Mei and asked, Mayor, what do you think your ranking will be in the new student competition in 3 days? Li Mei was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. I'll be thanking the heavens if I don't fall out of the top 10. I went out to hunt for a while before returning to clear the level 10 to 20 secret realm. I'm only at level 17. There are already people stronger than me among the specially recruited students. Moreover, there are also dark horses among the new students, such as yourself. I think I won't be able to keep my position in the top 10. Fengya's eyes revealed a surprised expression. Huh? It can't be, right? Is the competition in the Golden Corner Academy so intense this year? As Li Mei stuffed her mouth with meat, she nodded and said, of course. The 3 members of the Bai family of the North River are all in the top 10 among the specially recruited students. They probably won't be able to fall out of the top 10. Think about it. Moreover, there are still so many others. No wonder. The people of the Bai family of the North River are all crazy. In order to increase their strength, they even disregarded their lives. They directly took up 3 spots in the top 10. Feng Ye nodded. Clearly, she knew the Bai family of the North River very well. Li Meier looked at Feng Ye and said, however, you don't have to worry. Feng Ye, you have the pure bloodline of the elves. Coupled with your strength, it's not difficult for you to enter the top 10. If not for the fact that you had something to do and could not be specially recruited, you might have been ranked in the top 5. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows when he heard this and could not help but take a few more glances at Feng Ye. According to Li Meier, it sounded like this Feng Ye was very powerful. Moreover, the other party was actually an elf with a pure bloodline. Lu Yan had previously thought that she was a mixed-race elf. Feng Ye said humbly, how can it be possible for me to reach the top 5? By the way, student Lu Yan, you're ranked 3rd in the special admissions this time, right? What do you think your ranking will be in the new student competition? Feng Ye looked at Lu Yan with her amber eyes, looking forward to his answer. After having heard so many stories from her best friend Li Meier today, Feng Ye was almost deafened by the name Lu Yan. She was naturally very interested in Lu Yan's strength. She had seen Lu Yan's university entrance examination video and the battle with Bai Yuez and knew that Lu Yan's combat strength was very powerful. However, she was somewhat curious if Lu Yan's strength had increased after the past month. It was said that he had disappeared into the wilderness and was even saved by the station master of the supply station. Wouldn't that mean that he had wasted so many days in the wilderness? Li Meier's gaze also landed on Lu Yan. She had also heard about Lu Yan's disappearance. Later, Wang Yi sent a message that Lu Yan had already been brought back by the rescue team, making the people in the school think that Lu Yan had been saved by the supply station. Now, most of the specially recruited students felt that Lu Yan was lucky on the one hand and that Lu Yan was probably doomed in the new student competition this time. After all, he had lost so much time in the wilderness. Lu Yan pondered for a moment and then said, I'll probably still be in the top 3. It seems like I'll either get 1st and 2nd place. Although he was very powerful now, no one knew if there were any dark horses among the new students. Therefore, Lu Yan felt that it was better to be conservative. At the side, Yang Wei did not find it strange. Yesterday, Lu Yan had already told him that he was already level 19. Coupled with the fact that Yang Wei had also learned about Lu Yan's hidden profession from the school forum, it should not be a problem for Lu Yan to enter the top 3. Feng Ye was slightly stunned when she heard Lu Yan's words. She did not expect Lu Yan to be so confident. After disappearing in the wilderness for so long, the other party was still so confident. Either the other party had some trump card or the other party was looking down on new students like them. It's definitely not a problem for Lu Yan to enter the top 3, Li Meier immediately said after hearing Lu Yan's words. Although she did not know where Lu Yan's confidence lay, according to her understanding of Lu Yan, she knew that he was not one to boast. Feng Ye smiled and held back from teasing her that beauty was in the eye of the beholder. After the meal, everyone dispersed. In the next 3 days, the few of them would not have much of a chance to gather because they would all be busy with the new student competition in 3 days. In particular, Yang Wei and Feng Ye, who were new students, were somewhat nervous after spending 3 days familiarizing themselves with the school and entering the secret realm to increase their strength. It was impossible for Yang Wei to stay by Lu Yan's side forever. He also had to enter the secret realm and try his best to increase his strength. The new student competition was also very important to him. Lu Yan returned to the dormitory and began training. He would spend the next 3 days training in the dormitory. If he stayed in the dormitory, he still had a chance to increase his skill level. In the afternoon, the new student opening ceremony began. Lu Yan did not go. This was targeted at new students who had just entered the school. The special admissions students could choose not to go. Generally speaking, special admissions students would also participate and could increase their connections. However, Lu Yan felt that there was not much need for that. He might as well increase his strength. It was worth mentioning that at night, Lu Yan received 300 credits in his student card from saving Zhao Yuhang and Bai Miao. During the supply station, Lu Yan also obtained 2,300 points. This was the reward for killing the demon beasts and saving Li Fengjian and the others. However, Lu Yan did not spend it. This was because the limited time items sold at the supply station had already been bought out. He could only wait for a few more days if he wanted to buy them. Now that the new student competition was about to begin, Lu Yan could not wait at the supply station and could only look forward to buying it next time. 3 days later, after Lu Yan completed the daily mission again, he had already accumulated 18 skill points. In the past few days, Lu Yan had been choosing skill points as his daily mission reward. This was because he did not need to increase his 4 attributes much for the time being. After 3 days of dormitory training, Lu Yan's 4 attributes had increased by a little. Training could also increase 4 attributes, but it was relatively slow. Lu Yan had also accumulated for so long but had only increased his 4 attributes by a little. Strength, 83. Physique, 103. Agility, 100 Nov, L, B / JNN. Intelligence, 159. After checking his 4 attributes, Lu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Other than his strength, the other 3 attributes had already exceeded 100. However, Lu Yan could also sense that the mental strength brought about by his high intelligence was somewhat unbearable for his body. It seemed that it was better to increase his 4 attributes more evenly in the future. In any case, he had many ways to obtain free attribute points. Moreover, he would not waste it no matter which attribute he added to. After all, he had the undead monarch profession. It was better for him to develop them evenly. Of course, he could still focus on increasing his intelligence. Lu Yan spent all 18 skill points on increasing the ghost bone hand. He just so happened to use up all of the points after increasing the ghost bone hand to level 5. This skill should be a very good skill in the new student competition. This was especially true when dealing with relatively slippery combat professions like archers and assassins. Ghost Bone Hand, Grandmaster, level 5 consumes the undead power to summon 4 bone hands to bind the enemy. The higher the enemy's agility, the harder it is to bind them. If the host's intelligence exceeds the enemy's agility, the binding will have a 100% success rate. Every additional bone hand can increase the success rate by 10%. After the Ghost Bone Hand was upgraded to level 5, the number of bone hands he summoned increased from 2 to 4, increasing the success rate of binding by 20%. In other words, even if the other party's agility exceeded his intelligence, the success rate of binding would still increase by 20%. However, he did not know how effective the restraint of the Ghost Bone Hand was. Lu Yan guessed that it should be related to the other party's strength and physique. The weaker the strength and physique, the longer the binding time. However, he still had to verify it in actual combat. Today was the day of the new student competition. Lu Yan took a shower, changed his clothes, and headed to the field where the announcement was made. All the new students had arrived at the school. The school was clearly much more lively than before. After all, many second, third, and fourth year seniors were not often in the school. As a result, Lu Yan and the other specially recruited students did not feel much excitement after coming to the school. Now that the new students had arrived, the surroundings were filled with new students, and it seemed very lively. As Lu Yan walked on the road, he was also recognized by many new students. They pointed at Lu Yan and discussed. He's Lu Yan, right? He's the provincial champion of Soheng province. Have you seen the school forum? He has a hidden profession, the undead monarch. No wonder his performance in the university entrance examination was so impressive. At that time, I was wondering how it was possible for a necromancer to be so powerful. I also saw his 2 battles after coming to the school. He easily defeated that Xiaobin Jiayun and Bai Yuez. He's very powerful. I think he's probably a popular candidate for the top 3 in this new student competition. Sigh, bro, isn't the information outdated? The latest news is that this Lu Yan went missing when he went to the wilderness. I heard that he was saved by the supply station in the end and spent a month in the wilderness. Not to mention the top 3, I think he might not even be able to get into the top 10. Really? I thought he could compete with Bai Miao for first place. Heh, I heard that Bai Miao seems to be one of the people who was saved. She's probably also useless. Looks like in this year's new student competition, it will still be up to us new students. After the new students entered the school, many people browsed the new students forum. They were naturally very interested in the specially recruited students, especially the top 10. After all, according to their past experience, the top 10 specially recruited students were all powerful competitors for the top 10 of the new student competition. Among them, Lu Yan was even more valued by many people. After all, Lu Yan was the top champion of Soheng province. At that time, when Lu Fengjian spread the news of Lu Yan's disappearance, Lu Yan directly became the #1 trending topic on the forum. After Lu Yan was saved, the thread was pushed to the top of the forum again. Wang Yi only sent back news that Lu Yan had been found in the wilderness and the missing person file had been removed. He did not explain the exact process. Therefore, the news that spread became that Lu Yan had disappeared for a month in the wilderness and was saved by the supply station's rescue team. It was also stated that Bai Miao and Zhao Yuhang were also in the same team as him. Therefore, many people felt that Lu Yan's disappearance in the wilderness for a month was a complete waste of time. Otherwise, why wouldn't he go to the supply station once in the entire month? In the end, he still needed to be saved by the rescue team. He had probably encountered some danger and hid for a month. This was very common in the wilderness. It was already very lucky for him to be saved by the rescue team. Therefore, there were very few people on the forum who thought that Lu Yan and Bai Miao could stay in the top 10. Most people felt that it was probably difficult for the 2 of them to enter the top 100. After all, there were many dark horses among the new students. Lu Yan heard the surrounding discussion. After overhearing that they thought that it was uncertain for him to enter the top 100, Lu Yan smiled. It seemed like he needed to teach the new students a lesson this time. Damn, look at that beauty. She's so beautiful. If only she could become my girlfriend. Why don't you look in the mirror? How can you taint such a beautiful woman? Sister, can we be intimate friends? The one in front is a foreign race, right? What race is the one with wings on its back? A birdman. Can you respect him? He's from the feather race and is naturally a long-range professional. That race produces many archers and mages. On the large field where everyone was gathered, there was a commotion. All the new students were looking around. After all, there were foreign races among the new students. Many new students had never seen foreign races before and were naturally very curious. Of course, more people paid attention to the beautiful women. It was not only the men who were staring at them, but also many women. Indeed, no matter where one was, beauties could always attract attention. It was even more so for beauties from other races. As soon as Li Meier and Feng Ye entered the field, they caused a commotion. Most of the new students' gazes landed on the two of them, their eyes glowing. It was as if love had arrived. Of course, in the eyes of Li Meier and Feng Ya, this was no different from being stared at by perverts. After finding a spot, Li Meier and Feng Ya stood still. The surrounding gazes decreased a lot and they turned to look for the new beauty. Their attention shifted so quickly that it made people click their tongues. Fenja, have you seen Lu Yan? Hasn't he arrived yet? Li Meier had been looking for Lu Yan as soon as she entered, but she did not see Lu Yan. Why? Although it's only been 3 days since you two last met, does it feel like 3 years have passed? Feng Ya looked at Li Meier and teased. Aya? Fenja, what are you talking about? I was just afraid that he would forget about today's new student competition. This guy's memory is very bad. He even forgot to treat my mother previously, Li Meier explained in a panic. Oh, is that so? Feng Ya dragged out the last word and smiled at Li Meier. You're still smiling. Li Meier looked at Feng Ya's mischievous expression and extended her arms out to grab her. The two of them instantly fell into chaos, attracting many gazes around. Many people had also gathered in the stands of the field in front of him. They were not new students but second and third year students. Some were here to watch the commotion, but most of them were from the school club. They came to watch the new student competition and would choose the good seedlings to invite into the club. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Open your eyes and take a good look. We have to choose some good new blood from the new student competition this time. If there are any good seedlings, don't hesitate and take them down for me. Our club's strength is relatively low, so we won't compete with the others for the top 10 new students. However, remember clearly that from the 10th to the 100th place, if there's anyone suitable for our club, you can directly invite them. The sooner, the better. Don't let others beat you to it. We're not picky. In a while, we'll spread the net wide. As long as they're willing to join the club, we'll take them in. Of course, don't forget to get them to pay the club fees. Not only were the new students below the stage nervous about the upcoming new student competition, but the seniors in the stands were also extremely excited. The new students competition every year was when they recruited new blood for the club. Of course, there were also some people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They only wanted to increase the number of club members and receive club fees. However, such clubs were also relatively rare. Moreover, there were rankings and news of clubs on the school forum. Basically, the new students wouldn't decide to join these clubs. The members of the Cloud Society had also arrived. Moreover, the president, Yang Minglu, had even personally come. In this new student competition, our goal is to recruit the top 10 new students. It's best if we can invite all of them to the Cloud Society. We especially have to pay attention to Bai Miao, Lu Yan, Bai Yuez, Feng Ya, and Lu Hu. They have a lot of potential. If they join our club, they will become the pillars of the club. Yang Minglu looked at the club members beside him and directly said. The surrounding people nodded, but then someone asked. According to the forum, Lu Yan went missing in the wilderness for a month and was saved by the station master of the supply station, Wang Yi. He probably wasted a month. Is there still a need to invite him? Yang Minglu frowned slightly. Short-sighted? Lu Yan's combat strength is very powerful. Just because he went missing in the wilderness, it doesn't necessarily mean that he wasted his time. It's just that there was no news of what he had been doing. Moreover, even if new students like Lu Yan and Bai Miao waste a month, it's still not a big deal. Just wait and see. In this new student competition, Lu Yan and Bai Miao will definitely be in the top 3. The surrounding people nodded. In the Cloud Society, Yang Minglu was a man of his word. Since he had said so, Lu Yan and Bai Miao were naturally the key figures to rope in. At this moment, a commotion sounded from the field below. Most of the gazes landed on a figure who had entered. Lu Yan, top champion of Sohang province, fastest speed for a necromancer to clear a nightmare, announced his hidden profession as an undead monarch after entering the school, disappeared for a month in the wilderness, ended up being saved by the supply station master. There were many posts about Lu Yan on the Golden Corner Academy forum. Moreover, every one of them was very popular. Therefore, a majority of the new students paid the most attention to Lu Yan after entering the school. Lu Yan's entrance naturally caused a commotion. This is Lu Yan, the top champion of Sohang province. He doesn't look any different. He's just a little more handsome than me. Although he seems to be very lucky, he disappeared in the wilderness for a month before being found. I really don't know if he's unlucky or lucky. That's right. Even if he was saved, he still wasted a month. Tisk tisk tisk, he's probably doomed in this new student competition. The new students who could enter the Golden Corner Academy were basically all top students of the various provinces. They were naturally somewhat arrogant and refused to submit to anyone. Especially after learning that Lu Yan had been missing in the wilderness for a month, they did not take Lu Yan seriously at all. Of course, this was only their words. It was unknown if they really thought so. Damn, don't these idiots around know that you've been hunting in the wilderness? You're already level 19. Lu Yan, show them what you're capable of in the new student competition later. Yang Wei and Lu Yan entered together and listened to the surrounding discussion with furious expressions. It was as if he was the one being talked about. It's fine. You should think about how to perform well in the new student competition later. The ranking of the new student competition this time concerns how many reward resources the school will give out in the future. Lu Yan looked at Yang Wei and smiled. Yang Wei said confidently, "Don't worry, I have a killing move. It won't be a problem for me to participate in the new student competition this time. As he spoke, Yang Wei saw Li Meier and Feng Ye not far away and his eyes lit up. Hey, it's Li Meier and Feng Ye. Let's go there. As he spoke, Yang Wei pulled Lu Yan to Li Meier and Feng Ye's side. The few of them chatted briefly and began to wait for the new student competition to begin. Not far away, Xia Binjiayun stared fixedly at Lu Yan, his face filled with unwillingness. Boss, is that guy Lu Yan? I heard that he disappeared in the wilderness for a month. You will definitely be able to take revenge for what happened in the new student competition this time. Besides Xia Binjiayun, a new student, no, a lackey, spoke. Xia Binjiayun snorted. Humph. In this month, my strength has increased greatly. I have to make him understand that there's a difference between certain people. In this month, Xia Binjiayun had increased his strength a lot through various methods. Coupled with the fact that he had heard that Lu Yan had disappeared in the wilderness and wasted a month, Xia Binjiayun felt confident again. At this moment, another commotion sounded from ahead. Everyone's gazes focused on the three people who had just entered. It was Bai Miao, Bai Yuez, and Bai Tianyu. To be precise, most of the gazes were focused on Bai Miao, the #1 surviving disciple of the Bai family of the North River. First place in the new student recruitment? Just these two titles made Bai Miao the center of attention. Coupled with Bai Miao's figure and appearance, she already had many fans among the new students. Look, it's Bai Miao. My Miao Miao. Get lost. Bai Miao belongs to us girls. You stinky men, stay far away. I like valiant beauties like Bai Miao. That long ponytail seems to be swaying in my mind. Your focus is only on the ponytail? Look at that perfect figure and those long legs. Every time she raises her foot, it's as if she's stepping on the tip of my heart. Ugh, can you guys not be so damn cheesy? Nov, L, B / JNN. Bai Miao ignored the surrounding gazes. She had felt this gaze for too long. She brought Bai Yuez and Bai Tianyu to a place and stood there. Bai Miao looked to the side and was slightly stunned. It was Lu Yan. Looking at Lu Yan talking and laughing with Li Meier and Feng Ye beside him, for some reason, Bai Miao's heart rippled. Turning around, Bai Miao took a deep breath. I won't let a guy like you distract my Dao ambitions. Soon, the surrounding commotion quietened down a lot. The school leaders of the Golden Corner Academy had arrived. It was none other than the Dean of the Warrior Academy, Lu Quan, who had gathered the new students last time. The few people beside Lu Quan were basically the teachers who had faced the new students last time. They had not changed much, and Li Mocking was also among them. Students, calm down first. Our new student competition is about to begin. Lu Quan's voice directly spread to every corner of the field. The surrounding new students fell silent as everyone's gazes landed on Lu Quan. Lu Quan had a gentle smile on his face as he stood on the rostrum and looked at the students below. He said, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Quan, the Dean of our Golden Corner Academy's Warrior Academy. On behalf of the Golden Corner Academy, I welcome all students to our Golden Corner Academy. I won't say anything else. Everyone is here for the new student competition today. Then let me introduce the rules and details of this new student competition. Hearing Lu Quan's words, all the new students held their breaths, afraid that they would miss the next information. In this new student competition, our Golden Corner Academy will still be divided into two parts like before. The first part is to clear the secret realm you're more familiar with. Just like the university entrance examination you participated in, the secret realm can ensure everyone's safety. According to the difficulty and time, the school will rank all the new students after they have cleared the secret realm. Of course, this ranking doesn't represent everyone's final ranking. This is only to help everyone roughly figure out their strength. Next is the second part, the new student challenge stage. If you're not satisfied with your ranking, you can challenge the new students ranked ahead of you at will. As long as you win, your rankings will directly be swapped. However, remember, everyone can only challenge 3 times. You can't issue any more challenges after that. On the other hand, if the person is challenged continuously, they can rest and recover in between. After having recovered, they can continue to fight the next battle. In the challenge phase, new students will be allowed to use all kinds of methods in the battle. Even if it's some sinister and vicious method, use them as you please. The school arena will ensure everyone's safety. I'm done. Everyone can prepare. The first stage of the secret realm will begin soon. If you have any questions, you can also ask the teacher beside you. As soon as Lu Quan finished speaking, a commotion sounded among the surrounding new students. There are 2 parts. I wonder if the first part of the secret realm has an upgrade reward. What are you thinking? Do you think killing demon beasts in secret realms to obtain higher level strength is for nothing? The university entrance examination is only available because of the support of the country. There are very few secret realms like this in universities. Most of them are ordinary secret realms. In there, only our safety is guaranteed. We won't be able to obtain much level up power. I can't believe all methods are allowed in the challenge stage that I care more about. Hehe, then I'll have to use some dirty tricks. All the new students discussed. Some were discussing what difficulty to choose for the secret realm later, and some were discussing the second part of the competition, the challenge stage. Most new students still had a common understanding. That was to try his best to choose the difficult secret realm in the first stage. Even if one did not succeed and their ranking was relatively low, they could still rely on the challenge stage to change their ranking. However, there were only 3 challenge opportunities. They had to consider it carefully. At this moment, a huge secret realm appeared in front of the field and floated in midair. Buzz! A huge door of light shot out from the secret realm and directly landed in front of the new students. Students, the door to the secret realm has already been opened. After you choose the difficulty and enter the door of light, you will be teleported to a separate secret realm and you can begin to clear it. Every secret realm inside is timed separately, so there's no need to compete for the order of entry. In addition, I'll tell everyone a piece of good news. In order to let everyone unleash their strength better, we've opened a new difficulty level for everyone to choose from. We have added the Hell difficulty, a difficulty above the Nightmare difficulty. However, everyone still has to choose the difficulty at their own discretion. If you fail, your ranking will be very low. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As soon as Lu Quan finished speaking, the new students below discussed. Damn, there's actually a level above the Nightmare level? Why haven't I heard of it before? Are you ignorant? The Hell difficulty has always been around. However, they're usually used during the graduation assessment. This seems to be the first time I've heard of it being used in the new student assessment. That's not right. The Golden Corner Academy also had it before, but that was in the second year after it was established 40 years ago. I heard that it was only used back then because there were a few very powerful new students in that batch. This is just my friendly reminder, but not everyone can clear the Hell difficulty. If you choose it rashly, you probably won't be able to last long. I think only the top 100 students can clear this Hell difficulty. Moreover, even for them, it's not certain. Damn, I originally didn't want to choose the Hell difficulty. Now that you mention it, I have to choose it. That's right, I think I'm in the top 100. Hearing that there was a Hell difficulty above the Nightmare difficulty, not only were the new students below discussing, but even the seniors in the stands frowned. Why is there a Hell level difficulty this year? Could it be that this batch of new students is just that powerful? The school leaders definitely have more information than we do. I think there's probably a super powerful existence among the new students this year. Be on the lookout. They've even added the Hell difficulty. There must be some powerful people in this batch of new students. Watch carefully. This way, it will be easier for us to rope them in later. The seniors in the stands also rubbed their palms together, prepared to find the powerful person who had gotten the school to add the Hell level difficulty and then rope the other party into their club. How could the new students below the stage and the seniors on the stage know that the Hell level difficulty this time was completely activated because of Lu Yan? When Wang Yi sent the news of Lu Yan to the school, he also told the school the situation at that time. After Lu Quan and the others received the news, they decided to increase the difficulty of the first part of the secret realm of the new student competition. This was because according to Wang Yi's description, Lu Yan's combat strength had reached a very abnormal level. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lu Quan and the others all wanted to use the Hell level difficulty to see how powerful Lu Yan's current combat strength was. On the stands, Yang Minglu frowned when he heard the Hell level difficulty had been added. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind him. What are you thinking? Hearing this familiar voice, Yang Minglu was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned around and was stunned again when he saw that familiar figure. Lu Fang? Why are you back? Aren't you carrying out a military mission? The person in front of him was Lu Fang, a fourth-year student and also the vice president of the Cloud Society. Lu Fang was the strongest in the Cloud Society and did not manage the Cloud Society's affairs. He was only the vice president. Yang Minglu had known him since they were young, which was why he let Lu Fang become an honorary vice president. Lu Fang had just graduated and wanted to join the military. After many assessments, he had already reached the last stage. As long as he completed the mission of the military, he would be able to successfully join the military. Lu Fang had just left yesterday. It was impossible for him to complete the military mission in a day, right? Lu Fang smiled. The mission was cancelled and changed to an exploration mission in the Black Fog Forest. I heard that something was discovered there, but I'm not too sure about the details. Yang Minglu also smiled and looked at Lu Fang as he teased. Why are you so free to watch the new student competition? Could it be that you're only starting to care about the new students recruited by the Cloud Society now that you're graduating? Lu Fang shook his head and sat beside Yang Minglu. Lu Fang leaned back in his chair and stretched. I'm here for a new student called Lu Yan. I heard that he's somewhat related to this mission. I want to see his new student compete first and then talk to him. Lu Yan. Yang Minglu was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Lu Fang to be here for Lu Yan. Why? Do you know him? Lu Fang raised his eyebrows. Yang Minglu nodded. This Lu Yan is ranked third among the new students. His combat strength is very powerful and is the focus of our Cloud Society. I invited him once previously, but he did not give me a definite reply. This time, I want to try inviting him to join the Cloud Society again. Oh, I didn't know that you cared so much. Looks like this Lu Yan is not bad. Then I have to take a good look. Lu Fang sat up a little and his gaze landed on a large virtual screen on the field in front of him. The scene of the new students clearing the secret realm would be broadcasted on it later. After a commotion, most of the new students headed towards the light door and quickly entered. Lu Yan also arrived in front of the light door in front of him. Soon, information about the secret realm appeared in his mind. Secret realm, Raging Flame Lion. Level, 14 to 20. Difficulty, easy/difficult/nightmare/hell. Introduction. The Raging Flame Lion is good at attacking in groups of 3 to 5. Its attack and defense are both very balanced. New students, pay attention to the difficulty level and choose it according to your strength. Lu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. He did not expect the secret realm this time to be the Raging Flame Lion. The Raging Flame Lion's body was tall, almost 3 meters tall. Its body was even larger and was covered in flames that could be used for attack and defense. Moreover, the Raging Flame Lion was relatively smart among the demon beasts. It was very intelligent and was good at forming teams to hunt prey. Its attacks were very ferocious. Its combat strength also surpassed other demon beasts. Therefore, after seeing that the demon beast that cleared the secret realm was the Raging Flame Lion, many new students who were originally prepared to challenge the hell difficulty lowered their standards. They either chose nightmares or chose the difficult difficulty. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As soon as Lu Quan finished speaking, the new students below discussed. Damn, there's actually a level above the nightmare level? Why haven't I heard of it before? Are you ignorant? The hell difficulty has always been around. However, they're usually used during the graduation assessment. This seems to be the first time I've heard of it being used in the new student assessment. That's not right. The Golden Corner Academy also had it before, but that was in the second year after it was established 40 years ago. I heard that it was only used back then because there were a few very powerful new students in that batch. This is just my friendly reminder, but not everyone can clear the hell difficulty. If you choose it rashly, you probably won't be able to last long. I think only the top 100 students can clear this hell difficulty. Moreover, even for them, it's not certain. Damn, I originally didn't want to choose the hell difficulty. Now that you mention it, I have to choose it. That's right, I think I'm in the top 100. Hearing that there was a hell difficulty above the nightmare difficulty, not only were the new students below discussing, but even the seniors in the stands frowned. Why is there a hell level difficulty this year? Could it be that this batch of new students is just that powerful? The school leaders definitely have more information than we do. I think there's probably a super powerful existence among the new students this year. Be on the lookout. They've even added the hell difficulty. There must be some powerful people in this batch of new students. Watch carefully. This way, it will be easier for us to rope them in later. The seniors in the stands also rubbed their palms together, prepared to find the powerful person who had gotten the school to add the hell level difficulty and then rope the other party into their club. How could the new students below the stage and the seniors on the stage know that the hell level difficulty this time was completely activated because of Lu Yan? When Wang Yi sent the news of Lu Yan to the school, he also told the school the situation at that time. After Lu Quan and the others received the news, they decided to increase the difficulty of the first part of the secret realm of the new student competition. This was because according to Wang Yi's description, Lu Yan's combat strength had reached a very abnormal level. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lu Quan and the others all wanted to use the hell level difficulty to see how powerful Lu Yan's current combat strength was. On the stands, Yang Minglu frowned when he heard the hell level difficulty had been added. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind him. What are you thinking? Hearing this familiar voice, Yang Minglu was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned around and was stunned again when he saw that familiar figure. Lu Fang? Why are you back? Aren't you carrying out a military mission? The person in front of him was Lu Fang, a fourth-year student and also the vice president of the Cloud Society. Lu Fang was the strongest in the Cloud Society and did not manage the Cloud Society's affairs. He was only the vice president. Yang Minglu had known him since they were young, which was why he let Lu Fang become an honorary vice president. Lu Fang had just graduated and wanted to join the military. After many assessments, he had already reached the last stage. As long as he completed the mission of the military, he would be able to successfully join the military. Lu Fang had just left yesterday. It was impossible for him to complete the military mission in a day, right? Lu Fang smiled. The mission was cancelled and changed to an exploration mission in the Black Fog Forest. I heard that something was discovered there, but I'm not too sure about the details. Yang Minglu also smiled and looked at Lu Fang as he teased. Why are you so free to watch the new student competition? Could it be that you're only starting to care about the new students recruited by the Cloud Society now that you're graduating? Lu Fang shook his head and sat beside Yang Minglu. Lu Fang leaned back in his chair and stretched. I'm here for a new student called Lu Yan. I heard that he's somewhat related to this mission. I want to see his new student compete first and then talk to him. Lu Yan. Yang Minglu was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Lu Fang to be here for Lu Yan. Why? Do you know him? Lu Fang raised his eyebrows. Yang Minglu nodded. This Lu Yan is ranked third among the new students. His combat strength is very powerful and is the focus of our Cloud Society. I invited him once previously, but he did not give me a definite reply. This time, I want to try inviting him to join the Cloud Society again. Oh, I didn't know that you cared so much. Looks like this Lu Yan is not bad. Then I have to take a good look. Lu Fang sat up a little and his gaze landed on a large virtual screen on the field in front of him. The scene of the new students clearing the secret realm would be broadcasted on it later. After a commotion, most of the new students headed towards the light door and quickly entered. Lu Yan also arrived in front of the light door in front of him. Soon, information about the secret realm appeared in his mind. Secret Realm, Raging Flame Lion. Level, 14 to 20. Difficulty, easy/difficult/nightmare/hell. Introduction. The Raging Flame Lion is good at attacking in groups of 3 to 5. Its attack and defense are both very balanced. New students, pay attention to the difficulty level and choose it according to your strength. Lu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. He did not expect the Secret Realm this time to be the Raging Flame Lion. The Raging Flame Lion's body was tall, almost 3 meters tall. Its body was even larger and was covered in flames that could be used for attack and defense. Moreover, the Raging Flame Lion was relatively smart among the demon beasts. It was very intelligent and was good at forming teams to hunt prey. Its attacks were very ferocious. Its combat strength also surpassed other demon beasts. Therefore, after seeing that the demon beast that cleared the Secret Realm was the Raging Flame Lion, many new students who were originally prepared to challenge the hell difficulty lowered their standards. They either chose nightmares or chose the difficult difficulty. Because there was still the second part of the challenge, almost no new students chose the easy difficulty. After all, even if they failed, they could still be ranked again through the conditions. Moreover, everyone who could enter the Golden Corner Academy was not weak. How could they choose the easy difficulty? They were already playing it safe by choosing the difficult difficulty. Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly chose the hell difficulty. Then, he stepped into the door of light in front of him. A large number of surrounding new students also chose their respective difficulties and entered the door of light. Soon, all the new students on the field entered the Secret Realm. Lu Quan waved his arm, and the phantom screen in front of the field instantly expanded. Then, traces appeared on the phantom screen, as if they had cut the entire phantom screen into small squares. The scene of new students appearing in the Secret Realm began to appear on every small square. Look, that new student number 100 warrior is so fierce. He directly resisted the attack of the Raging Flame Lion and then killed it. Is he trying to clear the level with violence? Look at that new student with the number 78. He's an assassin. His ability to hide his aura is so powerful. He actually didn't get discovered when he approached those Raging Flame Lions. His attacks are also so fierce and he killed them in one strike. Unfortunately, the Raging Flame Lions attack in groups. If it was a single demon, he could have displayed his strength better. What's going on with this new student number 666? Is she a summoner? Why did she summon a centaur as soon as she entered? Damn, she's so beautiful. Is this a demon girl? The people in the stands looked at the scene of the new students clearing the level on the virtual screen in front of them and discussed. As the demon girl's voice sounded, it attracted a large wave of gazes. At this moment, Lu Yan had already entered the Secret Realm. After stepping on the ground, Lu Yan discovered that he had appeared in a wasteland. He was surrounded by hard ground and flames rose in the distance. When he focused, he saw that it was not a flame, but the flames that surged out of the Raging Flame Lion. In front of him was a small group of 5 to 6 Raging Flame Lions. They were gathered and resting. Lu Yan's appearance instantly attracted the attention of this small group of Raging Flame Lions. Their cold beast eyes instantly stared at Lu Yan before they directly rushed towards him. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and raised the black bone scythe in his hand. A large number of undead began to surge from the ground around him. The most eye-catching were the undead Silver Moon Wolves and the undead Knights. These were the undead that were best at cooperating with Lu Yan. As the undead appeared, a large number of skeleton elites also appeared. Then, Lu Yan directly rushed over with the surrounding undead army. Before reaching the boss, Lu Yan did not need to do anything. In front of thousands of undead, the 5 to 6 tall Raging Flame Lions in front of him seemed somewhat small. The entire undead army rushed over. 5 to 6 Raging Flame Lions were directly drowned in the undead army and could not last for a second. The Raging Flame Lions that had just appeared were only level 14 to 16. Although these Raging Flame Lions were all elite or even commander level because this was the hell difficulty Secret Realm, they were still useless in front of Lu Yan's undead army. More Raging Flame Lions appeared in front of him, but in the face of so many undead army, they only dared to escape. In the hell level difficulty, Lu Yan was probably the first person to force the Secret Realm demons to flee.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lu Yan was not in a hurry. He just pushed forward with the surrounding undead army. The Raging Flame Lions that fell behind were directly drowned in the undead army. Then, some of the Raging Flame Lions' corpses staggered up and joined the undead army. At this moment, many people in the stands on the field outside began to focus their attention on the screen of the new students who had previously been rumored to be dark horses. Lu Yan was also one of the people who received attention. Even Lu Quan and the other teachers' gazes landed on the screen that displayed Lu Yan's battle scene, wanting to see how powerful Lu Yan was now. After disappearing for a month, I wonder how much Lu Yan has improved in the wilderness. According to station leader Wang Yi, Lu Yan's combat strength seems to be very powerful now. That's right. I heard other than Zhao Yuhang and Bai Miao, there were 2 more teams that were saved by Lu Yan. His combat strength should be very good. Let's see first. We still have to see before we can determine if he's powerful or not. The few teachers beside Lu Quan discussed among themselves before their gaze landed on Lu Yan's screen. Lu Yan can actually summon so many undead? There must be more than 1,000 of them, right? A teacher frowned. That's right. It looks like an undead army. What level is he? Even if he has a hidden profession, the number of undead he can control is still too exaggerated, right? Another teacher was also shocked by the number of undead Luyan summoned. Am I seeing things? The raging flame lions in the secret realm are actually being chased by Luyan with the undead. A teacher widened his eyes and could not believe the scene he saw. It had to be known that the demon beasts in the secret realm were all extremely aggressive. When they saw the new students enter, they basically took the initiative to rush over and attack. This was the first time many teachers had seen such a scene. Then, many teachers saw Luyan's undead army easily crush the raging flame lion that had fallen behind. Damn, this can't be called a violent rampage anymore, right? He can simply clear the level by just bringing the undead army forward. This Luyan's level shouldn't be low, right? Therefore, his undead level is also very high. They're probably at level 18 or 19. It's very normal for these low-level raging flame lions in the front area to be unable to withstand it. Indeed, later on when they encounter the level 18 to 20 raging flame lions in the back, the situation should be better. Damn it, we're actually considering the situation for the raging flame lion here? Shouldn't we be happy that Luyan is so fierce? The surrounding teachers were stunned for a moment. This Luyan's performance was too heaven-defying, making them unable to help but worry if the raging flame lions could take it. However, the more impressive Luyan's performance was, the better it was for their Golden Corner Academy. They were only somewhat surprised that Luyan's performance was actually so unexpected, far exceeding their expectations. Now, all the teachers were looking forward to Luyan's performance after arriving at the level 18 to 20 raging flame lion area. After all, Luyan now had the advantage of level suppression. Compared to the teacher's calmness, the other students in the stands who saw Luyan's battle were directly stunned. After a while, they recovered from their shock and pointed at Luyan's screen, their expressions still incomparably shocked. Damn, is this still the hell difficulty secret realm? Why does it look even easier than the easy difficulty? Other new students need to move cleverly to dodge the flames of the raging flame lion and then find an opportunity to counterattack. After a fight, they can kill the raging flame lion. But what about this Luyan? He rushed forward with the undead army and directly killed them all. Did I see wrongly? Or is the screen display malfunctioning? Could this Luyan have chosen an easy difficulty and there's been a display error? Isn't this too exaggerated? This can no longer be described as an instant kill. He's directly and completely crushing the other party. Damn, I've been in the Golden Corner Academy for 3 years and have seen many people clearing various secret realms. This is the first time I've seen someone who can chase away the demon beasts in the secret realm. I've really broadened my horizons. The seniors in the stands looked at Luyan's battle scene and disgust, their eyes filled with disbelief. Just as they were in a daze, Luyan had already rushed through the first area with the undead army and arrived at the second area. The raging flame lions here were all level 16 to 18. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. On the stands, Yang Minglu looked at Luyan's screen, the excitement in his eyes difficult to suppress. As I expected, Luyan's combat strength has increased again. Ha ha ha, I previously thought that the undead monarch was a close combat profession. I didn't expect this Luyan to build such an undead army in a month. I was indeed not wrong about this guy. What new dark horse? Luyan is the greatest dark horse of this batch of new students. At the side, Lu Feng looked at Luyan, his eyes also filled with uncontrollable shock. It's indeed as you said, this guy is truly worth paying attention to. If you can let him join the Cloud Society, the Cloud Society will become the strongest club in the Golden Corner Academy. Perhaps others were still shocked by Luyan's current combat strength, but Lu Feng had already sensed the powerful potential Luyan contained. After all, Luyan's level was still very low. When he underwent his second or third transformation, how powerful would he be? It was unimaginable. Lu Feng originally had something to ask Luyan. Now that he saw Luyan's current performance, the thought of interacting with this Luyan became stronger in his heart. At this moment, Luyan did not know that he had already attracted a lot of attention outside. Luyan held the black bone scythe and rode an undead silver moon wolf to the second area of this hell difficulty secret realm. In front of Luyan were a large number of raging flame lions. Some of them had been chased here by Luyan from the first area, and the rest were the raging flame lions of the second area. At this moment, the raging flame lions in the second area in front of him had already gathered and were staring covetously at Luyan. The raging flame lions that had escaped previously also turned around, as if the raging flame lions in the second area beside them had given them courage. Nov. L.B//JNN. The raging flame lion was originally a small group of 5 to 6 demon beasts, but they were forced to unite by Luyan. Now, including the raging flame lions that had been chased out of the first area in front of him, there should be 600 to 700 of them. If it were other new students facing this situation, they would probably have long been scared silly. However, Luyan smiled. That's for the best. This way, we won't have to chase after the escaping raging flame lion. Now that they're gathered together, we can directly destroy them. It can also reduce the time needed to clear the level. Even if the undead are injured, letting the skeleton elite army stand at the front can reduce the losses to the greatest extent. Moreover, it doesn't matter even if I lose some. With so many raging flame lions, at least half of them will probably transform into my undead. In the end, I definitely won't lose out. Luyan was not afraid of a battle of attrition now. In any case, the skeleton elf army was summoned by a skill. Moreover, the raging flame lions in front could also increase the number of the undead army, so it was not a loss. Undead Rage. Lu Yan directly used Undead Rage. The surrounding undead were covered in a faint red light, and all their attributes instantly doubled. Then, Lu Yan directly led the undead army behind him to rush towards the raging flame lions in front. The two sides instantly came into contact, and a large number of the skeleton elites at the front were instantly shattered. The attack power of these raging flame lions was still very powerful. Moreover, these raging flame lions were not undead creatures and did not have the effect of undead intimidation. It was still somewhat difficult for the skeleton elites to face them. However, the undead behind quickly filled the gap and entangled these raging flame lions. Lu Yan still used the method of splitting up and fighting. A large number of undead in front of him directly surrounded those flame lions. Then, they split up one by one. Every 2 to 3 undead would deal with one raging flame lion. The undead silver moon wolf displayed its strength and kept launching sneak attacks on the raging flame lion, making the raging flame lion furious. However, when the raging flame lions wanted to attack the undead silver moon wolves, the silver moon wolves relied on their speed to quickly escape. The most important killing method still came from Lu Yan's undead knights. Now, there were 200 to 300 undead knights. They directly formed an undead knight group and kept charging at the raging flame lions in front of them. Almost every time they charged, they could take the lives of more than 10 raging flame lions. The undead swordsman also rushed to the front and kept slashing with the big sword in his hand. His combat strength was even stronger than the commander-level raging flame lion. The necromancer from before followed beside Lu Yan. He kept waving the white bone staff in his hand, turning the ground under the raging flame lion's feet into a dark green swamp. After this necromancer transformed into Lu Yan's servant, his strength decreased a lot, but some of his abilities were retained. For example, his skill that turned the ground into a dark green swamp was very useful. After those raging flame lions fell into it, not only would they suffer continuous damage, but their defense would also be greatly reduced. It was a very powerful debuff that could deal continuous damage skill. In order to clear the level even more quickly, Lu Yan also personally joined the battle this time. The black bone scythe in his hand kept slashing out, sending the surrounding raging flame lions flying. With Lu Yan's current 4 attributes, although he couldn't insta-kill a raging flame lion, he could still kill one with 3 hits. The entire battle scene was abnormally explosive. However, the raging flame lions in front of him only lasted for less than half a minute before they directly collapsed. A large number of raging flame lions were killed, causing the resistance of the remaining raging flame lions to clearly weaken. Moreover, the raging flame lions that had fallen to the ground after being killed were also constantly standing up and joining Lu Yan's undead army, making it more difficult for the raging flame lions in front of him to resist. Under such circumstances, the entire second area's raging flame lions were unable to resist for even 5 minutes before being directly drowned in the undead army and being directly destroyed. After killing all the surrounding raging flame lions, Lu Yan quickly gathered the corpses of the surrounding raging flame lions that had not transformed into his undead servants and continued forward. On the field, Lu Quan looked at Lu Yan's performance and smiled. This Lu Yan is not bad. To be able to do this at this level, I'm afraid only that person in the entire history of the Golden Corner Academy can suppress him. However, even that person's potential is probably inferior to this Lu Yan. In 4 years, the Golden Corner Academy will produce another peerless person. When Li Mocking heard Lu Quan's words, her eyes revealed a surprised expression. Can Lu Yan really be compared to that person? Although Lu Yan's performance was very good, Li Mocking knew who the person Lu Quan was talking about was. He was the most dazzling person in the entire history of the Golden Corner Academy. After graduation, that person was invincible among the younger generation. After that, he even became the most dazzling star at that time. Could Lu Yan also do this? Lu Quan smiled and said, "Don't underestimate this little guy. He hasn't fully unleashed his potential yet. Moreover, when have I ever misjudged?" Li Mocking was stunned. Her gaze landed on Lu Yan's screen, and her expression was happy and slightly complicated. Who would have thought that the little guy he brought from Linen City would grow into an existence that received such a high evaluation from Lu Quan in a short month? Damn, is this Lu Yan still human? It's only been a few minutes, but he's already eliminated all the raging flame lions in the second area of the Hell difficulty secret realm. Look, there, and there. So many new students who chose the difficult difficulty are still struggling to kill the raging flame lions in the first area. Lu Yan has already passed the second area. Moreover, he's challenging the freaking Hell difficulty. This speed can simply be said to be unheard of. This Lu Yan is really abnormal. Looks like this guy has been hunting in the wilderness when he disappeared for the past month. I'm even starting to suspect the rumors that Lu Yan was the one who was saved. With this guy's strength, as long as he doesn't go deep into the Black Fog Forest, would he really need to rely on anyone to save him? Isn't that ridiculous? The seniors in the stands all looked at Lu Yan's screen. Their eyes almost popped out when they saw Lu Yan rush through the second area of the Hell difficulty secret realm. At this moment, a senior sister said, "Look, Bai Miao has just entered the second area. Moreover, it's no longer as easy as it was for her when she was still in the first area. Moreover, she's the second person who had entered the second area after choosing the Hell difficulty. The two of them are an entire area apart n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The others also turned their gazes and gasped. With this comparison, they could better understand how abnormal this Lu Yan was. Was Bai Miao weak? Of course not. Bai Miao was the second to pass the first area. The other new students who chose the hell difficulty were still trying their best to rush out of the first area. It was just that Lu Yan was too abnormal. In the secret realm, Bai Miao waved the heavy sword in her hand and kept killing the raging flame lions in front of her. The hell difficulty secret realm was indeed worthy of its reputation. Not only were the demon beasts inside high level and powerful, but there were also many of them. The level of the demon beasts in the second area was much higher. It seemed that Bai Miao still needed some time to clear the hell difficulty. At this moment, Bai Miao thought of Lu Yan. That guy should also have chosen the hell level difficulty. Now, he should have already passed the second area. After all, Bai Miao had encountered Lu Yan in the wilderness and had seen Lu Yan's powerful combat strength. That guy had a huge undead army. Coupled with his powerful combat strength, he would definitely be able to clear the hell difficulty secret realm very quickly. Therefore, from the beginning, Bai Miao knew that she was fighting for second place. However, this did not mean that Bai Miao had given up on the competition for the first place of the new students. She had to challenge Lu Yan in the second part. Even though she knew that she was not Lu Yan's match, Bai Miao still had to do this. Only by fighting with experts would she be able to improve. At this moment, Lu Yan was leaving the second area of the hell difficulty secret realm and entering the third area. In front of him was still a wasteland. It was bare, but the surroundings had dimmed a lot. He could not see the distance clearly in the game. Boom! At this moment, a violent muffled sound sounded from ahead. Then, muffled sounds sounded, making Lu Yan frown. Then, dazzling flames rose from in front of him. Little mountain-like things wrapped in flames slowly appeared in front of Lu Yan. Raging flame lions? Huge raging flame lions more than 5 meters tall appeared in Lu Yan's sight. The flames on their bodies burned fiercely, and the flames that rose were a meter tall. Moreover, golden fur could be seen on these flame lions, making them look very noble. A lord-level raging flame lion? Moreover, there was more than one. Lu Yan looked at the surrounding lord-level raging flame lions and roughly counted. He discovered that there were more than 30 of these lord-level raging flame lions. This lord-level raging flame lion in front of him was probably the final boss of the difficult level and even the nightmare level. However, in the hell level, they were not the final boss of the level. They were only the demon beasts in the third area. Fortunately, these lord-level raging flame lions were not level 20 but level 18. If they were level 20, probably other than Lu Yan and Bai Miao, who were extremely powerful, no new student could clear them. However, even though it was a level 18 lord-level raging flame lion, Lu Yan's expression still changed and he became cautious. These were not the same beasts from before. They were existences that were the final bosses of other levels and had to be dealt with carefully. Looking at the surrounding undead, Lu Yan understood that the skeleton elite army and some other undead were basically not very lethal to these raging flame lions. Perhaps only the undead knights, the undead spirit swordsman, and the necromancer could resist the raging flame lions in front of them. Of course, there was also Lu Yan himself. However, Lu Yan still wanted to give it a try. His gaze landed on the lord-level raging flame lions in front of him. Lu Yan directly summoned the 500 skeleton elites and rushed forward to see if they could at least put up a fight with these raging flame lions. However, just as the 500 skeleton elites rushed forward, Lu Yan saw the raging flame lions in front of him move. They roared, and the flames on their bodies actually distorted into spear-like spikes. They raised their heads on their bodies and suddenly rushed towards the skeleton elite army. Bang! The spikes formed by the flames seemed to be corporeal. The moment they came into contact, they pierced through the skeleton elite army at the front and shattered them. Moreover, flames could be transmitted from the spikes to burn the other skeleton elites. It seemed like there was no need for the other undead to attack. However, there was no need for the skeleton elite army to retreat. They could at least last for a while. In any case, they were summoned by a skill, so Lu Yan would not feel bad about losing them. After commanding the surrounding undead knights to charge, Lu Yan held the black bone scythe and began to strengthen his state to its peak. Monarch blessing. Look, Lu Yan has already arrived at the third area. Damn, what the hell? The raging flame lions in the third area are all lord level. Moreover, there are so many of them. As expected of a hell difficulty secret realm, I originally thought that the third area would be the final boss area. I didn't expect it to be different. Although this Lu Yan is very powerful, he relied on the undead army beside him to pass the first two areas. Now that he's facing the lord-level raging flame lion, the undead army is already useless. What else can he do? On the stands, the seniors looked at Lu Yan's screen and discussed. In their opinion, Lu Yan had previously relied on the undead army to easily pass through the first two areas. Now, the undead army was completely useless in front of these lord-level raging flame lions. What should Lu Yan do now? However, some people who had seen Lu Yan fight before knew very well that Lu Yan's combat strength was the strongest. Before going to the wilderness this time, Lu Yan had not exposed his ability to build an undead army. Be it during the university entrance examination or the battle with Xia Binjiayun and Bai Yuez, Lu Yan had relied on his own strength to crush them. Therefore, Lu Yan's combat strength was even more abnormal. Lu Quan looked at Lu Yan on the screen and smiled softly at the teacher beside him. Take a guess. How long do you think it will take for this Lu Yan to pass the third area? A teacher at the side was stunned. It should take a long time, right? Just now, Lu Yan relied on the undead army to quickly clear the first 2 areas. However, these Lord-level raging flame lions are not so easy to deal with. Look, when his skeleton army rushed over just now, they were directly shattered. Therefore, even if he can pass through the 3rd area, this Lu Yan will still take a long time. At the side, Li Mocking smiled when she heard this and said, "Elderly, it's obvious that you've never seen Lu Yan's previous battle. This kid's strongest strength is not the strength of the undead army, but his own combat strength. I'm guessing that the time he spends passing the 3rd area will not be longer than the previous 2 areas combined." The teacher called Elderly raised his eyes and said, "Oh, Teacher Li is so confident in him, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om." Li Mocking nodded, her expression very firm. She was the one who recruited Lu Yan, so she naturally paid a lot of attention to Lu Yan after that. She even checked the footage of Lu Yan's battle in the school's secret realm before he left for the wilderness. Li Mocking naturally knew that Lu Yan's strongest strength was his own combat strength. The smile on Lu Quan's face was rich as she looked at Lu Yan on the screen with anticipation. As the light of the Monarch Blessing skill flashed on his body, Lu Yan's stamina, agility, and intelligence attributes clearly increased. Then, Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly used the undead netherworld armor and the netherworld soul scythe. A pitch-black armor condensed and directly covered Lu Yan's body. The pitch-black scythe phantom appeared on the black bone scythe in his hand, and a sharp aura instantly spread out. With the black bone scythe wrapped in the netherworld soul scythe in hand, Lu Yan directly rushed towards the Lord-level raging flame lion in front of him. The combat strength of these raging flame lions was not ordinary. Instead of slowly fighting them and only using his full strength when he could not take it anymore, it was better for Lu Yan to directly use his full strength and charge over. The 4th area should be the final boss area. As long as he could pass through this 3rd area quickly, these buffs could last until he dealt with the final boss. The moment Lu Yan rushed over, he also got the undead knights to charge and disturb the surrounding raging flame lions. At this moment, the Necromancer also attacked. A dark green swamp directly appeared under Lu Yan's feet. Although this dark green swamp was no longer able to cause any lasting damage to the Lord-level raging flame lion, it could still weaken their defense a little. Roar. When the raging flame lion saw Lu Yan rush towards it, it directly roared. The flames on its body surged and instantly enveloped Lu Yan. At the same time, this raging flame lion suddenly jumped up and swung its paw at Lu Yan. Lu Yan did not care about the attack of this raging flame lion and directly slashed the black bone scythe wrapped in his hand onto the raging flame lion. The defense of the undead netherworld armor was enough to resist the attack of the raging flame lion. As expected, the flames enveloped Lu Yan. Although they were burning fiercely, they did not affect Lu Yan at all. When the raging flame lion's sharp claws landed on Lu Yan, they only emitted a crisp sound. Lu Yan's body did not even move. The resistance value of the level 8 undead netherworld armor had reached a terrifying 240. Even the Lord-level raging flame lion was unable to cause any damage to Lu Yan. On the other hand, the black bone scythe wrapped in Lu Yan's hand slashed onto the body of the flame lion and was instantly embedded into it. The intense pain made this raging flame lion roar angrily. Then, its eyes began to turn red, and a violent aura spread from its body. The reason why the raging flame lions were called the raging flame lions was not only because of the flames on their bodies, but also because they could go berserk. After going berserk, the combat strength of the raging flame lion would increase by nearly 50%. Although it would be weak for a long time after this, its combat strength would increase a lot during the berserk state. Therefore, it was best to kill the raging flame lion in one move. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and directly pulled out the black bone scythe. Then, he instantly slashed at the neck of this raging flame lion. With a muffled sound, the body of this raging flame lion was directly slashed down. Lu Yan's current 4 attributes were extremely terrifying. Coupled with the enhancement of the Monarch Blessing and the increase in attack power of the Netherworld Soul Scythe, Lu Yan's current attack power could even be compared to epic-level demon beasts of the same level. It was still easy for him to kill a Lord-level raging flame lion. Without any hesitation, Lu Yan instantly used the Monarch Netherworld Escape to kill the next raging flame lion. He had to kill these Lord-level raging flame lions quickly. Otherwise, when he faced the final boss later, the enhancement time might not be enough. On the field, the seniors in the stands were directly stunned when they saw Lu Yan's actions. Is this Lu Yan that powerful? That's a Lord-level raging flame lion. He actually killed it so easily. I can understand that he is powerful, but there has to be a limit to his power, right? Isn't this a little too exaggerated? How long did he take to kill that Lord-level raging flame lion just now? 10 seconds? Damn, is this batch of new students that powerful? It's not that this batch of new students is strong, but this Lu Yan is powerful. Moreover, that Bai Miao is also about to pass the second area. She's also considered to be quite powerful, but she's still somewhat inferior to Lu Yan. Lu Yan's efficient killing of the Lord-level raging flame lion was really too impressive, shocking the seniors in the stands. Even Lu Quan was shocked. This Lu Yan's combat strength is too powerful. I think he can come to our warrior academy. A female teacher behind him was anxious. Dean Lu, what do you mean? Lu Yan should be entering our mage academy, right? Lu Quan smiled and said, can't you tell that this Lu Yan is also very powerful in single combat? He clearly cultivates both magic and martial arts. He can learn a lot of combat techniques in our warrior academy. What magic and martial arts dual cultivation. Didn't you see the undead army just now? Luyan is clearly a magic type and is under the jurisdiction of our mage academy, the female teacher said. Luyan's performance was really too dazzling. Lu Quan and this female teacher could not help but compete. The Archer Academy at the side was somewhat restless, wondering if they should use the teleportation ability Luyan as an excuse to get Luyan to join the Archer Academy. The Archer Academy included assassins. In their opinion, Luyan had the potential to become a high-level assassin. Li Mocking looked at the two of them and could not help but laugh. What are you fighting over here for? With Luyan's performance, he will definitely obtain more resources. I'm afraid an academy won't be able to accommodate him. He can study in whichever academy he wants. However, on the surface, he will probably end up in the Mage Academy. Lu Quan and the female teacher also laughed when they heard this. They naturally knew in their hearts that it was only a verbal fight. On the Cloud Society's side, Lu Feng looked at Lu Yan's battle scene and narrowed his eyes. Ming Lu, was this Lu Yan's previous battle also this powerful? Yang Mingluo was looking at the scene of Lu Yan's battle in front of him. Hearing Lu Feng's question, he did not even turn his head and said, this is how he fought previously. His combat strength is very powerful. However, at that time, his performance was not so exaggerated. It seems that in this month, not only did he build an undead army, but he also increased his strength a lot. Lu Feng nodded and looked at Lu Yan with a bright gaze. He was becoming more and more interested in this new student. At this moment, in the Hell Difficulty Secret Realm, Lu Yan was killing the last 3 Lord-level Raging Flame Lions. On the surrounding ground, the corpses of the Raging Flame Lions were lying quietly. It was unknown if it was because these Raging Flame Lions were Lord-level, but after killing them, the number of them transformed into Lu Yan's undead servants was not very high. It was only about a third. However, after Lu Yan went all out, it was still very easy for him to kill these Lord-level Raging Flame Lions. As the Netherworld Soul Scythe wrapped in his hand slashed across, the last Raging Flame Lion was directly killed by Lu Yan. Lu Yan spent a total of 5 minutes killing so many Lord-level Raging Flame Lions. The main reason was that some Lord-level Raging Flame Lions had gone berserk, wasting some of the time. However, there was still plenty of time for him to increase his strength. After quickly putting away the surrounding corpses, Lu Yan continued forward. If his guess was not wrong, the 4th area should be the last area. In other words, it would be the final boss area. As expected, after walking forward for half a minute, Lu Yan saw a huge Raging Flame Lion. This Raging Flame Lion was 8 to 9 meters tall and its body was incomparably huge. Its body burned with raging flames as its huge eyes looked down at Lu Yan, and a huge pressure surged over. Soon, Lu Yan learned about the Raging Flame Lion in front of him through the secret realm. Raging Flame Lion King, suppress epic level, level 20. The only ruler of the Raging Flame Lions. The flames on its body can burn everything. It's originally an epic level demon beast but is suppressed by the power of the secret realm. Because of this, it is currently in between the Lord level and the epic level. It was actually an epic level demon beast. Lu Yan did not expect the final boss to be an epic level demon beast. Even if the strength of this epic level Raging Flame Lion King was suppressed and it was below the epic level and above the Lord level, it was still a demon beast above the Lord level. It had to be known that this was a secret realm that was meant for new students. Most of the new students probably did not have any strength to resist this Raging Flame Lion King. They might even be instantly killed. Lu Yan narrowed his eyes, and his expression became solemn as he held the black bone scythe tightly in his hand. Lu Yan felt a huge pressure from the Raging Flame Lion King in front of him. However, Lu Yan was not afraid at all. Although he had already unleashed his peak strength, he still had many tricks up his sleeve. Lu Yan was still very confident in dealing with the Raging Flame Lion King below the epic level and above the Lord level. The Necromancer behind him waved the staff in his hand and used the dark green swamp again, wanting to weaken the defense of the Raging Flame Lion King first. However, just as the ground under the Raging Flame Lion King turned into a dark green swamp, it was directly burned clean by the flames surging on its body. The swamp instantly turned into dry ground. Roar. As if angered by the Necromancer's actions, this Raging Flame Lion King roared and directly rushed towards Lu Yan in front of it. Lu Yan did not hesitate. He held the black bone scythe wrapped in the Netherworld Soul Scythe and also directly rushed towards the Raging Flame Lion King. The two quickly met. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe wrapped in his hand and slashed at the Raging Flame Lion King. The Raging Flame Lion King opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of flames that instantly enveloped Lu Yan's body. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lu Yan instantly felt an extremely high temperature rise in the surroundings. However, with the protection of the undead netherworld armor, he was not injured. Then, Lu Yan felt the black bone scythe in his hand slash onto something hard. Bang! With a crisp sound, a huge backlash entered Lu Yan's body. Then, a sharp claw suddenly slapped Lu Yan from the depths of the flames. The huge force sent Lu Yan flying. Look, Lu Yan was sent flying. Indeed, no matter how powerful he is, Lu Yan still can't resist the suppressed epic level Raging Flame Lion above the Lord level. That's right. The final boss of a Hell Difficulty Secret Realm is actually a suppressed epic level demon beast. Moreover, it's at level 20. This is also very ridiculous, okay? Isn't that so? I don't think many new students can successfully beat such a boss, right? The seniors in the stands looked at the final boss of the hell difficulty in shock. Although it was a suppressed epic level demon beast, it was still an epic level demon beast. How could the new students deal with it? Even an abnormally powerful guy like Lu Yan was directly suppressed. Hey, do you think that any of the new students will be able to clear the secret realm this time? Who knows? Let's continue watching. I think it's still possible. After all, the school won't add in the hell difficulty for no reason. There should still be people who can pass, but the number probably won't exceed 10. Be more confident in your statement. I don't think even 5 people will be able to clear the hell difficulty. However, the one with the most hope now is still Lu Yan. After all, the others have yet to reach the final boss area. Now, it depends on whether Lu Yan has any backup plans. Lu Yan flipped in midair and landed steadily on the ground. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows as he looked at the raging flame lion king in front of him. This big guy was very powerful. Although the attack power had been absorbed by the undead netherworld armor, the backlash alone had already forced him back. However, his attack was not useless against it. Just now, the black bone scythe wrapped in the netherworld soul scythe had slashed off the right shoulder of this raging flame lion king, leaving a small wound on it. Although this wound was very shallow, it could at least break through the defense of this raging flame lion king. Moreover, Lu Yan had yet to use his soul crystal to increase the effect of the netherworld soul scythe. It seemed that he had to use other methods to deal with this raging flame lion king. Come, I'll show you my 2 big treasures first. Lu Yan grinned and a large amount of undead power directly condensed around him. White bones appeared around him and quickly formed a huge skeleton. Bone dragon? 2 huge bone dragons appeared on both sides of Lu Yan's body. A dense undead aura surged out of their bodies, forming a suppression. The netherworld twin dragons. Other than the fact that the 2 bone dragons he summoned only had 2/3 of Lu Yan's agility attribute, the other 3 attributes were twice as high. Lu Yan's 4 attributes had just been enhanced by the monarch blessing and were already very high. Now that the 3 attributes of the 2 bone dragons were twice that of Lu Yan, they could simply be said to have reached the level of epic level demon beasts. They might have even surpassed epic level demon beasts of the same level. Lu Yan discovered that the level of the 2 bone dragons was the same as his. They were both level 19. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. In other words, Lu Yan had now summoned 2 level 19 epic creatures. 2 level 19 epic level experts should be able to defeat a level 20 suppressed epic level expert, right? However, Lu Yan could also clearly sense that as these 2 bone dragons were summoned, the burden on his mind instantly increased, reaching a limit. After all, these 2 bone dragons were not his undead servants. They were summoned with a skill and required Lu Yan to consume a large amount of mental strength to maintain. Lu Yan sensed that in his current state, he could probably maintain these 2 bone dragons for 2 minutes. Originally, Lu Yan had planned to use the undead twin to replicate the 2 bone dragons and so that he would have 4 of them. However, from the looks of it, it was impossible. These 2 bone dragons had already caused Lu Yan's burden to reach its peak and he could not increase it anymore. Now, Lu Yan could not even control the skeleton elite army. He would probably only be able to use the netherworld twin dragons and the undead twin together after his strength increased a little more. However, it was already enough. Lu Yan instructed the 2 bone dragons to directly rush towards the raging flame lion king in front. This raging flame lion king clearly also sensed the pressure of the 2 bone dragons. It directly roared, and the flames on its body soared. The 2 bone dragons rushed to the side of the raging flame lion king and directly attacked. One of the bone dragons directly rushed to the side of the raging flame lion king and fought it in close combat. The other bone dragon opened its mouth and spat out white flames that directly landed on the raging flame lion king. The white flames intertwined with the flames on the raging flame lion king's body and actually started to burn each other. However, the flames on the raging flame lion king's body were clearly not a match for the white flames spat out by the bone dragon and were quickly suppressed. The bone dragon in close combat collided head-on with the raging flame lion king, emitting muffled sounds. Wounds began to appear on the raging flame lion king's body. However, the bone dragon was not in a good state either. Several of its bones were sent flying. Although the strength of the raging flame lion was inferior to the bone dragon, the 2 bone dragons were still unable to completely suppress it. At this moment, Lu Yan directly used the monarch netherworld escape and arrived behind the raging flame lion king. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the raging flame lion king was trying its best to resist the attacks of the 2 bone dragons, Lu Yan directly placed his palm on the back of the raging flame lion king. A large portion of the flames on the back of the raging flame lion king had already been extinguished by the white flames spat out by the other bone dragon. The remaining flames were also unable to injure Lu Yan. The moment his palm touched the raging flame lion king, Lu Yan injected the curse power he had extracted from Maggie's body with the undead rainbow absorption into the raging flame lion king's body. The curse power entered the body of the raging flame lion king and instantly spread throughout its body. The raging flame lion king sensed that something was wrong and roared. Then, its body quickly broke free from the restraint of the close combat bone dragon and quickly retreated for a distance. Lu Yan retracted his palm with a regretful expression. He had only injected half of the curse power. The raging flame lion king looked warily at Lu Yan and the 2 bone dragons in front of it. However, following that, a miserable cry sounded from its mouth. The pitch-black curse power quickly spread in the Raging Flame Lion King's body, as if it was devouring the flesh and blood of the Raging Flame Lion King, making it cry endlessly. Lu Yan could clearly sense that in just a few seconds, the aura of the Raging Flame Lion King in front of him had decreased a lot. Damn, he had only injected half of the curse power, but it was already so effective? Lu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this curse was even stronger than he had imagined. No wonder the High Priest was also unable to remove the curse power from Maggie. However, for Maggie to be able to withstand this curse power for so many years, it seemed that she was not simple. At the very least, Maggie's level was definitely not low. The two bone dragons beside him rushed towards the Raging Flame Lion King in front of him again. They weren't going to miss the opportunity to take advantage of its weakness. Because of the effect of the curse, the Raging Flame Lion King could not organize any effective counterattacks at all. It could only be passively attacked by the two bone dragons. The white flames directly burned onto the Raging Flame Lion King's body, instantly making it scream. Then, the sharp claws of the two bone dragons directly entered the body of the Raging Flame Lion King and suddenly tore out two pieces of flesh. Lu Yan's figure appeared in the path of the Raging Flame Lion King's retreat. The black bone scythe wrapped in his hand slashed fiercely at the neck of the Raging Flame Lion King. This time, Lu Yan used his soul crystal. Buzz! The air in front of him trembled. The black bone scythe landed on the neck of the Raging Flame Lion King, and a wound deep enough to reveal its bones directly appeared on the neck of the Raging Flame Lion King. This attack directly slashed open half of the Raging Flame Lion King's neck, and blood instantly surged out. The Raging Flame Lion King's eyes suddenly rolled back, and a scarlet light appeared in its pupils. It completely ignored the injuries on its body and instead made an attack. Berserk? The Raging Flame Lion's berserk state could increase its combat strength a lot. However, it was clearly already too late for the Raging Flame Lion King to go berserk. The two bone dragons directly restrained the Raging Flame Lion King from the left and right, locking its attack range in a small space and leaving more wounds on its body. At this moment, the Raging Flame Lion King had already gone completely crazy and was attacking the two bone dragons on the left and right indiscriminately. The powerful attack directly caused the two bone dragons to begin to fall apart, but the effect was not big. Lu Yan's figure appeared behind this Raging Flame Lion King again, and the black bone scythe in his hand slashed out again. As a cold light flashed, the black bone scythe directly slashed across the neck of the Raging Flame Lion King and severed its head. The violent Raging Flame Lion King was still crazily attacking the two bone dragons beside it, as if it did not realize that its head had already been severed. 2 seconds later, the Raging Flame Lion King's body suddenly froze before falling to the ground. This Raging Flame Lion King was finally killed. The Soul Crystal doubled the enhancement of the Netherworld Soul Scythe, allowing Lu Yan's attack to far surpass the defense of the Raging Flame Lion King. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill the Raging Flame Lion King. Lu Yan panted slightly and removed the two bone dragons beside him, relieving the huge mental strength consumption. He had successfully cleared the Hell difficulty secret realm. Lu Yan looked up at the time and smiled. 7 minutes and 20 seconds? At this moment, no one should be faster than him. After a simple rest, Lu Yan prepared to leave the secret realm. On the field, the seniors on the stands fell silent. Their gazes landed on Lu Yan's screen with shocked expressions. Damn, he cleared it. This Lu Yan actually cleared it. What did I see just now? 2 bone dragons? Was I seeing things? This guy can already summon bone dragons. What a loss. Isn't the bone dragon a skill that only high-level necromancers can master? How did this guy learn it? Nov. L. B /JNN. This is not the key. The key is that this guy's attack is too powerful, right? He can actually cause a lot of damage to the Raging Flame Lion King. All the seniors who saw Lu Yan fight were extremely shocked. After all, when Lu Yan was sent flying just now, they all thought that it would probably be somewhat difficult for Lu Yan to pass. However, who knew that this guy would all of a sudden summon 2 bone dragons? Moreover, they weren't some cheap knockoffs and their combat strength was very powerful. Moreover, not only was his attack able to break the defense of the Raging Flame Lion King, but he even slashed off the head of the Raging Flame Lion King in 2 attacks. The entire Hell difficulty only took him 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Some second and third year seniors asked themselves if it was possible for them to clear this Hell difficulty secret realm in 7 minutes and 20 seconds. They were actually inferior to a new student. Compared to the shock of the seniors, Lu Quan and the others were discussing Lu Yan's battle just now. Looks like this kid has gained a lot in the wilderness this time. He even has the bone dragon skill. Moreover, the level doesn't seem to be low. Lu Quan smiled and teased. Although he has the bone dragon, his combat thinking is also very clear. He basically didn't use any additional strength. His timing is also very precise. His attacks are clean and efficient. He's a good seedling and has potential to become an assassin. The Dean of the Archer Academy said meaningfully. What assassin? It's impossible for him to become an assassin even if he goes to the Warrior Academy. Don't try to forcefully associate Lu Yan with your Archer Academy, the Dean of the Mage Academy said. Li Mocking smiled bitterly. Why were they arguing again? However, Lu Yan's clearing speed still exceeded her expectations. She originally thought that even if Lu Yan could clear the Hell difficulty secret realm, it would at least take a long time. However, she did not expect the other party to end up clearing it in 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Wasn't this kid too abnormal? Not far away, Yang Minglu retracted his gaze, his eyes filled with emotion. I originally thought that my evaluation of Lu Yan was already high enough, but his performance still exceeded my expectations. It's simply unimaginable. He actually passed the Hell difficulty secret realm in 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Lu Feng, you're right. This Lu Yan indeed has huge potential. It's only been a month, but he's already shining so brightly. If I can recruit him into the Cloud Society, it'll be worth it even if I can't rope in any new students this time. Yang Minglu's expression was somewhat complicated. He was extremely proud of his good judgment and also a little worried. With Lu Yan showing so much promise, Yun Duan might not be able to recruit him into the club. At the side, Lu Feng said, this Lu Yan is indeed somewhat unexpected. He's not your typical abnormal genius. Why do you want him to join the Cloud Society so badly? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Yang Minglu smiled bitterly and said, which club doesn't want such a powerful person? However, he didn't agree last time and probably won't agree this time. Lu Feng smiled when he heard this and said, you're usually smart and ruthless. Why are you so stupid now? There's still a way to get Lu Yan to join the Cloud Society. Yang Minglu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, Lu Feng, do you have a solution? Lu Feng smiled and said, if such a person doesn't join a club, it's because he thinks that the club might become a burden to him. Then wouldn't it be fine as long as you don't become a burden for him? What do you mean? Yang Minglu frowned slightly. Idiot? Just tell him directly that he only needs to be the vice president of the Cloud Society. He doesn't need to deal with anything in the Cloud Society, but he can enjoy all kinds of benefits in the Cloud Society. He just needs to help the Cloud Society once a year at most. Moreover, we will need to obtain his permission. If he doesn't agree to such conditions, it's useless no matter how hard you try. Lu Feng looked at Yang Ming and said. Yang Minglu was somewhat hesitant when he heard this. Why does this sound a little like bootlicking? Lu Feng glared and said, yes, become a bootlicker? Moreover, you have to lick him hard? Why are you unwilling to lick such an impressive person? Let me tell you, it's only because he's in the Golden Corner Academy. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have a chance to lick. Nov. L. B / JNN. Yang Minglu smiled awkwardly. I know this, but it feels a little strange. Lu Feng patted Yang Minglu on the shoulder and smiled. Just get used to this kind of thing. Every year, there will be super powerful people with extraordinary potential who will appear with an indomitable momentum. If you suck up to them more, you will discover that it's sometimes quite good to be a lackey. Yang Minglu nodded and then looked meaningfully at Lu Feng. This guy seemed to be very experienced. Speaking of which, Yang Minglu remembered that before Lu Feng graduated, he was related to the strongest senior sister of their batch, Qi Suifei. Could it be? No wonder Lu Feng's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds during that period of time. He was an example of how a bootlicker should act. Just as he was thinking, a cry sounded from the surroundings. Yang Minglu looked towards the field and saw a figure appear. It was Lu Yan. He successfully cleared the level and directly came out of the secret realm. The entire field was empty except for Lu Yan. In other words, Lu Yan had chosen the most difficult Hell difficulty secret realm, but he had still cleared it the fastest. In the stands, most of the seniors cheered. Lu Yan had created a miracle today. Some bold senior sisters were even asking around if Lu Yan had a girlfriend. Even if he did, they would still be willing to become his girlfriend. Lu Yan looked at the empty field and smiled. It seemed that it was as he had guessed. He was indeed the fastest to clear the level among all the new students. Even though it was a Hell level difficulty, Lu Yan's undead army and powerful single target attack methods still allowed him to successfully clear the level at the fastest speed. At this moment, a new student appeared not far from Lu Yan. This was a new student who had cleared the simple difficulty in 8 minutes and 10 seconds. Looking at Lu Yan not far from him, this new student was stunned for a moment. Was this Lu Yan really faster than him? He originally thought that Lu Yan would choose the nightmare difficulty. He did not expect him to choose the difficult difficulty. However, there were not many people who could clear the difficult level so quickly. He wanted to see how long it took for Lu Yan to clear it. This new student subconsciously thought that Lu Yan had chosen the difficult difficulty. After all, he had felt a lot of pressure in the easy difficulty secret realm. If Lu Yan had chosen the nightmare difficulty, it was impossible for him to clear it so quickly. However, with Lu Yan's strength, it was impossible for him to choose the easy difficulty. Therefore, in his heart, he felt that Lu Yan must have chosen the difficult difficulty. However, when this new student saw the clearance ranking displayed on the big screen in front of the field, he was directly stunned. First place, Lu Yan. Difficulty, Hell. Clearing time, 7 minutes and 20 seconds. What? Was he seeing things? He was not surprised at the clearing time of 7 minutes and 20 seconds, but what was the difficulty being displayed as the Hell difficulty? He only took 7 minutes and 20 seconds to clear the Hell difficulty? This new student hugged his head and could not believe what he was seeing. Although I know that Lu Yan is very powerful, isn't this too ridiculous? It only took 7 minutes and 20 seconds to clear the Hell difficulty? Could it be that the Hell difficulty isn't that difficult? This new student was puzzled. Then, his gaze landed on the screen that displayed the new student clearing the level. Soon, this new student found several new students who were clearing the Hell difficulty secret realm. However, none of them had successfully cleared the level. The fastest was Bai Miao. She was now in the latter half of the third area. Behind her were the corpses of the raging flame lions, their bodies stained with blood. At this moment, Bai Miao was panting. The equipment on her body was very damaged and she looked very sorry. This was how a new student entering a hell difficulty secret realm should act, right? Moreover, the other party's speed was already very exaggerated, but there was an even more exaggerated existence beside him. This new student looked at Lu Yan again and discovered that not to mention being damaged, Lu Yan's equipment was basically just a little dusty. Even his hair was the same. If not for the many teachers and seniors watching from the surroundings, he would have thought that Lu Yan had cleared the easy difficulty and used something to modify the results on the screen. He had cleared the hell level in 7 minutes and 20 seconds, and it was so easy. It seemed that the rumor that Lu Yan had wasted a month in the wilderness was not true at all. If this was the outcome that came from wasting a month in the wilderness, he was willing to waste an entire year in the wilderness. At this moment, new students began to appear in the surroundings one after another. Most of the new students chose the difficult level. After coming out, they were in different sorry states. After a short days, the new students who came out landed their gazes on the big screen that displayed the results, wanting to see their ranking. However, when their gazes landed on the screen, their gazes were instantly attracted by the first line. Lu Yan cleared the hell difficulty secret realm in 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Am I seeing things? Is this real or fake? Lu Yan is not far away. It should be true. Isn't this too exaggerated? Damn, I even used 8 minutes and 50 seconds to clear the difficult level. This Lu Yan only used 7 minutes and 20 seconds to clear the hell level. Compared to him, I seem very lame. The new students who came out were in an uproar. They looked at the information on the big screen and were all in disbelief. Look, the person who is currently the closest to clearing the hell level is Bai Miao. She has already arrived at the final boss area. Damn, the final boss of the hell level is actually a suppressed epic level boss. How did Lu Yan clear the level 20 suppressed epic level boss so quickly? Lu Yan is really too awesome. I really want to make friends with him. After seeing that the boss they were talking about was an epic level raging flame lion king, the surrounding new students were even more shocked. Lu Yan's gaze landed on Bai Miao's screen. At this moment, Bai Miao was facing the raging flame lion king that was suppressing the epic level. Unlike Lu Yan who was fighting head-on, Bai Miao used a roundabout method. She waved the heavy sword in her hand and kept landing her attacks on the raging flame lion king. Although the damage was not too deep, Bai Miao was always able to dodge the attack of the raging flame lion king and leave wounds on its body. This is a movement technique. Bai Yuez also used it when she fought me previously, but it's obvious that Bai Miao's technique is more exquisite. Lu Yan looked at Bai Miao's actions and sighed. This was the advantage of a family. They could help their disciples train various abilities since they were young. Although this movement technique was not a skill, it was more useful than some skills. Of course, not a lot of families trained their disciples to death like the Bai family of the North River. The consecutive attacks made the raging flame lion king furious. Soon, it entered a berserk state. In this situation, if Bai Miao wants to clear the level, she has to unleash more strength. More new students around him passed. Lu Yan shifted his gaze to the screen beside him. Feng Ya had also chosen the hell difficulty. Moreover, she was already facing the final boss. Compared to Bai Miao, Feng Ya's situation seemed to be better. Feng Ya's entire body was enveloped by a wind-type energy, making her body very light. She could float in midair and quickly change her direction. She held a crossbow in her hand and was constantly shooting arrows at the raging flame lion king in front of her. Lu Yan noticed that there were no arrows in the crossbow. Every arrow was condensed from the energy around Feng Ya mixed with some energy emitted from her body. Those arrows were clearly very powerful. When they landed on the raging flame lion king, it made the other party furious. The raging flame lion king quickly entered a berserk state, and its speed and attack increased greatly. Feng Ya kept moving around, but every time she dodged the attack of the raging flame lion king, it was extremely dangerous. If she was not careful, she might be hit. Lu Yan shook his head. This Feng Ya's single target attack was quite high, but it was still somewhat difficult for an archer to face such a boss. If she was in a team, she would have more room to play. After a simple scan, the other new students who had chosen the hell difficulty did not enter the 4th area. The fastest was still charging in the 3rd area. Lu Yan searched for a while and quickly found Yang Wei's screen. Seeing the difficulty Yang Wei chose, Lu Yan was stunned. It was the nightmare difficulty? Among the new students, there were only a handful of people who chose the hell difficulty. There were also very few who chose the nightmare difficulty. Yang Wei actually dared to choose the nightmare difficulty. Could it be that he had summoned something extraordinary? Then, Lu Yan saw Yang Wei riding a centaur on the screen to dodge the attacks of the surrounding raging flame lions. The centaur was half woman and half horse. Her figure was well proportioned and her face was beautiful, as if she had walked out of a comic. Demon girl? Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Yang Wei to really summon a demon girl. However, looking at Yang Wei riding on the centaur, why did he feel that it was somewhat blinding? However, summoning a demon girl was not enough for Yang Wei to choose the nightmare level difficulty, right? As he thought, Lu Yan saw a large amount of lightning appear on the screen. Bolts of lightning slashed down, directly blasting the raging flame lions chasing Yang Wei until they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Then, Lu Yan saw a Thunder Kylin slowly walk out of the group of raging flame lions and walk towards Yang Wei. Thunder Kylin? Lu Yan's eyes widened. He did not expect Yang Wei to actually summon a Thunder Kylin. Moreover, from the looks of it, the level of that Thunder Kylin was not low. Yang Wei smiled and walked towards the Thunder Kylin. He stretched out his hand to touch the Thunder Kylin's head, but the Thunder Kylin dodged. Yang Wei smiled awkwardly and then brought the Thunder Kylin towards the final boss. Was this the backup plan Yang Wei had told him about? He had to ask Yang Wei about it later. Lu Yan, you came out so quickly. At this moment, Li Meier's voice sounded from behind. Lu Yan turned around and saw Li Meier looking at him prettily. After coming out of the secret realm, Li Meier did not check her ranking immediately like the others. Instead, she chose to find Lu Yan. She did not expect Lu Yan to have already come out. Could it be that you chose the nightmare difficulty like me? Li Meier looked at Lu Yan strangely and asked. She thought that Lu Yan had chosen the hell difficulty, but how could he be out so quickly if he had chosen the hell difficulty? I chose the hell difficulty. Lu Yan looked at Li Meier and smiled. Li Meier was stunned for a moment before quickly turning to look at the ranking screen. Hell difficulty? 7 minutes and 20 seconds? Lu Yan, you're really too powerful. Li Meier looked at Lu Yan's first place and was first stunned. Then, she hugged Lu Yan happily. The moment she hugged him, Li Meier's body froze. Then, she let go of Lu Yan as if she had been electrocuted. Li Meier's face was red as she clenched the corner of her shirt and said nervously, I'm sorry. I was too excited. In the beginning, Li Meier felt somewhat guilty towards Lu Yan. After seeing Lu Yan's strength, the girl felt more admiration. After that, Lu Yan was able to help her mother treat the curse power that had been troubling her for a long time. This made Li Meier grateful and have a different feeling. Lu Yan's disappearance for a month also deepened her feelings. Unknowingly, this young man named Lu Yan had already filled Li Meier's heart. However, she was still unaware of her thoughts. Lu Yan was also stunned for a moment before smiling. It's fine. My speed of clearing the level is indeed somewhat shocking. As he spoke, a cry sounded from the side. Look, what's Bai Miao doing? She seems to be accumulating strength, but the furious raging flame lion king is already approaching her. What's wrong with her? Is she frightened? She's not moving. It's over. The hell difficulty is indeed too difficult. Looks like Bai Miao is going to be eliminated. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and then his gaze landed on Bai Miao's screen. On the screen, Bai Miao was holding the heavy sword tightly in her hand and staring fixedly at the raging flame lion king rushing towards her. Her body was tense and she did not move at all, as if she was so frightened by the raging flame lion king that she could not move. As the surrounding new students exclaimed, the raging flame lion king on the screen jumped up and suddenly pounced towards Bai Miao. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. At this moment, Bai Miao moved. In the secret realm, Bai Miao held the heavy sword and stared fixedly at the raging flame lion king that was pouncing towards her. Just now, Bai Miao had comprehended a new power and wanted to try this power. All the strength in her body was mobilized and poured into the heavy sword in her hand without holding back. Seeing the flaming lion king in front of her jump up and pounce towards her, a cold light flashed in Bai Miao's eyes. Now, she suddenly waved the heavy sword in her hand, and a strong wind instantly bloomed from it, causing the surrounding air to suddenly tremble. Buzz! A huge shadow of a heavy sword appeared on the heavy sword in Bai Miao's hand as she slashed at the flaming lion king above. Sizzle! With a grinding sound, the heavy sword phantom actually directly slashed the flaming lion king's body in half from the middle. Blood scattered down from the sky and landed on Bai Miao. The shadow of the heavy sword floated up for a distance before slowly dissipating. Bai Miao directly collapsed to the ground and felt her limbs ache, as if all the strength in her body had been completely sucked out. Pfft! Bai Miao spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face became somewhat pale, but a smile appeared on her face. At the critical moment, she comprehended a new skill, and it was a very powerful skill. The reason why she vomited blood now was because her condition was too poor when she used this move. If she polished this move well, it would become her ultimate move in the future. This made Bai Miao even happier than clearing the hell level. Damn, did you see that? Bai Miao killed the flaming lion king that suppressed the epic level demon beast in one attack. It's too violent. She directly slashed the other party in half. The aura of her blade makes it seem like she could split a mountain. The heavy sword originally had no sharp edge, but Bai Miao's attack just now was incomparably fierce, as if it had released endless sharpness. Do you think Lu Yan is stronger or Bai Miao? Although Lu Yan cleared the level faster, isn't Bai Miao's attack too powerful? The surrounding new students discussed. Because no one saw Lu Yan clear the hell difficulty secret realm, they were all guessing who was stronger. Lu Yan's expression changed slightly. This Bai Miao's potential was very high. It was obvious that she had comprehended a new ability when she cleared the hell difficulty secret realm. Unfortunately, she was not his match. In the stands, Lu Quan looked at Bai Miao's performance and also nodded. This girl has a promising future. Although she's from the Bai family of the North River, her comprehension of the heavy sword is extremely powerful. No wonder she didn't use a spear. She can be nurtured in the future. The dean of the Mage Academy nodded and said, this Bai Miao's potential is indeed not bad. If not for Lu Yan, she would definitely be the #1 person in this batch. Unfortunately, she encountered a monster like Lu Yan. The few teachers judged in their hearts. Although Bai Miao's performance was not bad, she was still somewhat inferior to Lu Yan. Bai Miao rested briefly and walked out of the secret realm. At this moment, a white light floated down from the stands and directly landed on Bai Miao. In an instant, Bai Miao felt the injuries in her body directly recover completely. Even her stamina and mental strength were quickly recovering. In less than 10 minutes, Bai Miao would probably be able to return to her peak state. Bai Miao was stunned. Then, she saw an old man beside Lu Quan nod at her. This was a high-level priest. Bai Miao returned the greeting and returned to the field. Looking at the big screen that displayed the rankings, Bai Miao quickly found her ranking. Second, Bai Miao. Difficulty, Hell. Clearing speed, 12 minutes 20 seconds. The ranking on the big screen was real-time. After every new student cleared the level, the results would automatically increase. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Although Bai Miao's clearing speed was not as fast as some of the easier and ordinary levels, the difficulty of the Hell level still placed her second. It could be said that as long as one chose the Hell difficulty and cleared the level within half an hour, they would rank before the people who chose the other difficulties. This was because the Hell difficulty was really too abnormal. Bai Miao was not surprised that she was second. Her gaze landed on the first place and she raised her eyebrows. It was indeed Lu Yan. Looking at Lu Yan's 7 minutes and 20 seconds to clear the level, Bai Miao clenched her fists. He was 5 minutes faster than her? This was even after she had comprehended that move in the end. Even though she tried her best to catch up, the difference between her and Lu Yan was still so huge. At this moment, the other new students also passed through the secret realm one after another. The rankings on the big screen were also constantly changing. However, Lu Yan, who was in first place, and Bai Miao, who was in second place, kept their rankings. Soon, the third new student to clear the Hell level appeared. Third, Lu Hu. Difficulty, Hell. Clearing speed, 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Lu Hu? Who is that? I've never heard of him. He should be a new student, right? Damn, what a fierce person. He's directly ranked third. Looks like he's a dark horse. I wonder why he wasn't specially recruited. There might be other reasons. Some specially recruited students have special reasons and report with ordinary new students. Perhaps this Lu Hu is also in the same situation. The surrounding new students discussed and also paid attention to the name Lu Hu. 20 minutes later, all the new students came out of the secret realm, including some who failed. Most of these people who failed to clear the level had chosen the Hell difficulty. Many of them did not even pass the third area and were directly teleported out. Their rankings were naturally very low. However, there was still the second part of the challenge, so they were not too worried about the final ranking. Now, almost all the new students on the field were discussing Lu Yan. After all, Lu Yan's first place record had been maintained. The dazzling words Hell difficulty, 7 minutes and 20 seconds also tugged at the heartstrings of every new student. Because they did not see how Lu Yan cleared the level, many new students had already guessed and had various theories. Some said that Lu Yan was that powerful, and others said that Lu Yan was opportunistic. Some new students were even eager to challenge Lu Yan in the second part and succeed in one go. This was also because they had not been able to see Lu Yan clear the Hell difficulty. Otherwise, they would not have dared to challenge Lu Yan even if they had 10 guts. That was equivalent to wasting a challenge opportunity. As all the new students appeared, the final ranking of the first part was also revealed. First place, Lu Yan. Difficulty, Hell. Clearing time, 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Second, Bai Miao. Difficulty, Hell. Clearing speed, 12 minutes 20 seconds. Third, Lu Hu. Difficulty, Hell. Clearing speed, 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Seventh, Feng Ya. Difficulty, Hell. Completion speed, 22 minutes and 50 seconds. There were a total of 7 people who passed the Hell level. The last was Feng Ya, and it took her 22 minutes and 50 seconds. The fourth was Bai Tianyu, the fifth was Bai Yuez, and the sixth was Xiaobin Jiayun. Li Meier arrived at the 10th place and barely secured her spot in the top 10. Lu Yan looked and saw that they were all familiar faces. It was still unexpected for Bai Tianyu to obtain 4th place and surpass Bai Yuez. Xiaobin Jiayun, who was ranked 6th, also exceeded Lu Yan's expectations. How could such a guy who could not last more than half a minute against him be ranked 6th? It seemed that Xiaobin Jiayun's strength had increased a lot in the past month. Not bad, I'm ranked 88th. I jumped from 666 to 88. I'm indeed a genius. Yang Wei looked at his ranking and could not help but laugh. As soon as this guy came out, he saw Lu Yan's ranking and directly arrived beside Lu Yan. He greeted the surrounding new students and led the topic to Lu Yan. He wished he could imprint the words "I'm Lu Yan's good friend" on his head. I haven't asked you yet. How's your summoning ability now? Was that Thunder Kylan summoned by luck just now? Lu Yan looked at Yang Wei and asked. When Yang Wei heard this, he looked around and then whispered into Lu Yan's ear, "This is my secret. However, since you're my good brother, I don't mind telling you. When I was at level 15, my summoning ability was strengthened and I can now summon a fixed creature. I kept summoning for more than 10 days. Every day, there were small snakes, prawns, and even ants. In the end, my sincerity touched the god of summoning. On the 16th day, I summoned this Thunder Kylan and made it my fixed summoned creature. Now, with my strength, I can summon this Thunder Kylan in addition to a random creature. It's still somewhat regretful. I couldn't summon a demon girl in the bedroom. However, I was able to summon a centaur demon girl in the secret realm. Moreover, she even listens to me. How good would it be if I could have summoned her in the bedroom? Unfortunately, I don't know if I'll have the chance to summon her again. Seeing Yang Wei's regretful expression, Lu Yan resisted the urge to beat him up. However, Yang Wei's summoning power was really strange. His summoning was random and he might not be able to control the summoned creature. For him to be able to summon a fixed creature at level 15, he could be said to have greatly increased his strength. Lu Yan wondered if there would be any new changes when the other party's level increased. However, with that Thunder Kylan, it was not a problem for Yang Wei to maintain his ranking of 88. Not far from the field, Xia Binjayun, who was emitting a cold aura, looked at the ranking on the big screen and clenched his fists. Damn it, I've already awakened the ice bloodline. Why am I only ranked 6th? And why is that Lu Yan ranked 1st? He even cleared the level so quickly. The lackey beside Xia Binjayun looked at Xia Binjayun and said somewhat worriedly, "Boss, why don't we wait and find trouble with this Lu Yan? Now that your ice bloodline has just awakened and has yet to grow, we'll let him be arrogant for now n/o/vel/b/n.c//n.c//om." Xia Binjayun looked coldly at her lackey and said coldly, "Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" The lackey was stunned and did not dare to say anything else, but he directly cursed in his heart. "Damn it, if not for the fact that you're from the Xia clan, would I have come to lick your smelly boot? It's indeed abnormal for a family that uses all the fire elements to have someone who uses ice. Even his brain is a little abnormal. Isn't he of the ice bloodline? Why is his temper like a raging fire? Go, challenge the other party. When you're beaten into a pig's head, you'll know how pleasant my words are. Even if you think with your toes, it's easy to tell that a guy who can clear the hell level in 7 minutes and 20 seconds is definitely not simple. Sigh, I'm unlucky to have encountered such a guy." At this moment, Lu Quan saw that all the new students had already come out of the secret realm and directly waved his arm. Rumble? The ground in the field in front of him quickly bulged, forming huge arenas that accommodated all the new students. Then, pillars of light rose from the surroundings of the arena and directly surrounded every arena. Buzz, 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 light rose from the surrounding pillars and connected, forming a barrier that enveloped all the arenas. Then, Lu Quan snapped his fingers and the new students in the arena disappeared. When they appeared again, all the new students were transferred out of the arena. Lu Yan felt his vision blur and he arrived outside the field. This was a very high-level spatial teleportation technique and was activated by the pillar of light on the arena. Students, the first part of the secret realm has already ended. Everyone can see their rankings. I wonder if you're satisfied with your rankings. Of course, for some reason, everyone might still think that those weaker than them are ranked ahead of them, or they might think that they weren't able to properly unleash their strength in the secret realm. It's fine. We still have the second part of the challenge. The rules of the challenge are the same as what I said previously. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge. If you succeed, you can exchange rankings with the other party. The challenged will only have to face the challenger after recovering their consumed strength. Elderly on our side will help recover everyone's condition and can even neglect the cooldown of everyone's skills. This way, the challenged can maintain their peak state and not worry about the fight being unfair because of having to fight continuously. Alright, the rules have been explained. You can now start challenging each other. The challenge deadline is 6 p.m. sharp. As soon as Lu Quan finished speaking, an old man walked out from beside him and waved his hand to release a screen of light. The screen landed on the candidates on the field. All the candidates felt that the strength they had consumed in the secret realm had been replenished and they had directly reached their peak strength. Lu Yan also instantly felt that the mental strength he had consumed was directly replenished. This elderly seemed to be a high-level priest. Just as he was thinking, a voice sounded from afar. "I think my ranking doesn't match my strength. I want to go further. I want to challenge Lu Yan." Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that the first to challenge him would be Xia Binjayun, whose strength had increased. However, he did not expect an unfamiliar voice to speak. Lu Yan looked over and was stunned. It was him. Just now, the first part of the secret realm had allowed many dark horses to appear. The most eye-catching were Lu Hu and Feng Ya. This was because the two of them were students who had just arrived but had directly rushed to the top 10. The person who spoke at this moment was Lu Hu, who was ranked 3rd in the secret realm. When Lu Yan came out of the secret realm and saw Lu Hu's 3rd place, he became interested in the other party. He did not expect the other party to directly challenge him. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. After all, he was the first and could be considered to be standing at the center of the storm. Moreover, because the new students had cleared the secret realm, they basically could not see the scene of the other new students clearing the secret realm. Naturally, they were not very convinced by each other. However, because Lu Yan came out relatively quickly, he paid attention to a few new students who had chosen the hell difficulty. Among them, he also took a few glances at Lu Hu. He should be a warrior with extremely high attack power. After all, he had brutally killed the Raging Flame Lion King at the final level. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Of course, Lu Hu was also severely injured and barely killed the Flaming Lion King after exchanging for injuries. Therefore, after coming out, like Bai Miao, he directly received treatment from the high-level priest in the stands. As his name suggested, Lu Hu was stocky and tall. He was almost 2 meters tall and his huge body was filled with bulging muscles, making him look like a small mountain. Looking at Lu Yan not far ahead, Lu Hu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Although he did not see Lu Yan clear the secret realm, to be able to clear a hell difficulty secret realm in 7 minutes and 20 seconds, this Lu Yan must be very powerful. Be it to compete for the first place of the new students or to fight the experts, he still had to challenge Lu Yan. At this moment, another voice sounded. I'm also not convinced by Lu Yan's ranking. I also want to challenge Lu Yan. The surrounding new students were in an uproar. They did not expect two people to challenge Lu Yan in a row. It seemed that many people were dissatisfied with Lu Yan's first place. Everyone looked over and saw Xiaobin Jiayun, who was covered in a cold aura. It's him, Xiaobin Jiayun. He fought Lu Yan previously but was completely defeated. I didn't expect him to still have the courage to challenge Lu Yan. I heard that Xiaobin Jiayun awakened the ice bloodline in the past month and his attainments in the ice power have increased by leaps and bounds. Moreover, he has also advanced to level 20. His strength has increased very quickly. It can be seen from the fact that he got 6th place. I see. No wonder he has the courage to challenge Lu Yan again. He wants to avenge his previous humiliation. There's a good show to watch. When the lackey beside Xiaobin Jiayun heard Xiaobin Jiayun's voice, he stumped his feet in anger. He couldn't help but think, are you really stupid or is your brain damaged? Lu Hu has already jumped out. Can't you watch the battle between the two of them first? You can consider whether to challenge him afterwards after seeing how it goes. Idiot? Big idiot. Lu Yan looked at Xiaobin Jiayun and then his gaze landed on Lu Hu. According to the rules, Lu Yan naturally had to fight Lu Hu first. Soon, Lu Yan and Lu Hu's figures were directly teleported to an arena on the field. When the surrounding new students saw this, they were not in a hurry to challenge others. They would watch these two fierce people fight first. Since these two were ranked first and third in the secret realm, the battle between the two of them would definitely be very exciting. On the stands, Lu Quan and the others had yet to leave. Although the strength and potential of a new student could be seen to a certain extent from them clearing the secret realm, it was not necessarily completely accurate. Only through actual combat could one truly see the strength and potential of a new student. If I remember correctly, that Lu Hu should have the bloodline of a giant, right? Lu Quan looked at Lu Hu in the arena and said. Li Mocking nodded. That's right. Moreover, he has the rare golden shield giant bloodline, so his defense is very high. In addition, he has developed into a berserker and his combat strength is also very powerful. Speaking of which, he's somewhat similar to Lu Yan himself. His defense and attack power are both very powerful, but Lu Yan still has undead methods. Lu Hu was also specially recruited by Li Mocking and knew his ability very well. Interesting. I wonder who's stronger between the two of them. The Dean of the Archer Academy smiled. The Dean of the Mage Academy directly said, needless to say, it's definitely Lu Yan. Although Lu Hu is powerful, he's still inferior to Lu Yan. The surrounding people smiled and did not refute the Dean of the Mage Academy because they were also biased towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan's performance was really too shocking. In the arena, Lu Hu looked at Lu Yan in front of him and grinned. Then, his body quickly expanded. After that, Lu Hu, who was already almost 2 meters tall, swelled, and he directly became a 3-meter-tall colossus. At the same time, golden lights also appeared in Lu Hu's muscles and quickly connected, as if they were covered in a golden shield. Lu Yan, I'll directly use all my strength later. You better also use your full strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll lose somewhat miserably, Lu Hu said very confidently. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. Lu Yan felt an extremely dense pressure from this Lu Hu. This guy's strength could not be underestimated. Lu Yan did not hesitate to use all his strength. He would comply with the other party's wish. Monarch Blessing, Undead Netherworld Armor, Netherworld Soul Scythe, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lu Yan's body was covered in a pitch-black undead netherworld armor. The netherworld soul scythe emitted a sharp aura that was not inferior to Lu Hu's. Then, Lu Yan knocked the black bone scythe in his hand onto the arena. Dense undead began to appear from the surroundings, directly enveloping the entire arena. Then, Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand. 2 bone dragons directly condensed beside Lu Yan, and a huge pressure instantly spread towards Lu Hu in front of him. When the surrounding new students saw this scene, they directly boiled over. Even the specially recruited students from before were directly crazy. After all, even the specially recruited students had never seen Lu Yan summon an undead army. Damn, am I seeing things? This Lu Yan actually summoned so many undead. Damn, I previously thought that Lu Yan's undead monarch was a close combat profession. I didn't expect him to be able to summon so many undead. What a loss. I remember seeing a level 30 Necromancer fight previously. He was already exhausted after summoning 500 undead skeletons and was about to collapse. This Lu Yan can actually control so many undead. Shouldn't you guys be paying attention to those bone dragons? Aren't the auras of those 2 bone dragons too dense? The pressure they carry is so deep. As expected of the man who cleared the hell difficulty secret realm in 7 minutes and 20 seconds. I announce that Lu Yan will be my only husband in the future. Tisk, who do you think you are? You want to be his wife? Stop daydreaming. I don't care. All the best, hubby. Lu Hu looked at the undead army Lu Yan had summoned in front of him and the 2 bone dragons that made him feel dense pressure. The corner of his eye twitched. What the hell was going on? How could this guy summon so many undead? Moreover, the pressure from the two bone dragons was actually even stronger than Lu Yan himself. At this moment, Lu Yan was like the king of the undead, making Lu Hu feel double the pressure. Clenching the huge axe in his hand tightly, Lu Hu actually hesitated. Was challenging Lu Yan this time a wrong decision? However, Lu Hu tightened his grip on the huge axe in his hand again. Without hesitation, he directly rushed towards Lu Yan in front of him. He would only know if he could win after fighting. Lu Yan commanded the skeleton elite army at the front to head towards Lu Hu. He wanted to see how powerful this guy was first. Lu Hu looked at the skeleton elite army rushing towards him and directly waved the huge axe in his hand, slashing forward. A cold light flashed, and the skeleton elites in front of him were instantly slashed into pieces. It was as simple as cutting tofu. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. Although the attributes of the skeleton elite army were not very high, the fact that the other party could kill them like this was enough to prove that the attack power of this Lu Hu in front of him was very powerful. A large number of undead surged over. Lu Hu kept waving the huge axe in his hand and slashed the surrounding skeleton elites beside him. Some of the nearby skeleton elites raised their sabers or spears and rained them on Lu Hu. However, they only emitted crisp sounds and could not even pierce the golden light shield on his body. This guy's defense was also very powerful. The new students below the stage also exclaimed when they saw Lu Hu's performance. This Lu Hu is also so fierce. His attack power is so powerful. He slashed that skeleton elite like cutting tofu. His defense is also very impressive. I wonder if that golden light shield is a skill or something. Its defense is so high. From the looks of it, it's still unknown who will win. Although Lu Yan's undead army is very terrifying, what's the use if he can't even break Lu Hu's defense? Seeing the attack and defense Lu Hu displayed, the new students below the stage were excited. Originally, when Lu Yan summoned the huge undead army, they all thought that it would be a one-sided fight. They did not expect this Lu Hu to be so powerful. It seemed like they could witness an exciting battle. Lu Yan looked at Lu Hu's battle in front of him and smiled. This Lu Hu's attack and defense were both very powerful. It was even somewhat similar to his state after activating the undead netherworld armor and the netherworld soul scythe. However, the other party was still inferior to him. Lu Yan waved the black bone scythe in his hand. The two bone dragons beside him instantly rushed out towards Lu Hu in front of him. Although Lu Hu had been clearing the surrounding skeleton elites, his attention had always been on Lu Yan and the two bone dragons beside him. These three were the greatest threats to him. Seeing the two bone dragons rush towards him, Lu Hu laughed. Perfect timing. The huge axe in Lu Hu's hand suddenly emitted a golden light that directly covered the entire body of the huge axe. Then, Lu Hu waved his huge axe, and a sharp aura directly poured out, instantly clearing the surrounding skeleton elites. Then, Lu Hu held the huge axe and directly jumped up, taking the lead to slash fiercely at a bone dragon. The huge axe landed on the bone dragon and emitted a muffled sound. The sound of bones cracking sounded from the bone dragon's body, and then a bone fell from its body. Lu Hu's eyes suddenly constricted. He had used all his strength in this attack, but he had only slashed off a bone from this bone dragon. Before he could recover, the bone dragon in front of him directly slapped Lu Hu. At the same time, another bone dragon spat out white flames that instantly covered Lu Hu's body, making the golden shield on Lu Hu's body instantly dim. Lu Hu's body directly flew out and landed heavily on the arena. The golden shield on his body directly dimmed, as if it was about to be extinguished. He was completely unable to block the attacks of the two bone dragons. This was something that could not be helped. After all, other than agility, the four attributes of the two bone dragons were twice that of Lu Yan. Lu Yan's four attributes were already very exaggerated. It was impossible for Lu Hu to defeat them. The two bone dragons instantly pounced towards Lu Hu on the ground, wanting to take the opportunity to kill him. Of course, with the protection of the arena, Lu Hu would be directly teleported out the moment he was killed. Just as everyone thought that Lu Hu was about to be defeated, something unexpected happened. When the attacks of the two bone dragons landed on Lu Hu, it actually made his body quickly distort before disappearing. This was not Lu Hu's true body. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and felt an aura from the right side of his body. The black bone scythe in his hand slashed in that direction without hesitation. Bang! A crisp sound sounded. The black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand collided with the huge axe in Lu Hu's hand. Their bodies suddenly trembled. Then, Lu Yan took a step back, and Lu Hu took 2 steps back. The two bone dragons quickly returned and pounced towards Lu Hu again. Lu Hu gritted his teeth. He could not use this teleportation ability again in a short period of time. He could only face the two bone dragons head-on. Lu Hu waved the huge axe in his hand and barely blocked the attacks of the two bone dragons. However, in the next moment, Lu Yan's figure had already quietly appeared behind him. The sharp black bone scythe was directly placed on Lu Hu's neck. You've lost. Although Lu Hu had already sensed Lu Yan's appearance behind him, the two bone dragons in front of him made it impossible for him to deal with Lu Yan's attack. Lu Hu's body suddenly froze and he slowly put down the huge axe in his hand. Turning around to look at Lu Yan, Lu Hu said in admiration, "I lost. I admit defeat to you. However, I'll still challenge you in the future, Lu Yan." Lu Yan nodded and Lu Hu was directly teleported out. Lu Yan had won this challenge. I thought the battle would be very intense. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. Aren't those two bone dragons too powerful? That's right. Lu Hu is already very powerful. His attack and defense are both very abnormal. I feel that it's impossible for me to have a chance of winning against him. I didn't expect to actually lose so quickly against Lu Yan. How long has it been? Was it even a minute? The outcome was decided after a few exchanges. Isn't this Lu Yan too abnormal? When the surrounding new students saw Lu Hu lose, they discussed. Then, most people's gazes landed on Xia Binjayun. This guy was also going to challenge Lu Yan just now, right? Could he deal with Lu Yan in the arena? Now, the pressure was directly on Xia Binjayun. All the new students' gazes landed on Xia Binjayun. After all, other than Lu Hu, Xia Binjayun was the only one who wanted to challenge Lu Yan. Now that Lu Hu had already lost, it was Xia Binjayun's turn. At this moment, Xia Binjayun looked at Lu Yan in the arena. He bit his lip and clenched his fists. He originally thought that after awakening his ice bloodline and increasing his level to 20, he would definitely be able to avenge his humiliation. As for Lu Yan clearing the first place, Xia Binjayun automatically thought that the other party had done it through trickery. He felt that he would definitely be able to defeat this guy. However, when he saw Lu Yan and Lu Hu's battle just now, Xia Binjayun directly cowered. The pressure from the two bone dragons was really too dense. If he faced the two bone dragons, he probably would not be able to last much longer than Lu Hu. In this month, Xia Binjayun originally thought that the increase in his strength was already high enough. He did not expect Lu Yan's strength to increase even more than his. He could not defeat the other party. Although Xia Binjayun had a fiery temper, he also knew very well that he would also only be tortured if he went up. Xia Binjayun, do you want to challenge Lu Yan? In the arena, a mechanical voice sounded, asking Xia Binjayun if she wanted to challenge Lu Yan. If Xia Binjayun nodded or agreed, he would be instantly teleported to Lu Yan's arena. At this moment, Lu Yan's condition was at its peak and he did not need time to recover. All the new students' gazes landed on Xia Binjayun, looking forward to the battle. However, in the next moment, Xia Binjayun gritted his teeth and said, I give up the challenge. The surrounding new students were stunned for a moment before bursting into an uproar. He's chickening out just like that? Hearing his arrogant voice just now, I thought he was powerful. I didn't expect him to be so afraid of Boss Lu Yan that he doesn't dare to go into the arena. This is something that can't be helped. Boss Lu Yan is really too powerful. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to go either. Isn't going up purely asking to be tortured. Unfortunately, I originally thought that there would be a good show to watch. I didn't expect him to be a coward. Hearing the ridicule of the surrounding new students, Xia Binjayun could only grit his teeth. Who asked him to be in such a hurry to jump out and challenge Lu Yan? The lackeys beside Xia Binjayun heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, fortunately, he still has some brains. If he clearly knows that he can't defeat the other party but still went up, it would be bad. It's fine if he loses, but if he develops psychological trauma, he will have mental demons in the future. Just as everyone thought that no one would challenge Lu Yan again, another voice sounded. Since Xia Binjayun has given up, I want to challenge Lu Yan. Everyone instantly swept their gazes over and discovered that the person who spoke was a thin boy. His entire equipment was black, and his body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of shadow, making his body look somewhat illusory. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. It's Heio Mao. He's ranked 18th in the secret realm. He's also a fierce person. He's only ranked 18th. How can he be very powerful? It's unlikely for this guy to deal with Boss Lu Yan, right? This guy is an assassin. His clearing speed is not fast, but his single target attack is extremely high. When I came out, I happened to see him kill the final boss. He killed the final boss with 3 attacks. Although it's only a nightmare level boss, he's still very powerful. Now that you mention it, I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what Boss Lu Yan will do when facing an assassin. The moment Heio Mao said that he wanted to challenge Lu Yan, his body was directly teleported onto the arena. Lu Quan looked at Heio Mao that appeared in the arena and whispered, he's from the Heio clan, right? Although their family is very small and lives in a corner, they have all kinds of assassins. They're a famous assassin family. I wonder how powerful this Heio Mao is. The assassins of the Black Feather family are all good at concealment and movement. Their attack strength is also extremely high. However, Lu Yan should be able to deal with them easily. That's right. Lu Yan's defense is also very powerful. I'm afraid Heio Mao's attack won't work. I think there's still hope for Heio Mao. After all, Lu Yan's defense relies on the armor covering his body. It should be the skill effect. As long as he stalls for time, he might have a chance. The dean of the Archer Academy said. Hearing his words, the surrounding teachers nodded slightly. What he said seemed to make sense. On the arena, Heio Mao's thoughts were exactly the same as the dean of the Archer Academy. He had seen the video of Lu Yan's battle previously. He knew that Lu Yan's defense came from the armor skill. As long as he could stall for time, he would have a chance to win. Therefore, the moment he appeared in the arena, Heio Mao quietly disappeared in the surroundings, as if he had completely disappeared. Lu Yan frowned and guessed the other party's thoughts. Did he want to delay the duration of the undead netherworld armor? Raising his eyebrows, Lu Yan got the 2 bone dragons to return to his side and directly removed the undead netherworld armor. It was impossible for the undead netherworld armor to last longer than 1 hour. It was better to directly come into contact with the other party and lure the other party out to attack. However, even after the undead netherworld armor on his body disappeared, Lu Yan still did not receive the other party's attack. The surroundings were silent, as if Hei Mao was not around at all. It seemed that the other party still wanted to stall for time. The bone dragons did not last long, but they would constantly consume Lu Yan's mental strength and could not last long. Lu Yan frowned and directly made the 2 bone dragons fall silent. Even the surrounding undead fell silent. In the arena, only Lu Yan, who was holding the netherworld soul scythe, was left. He did not have the undead netherworld armor on him. Damn, Big Boss Lu Yan is really confident. In order to lure Hei Mao out, he directly removed his defense and all the undead. What do you know? This is the right thing to do. Maintaining so many undead consumes a lot of Lu Yan's mental strength. If he doesn't come into contact with the undead and is exhausted by Hei Mao, the situation will be even more dangerous. In Lu Yan's current state, Hei Mao should be able to attack, right? As the new students below the stage discussed, a cold light suddenly lit up from Lu Yan's right. It was a pitch-black dagger. The dagger appeared very close to Lu Yan's body, not giving Lu Yan any time to react. The Monarch Netherworld escape also needed a second to activate, so it was impossible for Lu Yan to dodge this attack from Hei Mao. Lu Yan did not dodge at all. The dagger pierced into Lu Yan's armor and directly tore through it before entering Lu Yan's body. Lu Yan grunted and endured the pain. He did not directly swing the black bone scythe in his hand and instead used another skill. Ghost Bone Hand? 4 bone hands instantly stretched out from under the arena and directly grabbed Hei Mao's feet, making Hei Mao's body suddenly stiffen. Looking at the bone hand under him, his Hei Mao's were filled with disbelief. What kind of binding skill was this? It could actually restrain him? His agility was more than twice that of an ordinary student. The plan of Hei Mao was to use his concealment ability to stall Lu Yan's defensive methods until they disappeared before attacking. Although Lu Yan taking the initiative to remove the defense and the undead was unexpected, it also made him feel that there was an opportunity. If the dagger was aimed at a vital spot like the neck, his aura would be exposed in advance. Therefore, Hei Mao chose to be safe and stabbed towards Lu Yan's waist. This way, he could attack Lu Yan as quickly as possible while hiding his aura. Even if he could not succeed in one go, he would definitely win if he did it a few more times. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came out, he was trapped by the other party's restraint. You lost? Lu Yan looked at Hei Mao in front of him and said indifferently. The restrained Hei Mao probably could not even withstand a single slash from his scythe. Hei Mao clearly knew this as well. Then, he was stunned when he saw Lu Yan's state. Although his attack had pierced his waist, it had also broken the armor on his body and entered his body. But why did this guy seem to be fine? If it were any other new student, this attack would probably have taken half the other party's life. Hei Mao was still very confident in its attack power. It seemed that the other party's physique attributes were very high. Hei Mao shook his head. His defeat was justified. Then, Hei Mao directly admitted defeat and was teleported out of the arena. Lu Yan watched as Hei Mao's figure disappeared and raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy's attack was still very powerful. Although it only hit him once in the end, it still injured him. If not for his high physique, he would probably not have any combat strength after that attack. When this guy grew up, he would definitely be an outstanding assassin. At this moment, a white light came from the stands and directly entered Lu Yan's body, instantly returning him to his peak state. Lu Yan won again. Looks like his first place is unshakable. That's right. After watching Boss Lu Yan's battle, I feel that there's no way to beat him. If not for the fact that we were in the arena, it would probably be impossible for Hei Mao to attack just now. With the undead army surrounding him, unless Hei Mao wants to die, it's impossible for him to cause damage to Lu Yan. The new students below the arena discussed. Lu Yan's 2 arena battles had already fully proven his strength. There was no doubt about it. No one should continue to challenge Lu Yan. The surrounding new students began to challenge each other. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in Lu Yan's arena. It was Bai Miao. What's going on? Someone else is going to boss Lu Yan's arena. It's Bai Miao. The battle between the second and first place. Damn, so exciting. Although Big Boss Lu Yan is very powerful, Bai Miao's strength is not weak either. Between the two of them, I wonder who's stronger. I think Boss Lu Yan should be more powerful, but I support Bai Miao. Pfft, you're only saying that because of her looks? Unlike you, I only care about strength. Brother Lu Yan, you can do it. Looking at Bai Miao, Lu Yan frowned. You can't defeat me. Lu Yan looked at Bai Miao and said. This was not because he looked down on Bai Miao. Previously, in the wilderness, the two of them already figured out each other's strength. Even if Bai Miao had comprehended a new killing move when she cleared the secret realm just now, it was useless against him. Bai Miao smiled when she heard this. Since I'm already here, you can't expect me to directly admit defeat, right? Let's fight first. As she spoke, the heavy sword appeared in Bai Miao's hand. She looked at Lu Yan and said, don't hold back. Lu Yan nodded helplessly and used his strongest state again. The undead netherworld armor and the netherworld soul scythe covered him, and a large number of undead appeared again. The 2 bone dragons also condensed and directly rushed towards Bai Miao. Bai Miao looked at Lu Yan, her eyes becoming firm. Then, she suddenly rushed forward. She waved the heavy sword in her hand, and sword aura crisscrossed, directly shattering the surrounding undead that rushed over. The 2 bone dragons quickly arrived beside Bai Miao. Bai Miao raised the heavy sword in her hand to welcome them. After a few rounds, Bai Miao retreated step by step, but her performance was much better than Lu Hu's. The bone dragons were very powerful. Bai Miao only borrowed the force and did not fight the bone dragon head-on. Although she was holding a heavy sword, Bai Miao's movement speed was still very fast. She could even dodge the white flame spat out by the bone dragon. Then, Bai Miao saw an opportunity and circled around the two bone dragons before rushing towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and knew that Bai Miao wanted to directly attack him. With the black bone scythe in hand, Lu Yan directly welcomed Bai Miao. The two of them instantly fought, their weapons emitting crisp sounds. Even so, Bai Miao was still suppressed. Lu Yan's 4 attributes were too abnormal. Coupled with the undead netherworld armor and the netherworld soul scythe, he could attack and suppress Bai Miao without any worries. Bai Miao knew that she could not delay any longer. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bai Miao rolled and directly pulled to the side. She accumulated strength in the heavy sword in her hand, and a sharp aura instantly spread out from the heavy sword in her hand. She wanted to use the killing move she had obtained. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and his body instantly froze. Boom! Bai Miao waved the heavy sword in her hand, and a heavy sword phantom suddenly slashed at Lu Yan. Its sharp aura directly cut the surrounding undead into bones. However, this attack did not hit Lu Yan. Lu Yan's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Bai Miao. The black bone scythe in his hand suddenly slashed at Bai Miao. Bai Miao raised the heavy sword in her hand to block, but she was directly sent flying by a huge force. Rolling on the ground, Bai Miao was about to stand up when the two bone dragons' attacks arrived. The two bone dragons attacked Bai Miao one after another. A light lit up on the arena and Bai Miao's body was instantly teleported out. Lu Yan knew Bai Miao's personality, so he did not hold back and directly defeated Bai Miao. Awesome, Bai Miao also can't withstand boss Lu Yan's attack. It can't be helped. Bai Miao is also very powerful, but Lu Yan's combat strength is stronger. Lu Yan is really worthy of being first. I'm convinced. There will still be a new student competition between the universities in the future. With Lu Yan's strength, our Golden Corner Academy's results will definitely not be weak this time n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The new students spoke one after another. They were already completely convinced of Lu Yan's first place and had erased their doubts. Since the beginning, Lu Yan had only experienced 3 challenges. After the 3 challenges, no one challenged Lu Yan for the first place among the new students. The other new students began to challenge each other and advance to their desired rankings. Some new students who failed the hell difficulty in the first part began to use their challenge rights to catch up. Among the top 10 new students, Lu Yan, Bai Miao, and Lu Hu had already displayed their strength. Basically, no one else challenged them. The remaining 7 people were quite popular and received many challenges. After all, everyone knew that the treatment the top 10 new students of the Golden Corner Academy received was worlds apart from the usual treatment. At this moment, Bai Tianyu, who was ranked 4th, received the most challenges. After all, when the new students were specially recruited, Bai Tianyu was only ranked 10th. Moreover, his performance was not outstanding. Compared to the other 2 Bai Miao and Bai Yues of the Bai family, Bai Tianyu's presence was very low. Therefore, there were many challenges for Bai Tianyu. However, after a few challenges, Bai Tianyu won all of them. The strength he displayed made the challengers below stop and cancel the challenges. The strength Bai Tianyu had displayed was too powerful. Lu Yan also took a look and discovered that Bai Tianyu's Bai family spear technique was even stronger than Bai Yue's. Every move he made was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Moreover, his strength was very powerful and continuous. His attacks were like the waves of the sea, continuous. He often suppressed the other party with a series of moves and quickly defeated the other party. This Bai Tianyu is so powerful. When I fought him just now, I felt that the spear in his hand seemed to have come alive. It attacked me like a flood dragon. The pressure is too powerful. I heard that this Bai Tianyu's flood dragon bloodline was not revealed much previously. Now, it seems that the power of his bloodline has already fused a lot. The strength and endurance of his strength are both very powerful n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. That's right. The most terrifying thing is that the 3 people from the Bai family are so powerful. They're all in the top 10. I'm really envious. Envious? Haven't you heard of the Bai family of the North River? That's a family that trains their disciples to death. Only half of the young disciples of the Bai family have survived. Do you know what this means? It's completely expected for Bai Miao and the other 2 to be in the top 10. The new students below pointed at Bai Tianyu in the arena and kept discussing. The strength of the 3 Bai siblings shocked everyone, but the way the Bai family educated their disciples was also terrifying. It was no wonder that the disciples of the Bai family were elites. This was because those who could not become elites had already died before leaving the Bai family. Lu Yan also raised his eyebrows slightly. People with foreign race bloodlines were often much stronger than ordinary people. The bloodline power could bring them special strength, and their strength far surpassed ordinary students. The rest of the time was relatively uneventful. Lu Yan had been watching others challenge and fight, and no one cared about him anymore. The time quickly approached 6 in the afternoon. At this moment, the challenge stage was approaching its end. Most of the new students' rankings had already been fixed. No one else challenged the top 10 new students. It was basically confirmed. The top 3 were Lu Yan, Bai Miao, and Lu Hu. It was worth mentioning that Xiaobin Jiayun had successfully challenged Bai Yuez and was ranked 5th. This guy's strength had increased quite well recently. Previously, he did actually have the confidence to challenge Lu Yan again, but he was frightened by Lu Yan's abnormal combat strength. Soon, the competition ended and all the new students' rankings were fixed. Look, the top 10 basically didn't change much. It's basically the same as the top 10 who cleared the secret realm. It's just that the rankings have been adjusted. Of course. Look at the time difference in clearing the secret realm between the 10th place and 11th place. Those who can enter the top 10 are all very powerful. However, I don't feel as if the others are very powerful. I only remember Big Boss Lu Yan. He's awesome. Other than Bai Miao and Lu Hu, I basically have no impression of the others in the top 10. It can't be helped. Boss Lu Yan's performance was really too dazzling. I'm wondering if the number 1 new student of the other universities is as abnormal as Lu Yan. The new students checked their rankings. Then, many people's gazes landed on Lu Yan. Their eyes were filled with envy. Being the first among the new students was a huge honor. Moreover, it was not as simple as just honor. After becoming the number 1 new student, the school would definitely provide a lot of rewards. This was because Lu Yan was going to become the face of the Golden Corner Academy and participate in the National New Student Exchange Competition. Although it was called the New Student Exchange Competition, it was actually just for the various universities to show off the strength of their new students. The outcome of the final competition could affect the resources distributed to the universities to a certain extent. Therefore, the various universities would nurture the top 10 new students so that they could better obtain a good ranking in the New Student Exchange Competition. Under such circumstances, Lu Yan's rewards would be very abundant. Beside Lu Yan, Yang Wei looked at the final ranking and gently punched Lu Yan's shoulder. Not bad, kid, you're ranked first in the entire batch of new students. You're indeed worthy of being my friend. Lu Yan is really too powerful. No one dares to compete with you for the first place in the future. Li Meier looked at Lu Yan from the side, her eyes flickering. Beside Li Meier, Feng Ye also looked at Lu Yan in surprise. Originally, Li Meier kept bragging about Lu Yan in her ear, making her doubt the other party. She felt that this Lu Yan was definitely not as exaggerated as Li Meier said. However, she did not expect this Lu Yan to be so powerful. Lu Yan smiled. Li Meier, you're not bad either. You secured your 10th place. Li Meier's ranking did not change. She had defeated a few people. She did not use the challenge quota because she felt that she could not defeat the first few people and decided not to fight. However, Feng Ye's ranking fell a few places and she arrived at 9th place, accompanying Li Meier. It could not be helped. In a one-on-one battle, it was still relatively difficult for archers to unleash their strength. Lu Yan, I'm not bad either, right? I went directly from 88 to 66. Don't you think I'm quite awesome? Yang Wei looked at the two beauties from Lu Yan's body and began to find his presence. Lu Yan smiled and nodded. He gave a thumbs up and said, awesome. However, to be honest, Yang Wei's performance was indeed good. Although he had that Thunder Kylin, his combat strength was still relatively outstanding as he was ranked 66th among the new students of the Golden Corner Academy. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. At the very least, his ability to constantly escape and not be attacked by the other party was very outstanding. When Yang Wei challenged the other party, he often said, I'm a summoner. Isn't it disgraceful if you fight me? If you have the ability, fight my summoned creature. At this moment, Lu Quan also stood up and slowly said, students, the second part of the challenge has already ended. The new student ranking of the Golden Corner Academy has also been decided. Next, the school will distribute your dormitories and monthly credits according to your ranking. The higher the ranking, the higher the credits distributed by the dormitory and every month. Of course, students at the bottom of the ranking don't have to worry about not having enough credits. The school has many ways to obtain credits, such as helping the school do things and accepting missions. In 2 days, you will officially start class. The school will assign you an academy according to your situation. Of course, although you will be distributed into different academies, it doesn't mean that you can only study in one academy. You can still participate in the courses of the other academies. Students can choose to study any of the courses of the Golden Corner Academy. However, the school will give suggestions for the learning course according to your own situation so that it's more suitable for you. You can take time to consider your choices. At this point, Lu Quan paused for a moment before his expression became serious. However, no matter what courses you want to learn, I hope you can study seriously and constantly increase your strength. Our world is not safe. Be it for your own safety, the service school, or the country, we need you to have powerful strength. Hearing Lu Quan's words, the expressions of the new students below also became solemn. Although humans had already escaped the era where they were wantonly invaded by demon beasts and foreign races after 100 years of fighting, there were still endless wars. Some were with demon beasts and foreign races, and some were with other countries. Therefore, if they wanted to survive in this world better, they could only constantly obtain strength. Lu Yan listened to the Golden Corner Academy's arrangements for the students' courses and nodded slightly. This arrangement of allowing all students to learn courses from different academies was relatively reasonable. After all, warriors might not only want to master combat techniques and skills, they could also learn other abilities. Of course, if one's courses were too diverse, it would be relatively messy. The school would formulate courses according to the students' arrangements. Generally, new students who did not have any special learning directions would study according to the curriculum arranged by the school. At this moment, Lu Quan continued from the stands. Next, I'll announce the rewards of the top 10 new students in the new student competition. Everyone, listen carefully. In the future, try your best to get into the top 10. First of all, the 10th place Lee Mayer will be rewarded with a set of A-level resources, a platinum-level equipment, and 500 credits. Hearing Lu Quan's words, the new students below were in an uproar. Damn, the reward for 10th place is already so generous? A set of A-level resources and platinum-level equipment. Although there's only one, it's still enviable. There's also the 500 credits. Damn, if I were to do odd jobs in the school, I wonder how long it would take for me to accumulate 500 credits. It's the reward for being in the top 10 of the new students. I'm really envious. I really want it. This is only the reward for the 10th place. The rewards for the top 3 will definitely be richer. All the new students looked at Lu Yan and the others in the top 10 with envy. The equipment and resources were all additional rewards that belonged to the top 10. Other than the top 10, the other students were only rewarded with credits. The 11th place was the worst. The girl who was ranked 11th was only a step away from obtaining generous rewards. However, at this moment, she could only watch as Lee Mayer obtained these rewards. However, there was no choice. She had challenged Lee Mayer twice but was defeated both times. She had no chance of entering the top 10 at all. Lee Mayer also smiled, clearly very excited. Then, her gaze landed on Lu Yan. Lee Mayer thought to herself, Lu Yan is ranked first. His rewards will definitely be even richer. She was even happier than Lu Yan for being able to obtain better rewards. Feng Ya looked at Lee Mayer and shook her head. This girl was hopeless. However, this Lu Yan was indeed very outstanding. In the stands, Lu Quan began to announce the rewards for the top 10. 9th place will be rewarded with an A-level resource. The 8th place will be rewarded with an A-level resource. 6th place, by US. Reward, 1 A+ level resource, 4 platinum level equipment, and 800 credits. Damn, there's an A+ level resource? The 6th place reward is an A+ level resource. Won't the top 3 receive S level resources? Not only that, the rewards for the top 3 will definitely surpass the rankings behind. There will definitely be more. We'll find out in a while. I think the top 3 are at least rewarded with S level resources. The first place Lu Yan might obtain an S+ level resource reward. S+ resource reward? I've never seen an S+ resource in my life. This is too exaggerated. So what? It is very normal for the top 10 new students of the entire Golden Corner Academy to receive such rewards. Sigh, I'm really envious. If only I could enter the top 3, oh no, the top 10. Brother, there's no need to be envious. We'll go back and dream together later. We can have everything we want in our dreams. Whoa, I'm even more sad now. When the surrounding new students heard that the 6th place rewards were all A+ level resources, they all revealed envious gazes. The 6th place reward was already so generous. Wouldn't the rewards for the top 3 be even more crazy? 5th place, Xia Binjiayun, will be rewarded with an A+ resource, 6 platinum level equipment, and 1000 credits. 4th place, Bai Tianyu, will be rewarded with an A+ resource, a set of platinum equipment, and 1200 credits. 3rd place, Lu Hu, will be rewarded with an S-level resource, a set of platinum equipment, a Grandmaster level skill book, and 1400 credits. 2nd place, Bai Miao, will be rewarded with an S-level resource, a set of platinum equipment, 3 Grandmaster level skill books, and 1600 credits. As the rewards of the top few were announced, all the new students discussed again. I'm jealous. There's actually a skill book reward, and it's even a Grandmaster level 1. You probably need at least 1000 credits to exchange for it at the library, right? That's right. The top 3 are indeed rewarded with S-level resources. It's really enviable. I wonder what good things are inside. The rewards for the 2nd place already include 3 Grandmaster level skills. I wonder what the reward for the 1st place will be? Could it be an epic level skill book? Who knows? However, the 1st place reward will definitely be the most generous. I wonder what Lu Yan will be rewarded with. Everyone's gazes landed on Lu Yan, and the envy in their eyes was already flowing out uncontrollably. Lu Quan also paused at this moment, whetting the appetite of all the new students. Then, Lu Quan directly announced Lu Yan's reward. 1st place, Lu Yan, will be rewarded with an S+ level resource, a set of platinum equipment or a diamond equipment, and an epic level skill book 2000 credits. As Lu Quan's voice fell, the entire field fell into silence. Damn! As expected, the 1st place is rewarded with S+ level resources. The annual S+ level rewards of the Golden Corner Academy are fixed. I heard that it's extremely difficult to obtain. I didn't expect them to give it out to the 1st place as a reward. That's for sure. A reward of this level is reserved for top students like Lu Yan. What's more important is that he can directly choose a diamond level equipment. Although there's only one, it's still a top grade equipment. That's right. The difference between platinum equipment and diamond equipment is huge. Platinum equipment can still be mass-produced, but diamond equipment are all personally forged by top-notch forging masters. They can't be mass-produced and are extremely valuable. Although Lu Yan is allowed to choose between a set of platinum level equipment and a diamond level equipment, as long as Lu Yan isn't stupid, he will choose a diamond level equipment. I'm so envious. The best reward should be an epic level skill book, right? That's very rare. I heard that it's very difficult to get a copy of an epic level skill book. Some epic level skill books only have one copy. Although there are also epic level skill books in the library, they cost at least 3,000 credits and /o/vel/b/jn.c//om. There are so many good things. I'm really envious. The new students looked at Lu Yan with envy. Lu Yan's expression also changed slightly. He did not expect the reward for first place to be so generous. Although he had previously exchanged for a few master level skill books in the library and did not spend much credits, that was because there were subsidies for Necromancer's skills. Ordinary skill points were still very expensive. An epic level skill book, a diamond equipment, and an S+ resource reward. In front of these three rewards, the 2,000 credits did not seem that important. Lu Quan looked at the new students discussing below and smiled. This was the effect the school wanted. They rewarded the students who were ranked at the top to encourage the students who had low rankings to work hard. The Golden Corner Academy did not have any grand principles such as wanting to become stronger for the future of the human race. The concept of the Golden Corner Academy was clear. The better your performance was, the easier it would be for you to obtain various rewards from the school. Therefore, the students of the Golden Corner Academy had always been the most combative. Yang Minglu also said with an envious expression, the ranking rewards for this batch of new students are really generous. I remember that the number 1 new student of our batch only received an S-level resource reward. At the side, Lu Fang smiled and said, of course. The longer the school exists, the stronger its foundation. The rewards will naturally be better. Yang Minglu was somewhat worried. Lu Yan has already obtained so many rewards. Will he still care about what we give him? No matter how much the Cloud Society thought highly of Lu Yan and how much the president wanted to give Lu Yan resources and conditions to let him join, the things they could give him were inferior to the first place reward of the school this time. Lu Fang patted Yang Minglu on the shoulder. Let nature take its course. It's the Cloud Society's luck if such a person does end up joining. If not, don't be discouraged, because this is not someone the Cloud Society can rope in. Yang Minglu was stunned before revealing a smile. That was indeed the case. A new student like Lu Yan was not someone who could be easily roped in. He would just let nature take its course. Just as everyone felt that the new student competition had completely ended and was prepared to go to the new dormitory after Lu Quan announced the end of the competition, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone present, including Lu Quan and the other teachers, raised their heads and looked at the sky. A scarlet light instantly arrived from the distant sky. A violent force rushed over, making all the new students unable to help but take a few steps back. Lu Yan narrowed his eyes and saw a figure in the scarlet light. Boom! The scarlet light directly landed on the stands. A violent force instantly poured out in all directions, making Lu Quan and the others take a few steps back. When this violent aura was about to spread to the field and the surroundings, it suddenly shrank and returned to the body of the figure in the scarlet light. At this moment, everyone saw the person. It was a white-haired man with well-defined muscles. His face was very dignified, giving off a dignified feeling. His body was wrapped in a scarlet light that was slightly distorted like scarlet lightning. The only impression this white-haired burly man gave was that he was violent. The aura on his body was incomparably violent, as if it was a violent endorsement. When all the new students saw the person clearly, they exclaimed, "It's the principal? Principal Leishuo. I didn't expect him to appear in the new student competition." Previously, the new student competition was at most hosted by the dean of an academy. The principal has never appeared before. Why did Principal Leishuo suddenly appear? I'm not sure. I heard that Principal Leishuo is already at level 69. He's the youngest of the few people who established the Golden Corner Academy back then and is also the only one who survived. I can't believe how powerful the other people who established the Golden Corner Academy would be if they were still alive today. Principal Leishuo should be very busy, right? Did he appear here for something important? After seeing that the person was the principal of the Golden Corner Academy, Leishuo, all the new students were excited. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After all, when choosing the Golden Corner Academy, most new students would understand the situation of the school. Among them, Principal Leishuo was simply a living trump card of the Golden Corner Academy. Level 69 Berserker. He had destroyed an entire enemy army by himself. He returned safely from the Polar Demon Cave in a month and brought back the corpses of 5 epic-level demon beasts. He was the vice commander of the elite division of the army, the Dragon Race Army. Principal Leishuo had too many dazzling titles. However, Principal Leishuo basically did not appear in the school. Every year, he would only appear during the annual graduation ceremony of the Golden Corner Academy. For them to be able to see Principal Leishuo now, the new students were very lucky. Of course, everyone was also wondering why Principal Leishuo had suddenly appeared in the school. Lu Quan and the others in the stands were also stunned. Clearly, they did not expect Principal Leishuo to suddenly appear. "Principal, what's going on?" Lu Quan arrived beside Leishuo and asked softly. Leishuo turned to look at Lu Quan and said, "The strength of this batch of new students is not bad. The reward you gave is too stingy. I can't stand it and think that we should add more rewards." Lu Quan smiled bitterly when he heard this. Indeed, it was as he had imagined. If Lei Shuo encountered students who were not up to par or outstanding, he would scold them until they cried. However, when he encountered students who were hardworking and had potential, he would often give away various resources with a wave of their hand. Most people would find it too expensive to give out generous rewards when it came out of their own pockets. Lei Shuo, on the other hand, was someone who was willing to spend money. Although they were all students of the Golden Corner Academy, they could not reward them too crazily. Therefore, Lu Quan and the other deans tried their best not to let Lei Shuo interfere with the rewards given by the school. This time, Lei Shuo happened to be in school. Seeing that the performance of this batch of new students was really not bad, his hands could not help but itch. He wanted to spend money. Since he was already here and Lei Shuo was still the principal, Lu Quan could not drag Lei Shuo out in front of so many new students, right? Moreover, the few of them combined would not be able to withstand the other party. Helpless, Lu Quan could only persuade him kindly. Principal, the school's resources have all been discussed. If you distribute more here, there might be less elsewhere. Lei Shuo waved his hand and said without hesitation, "Don't worry, I know my limits. The resources I give today will be directly deducted from my salary." Lu Quan smiled bitterly and nodded. He hoped that Lei Shuo knew his limits this time. Looking at the new students below, Lei Shuo raised his hand, and a pressure instantly spread, making all the new students shut their mouths. Then, Lei Shuo's serious face revealed a smile. "Hello, everyone. I'm the principal of the Golden Corner Academy, Lei Shuo. I came today not for anything else but to give everyone benefits. All the new students today will be rewarded with an additional 100 credits. Those who didn't receive any credits will also receive 100 credits." Hearing Lei Shuo's words, all the new students erupted in exclamations, all of them in disbelief. Although it was only 100 credits, it was still a big surprise for some new students who were ranked at the bottom and did not even receive any credits. "Principal Lei Shuo, you're so awesome. Thank you for the 100 credits. The principal is really generous. He directly gave all of us 100 credits." The new students all thanked Lei Shuo excitedly. Lei Shuo also enjoyed this feeling very much, and the smile on his face became richer. Lu Quan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only 100 credits. He was really afraid that Lei Shuo would directly increase everyone's credits by 1,000. Lei Shuo raised his hand again, and the new students below fell silent. They looked at Lei Shuo with anticipation, hoping that this principal would give them more benefits. Lei Shuo slowly said, "The reason why I rewarded each of you with 100 credits this time is because the potential of the top 10 new students this time is not bad. I'm very satisfied. Therefore, I've decided to increase the rewards for the top 10. Lu Quan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Damn, this was where he was going to spend the most. Before he could speak, Lei Shuo spoke. The new students ranked 10th to 4th will each receive an additional Grandmaster level skill book. The 3rd and 2nd place will each receive an additional Epic level skill book. The new students below the stage were in an uproar. They did not expect the rewards of the top 10 new students to increase again. However, Principal Lei Shuo had also said that he would reward them with 100 credits because he saw that the potential of the top 10 new students was relatively high. Therefore, these 100 credits could be said to be earned by the top 10 new students. No one would be jealous. Of course, they would definitely still be envious. Nov. L. B /JNN. The 10th to the 4th place will receive an additional Grandmaster level skill book. The 3rd and 2nd place will receive an additional Epic level skill book. I wonder what Lu Yan's reward will be. I think it will at least add a diamond level equipment and an epic level skill book, right? I'm so envious. I want it. Everyone's gazes landed on Lu Yan, their eyes filled with envy. The rewards added by the others were already so good. Lu Yan's reward would definitely not be bad. Lu Quan opened his mouth but did not say anything. It was fine to give him a Grandmaster level skill book and an epic level skill book. Fortunately, there was nothing more exaggerated. However, Lu Quan also became nervous. Could it be that Lei Shuo wanted to give Lu Yan a big reward? Lu Quan could guess that Lei Shuo had probably appeared this time for Lu Yan. He only rewarded the others because they happened to be there. He hoped that his heart could withstand the reward Lei Shuo gave Lu Yan later. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Lei Shuo also looked at Lu Yan. With a smile, Lei Shuo directly said, "As for your reward, Lu Yan, I want to take you in as my disciple. What do you think?" Taken as a disciple. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lei Shuo to reward Lu Yan by making him his disciple. This was a level 69 big shot. If Lu Yan became his disciple, he could easily receive a bunch of resources, right? Did I hear wrongly? Principal Lei Shuo wants to take Lu Yan as his disciple. What a loss. I never expected Principal Lei Shuo to reward Lu Yan by taking him in as a disciple. Looks like Lu Yan is destined to soar into the sky. Most of the new students' eyes revealed envy. After all, everyone knew how powerful Principal Lei Shuo was. If Lu Yan became his disciple, his treatment would definitely increase a lot. Perhaps he could obtain Principal Lei Shuo's true teachings and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. However, some of the new students had somewhat strange expressions. They looked at Lu Yan with envy and pity. Speaking of which, it's really not necessarily a good thing to be taken in as Principal Lei Shuo's disciple. You might not know, but Principal Lei Shuo previously accepted 2 disciples. They were both talented people, but they all died. Don't forget Principal Lei Shuo's other identity. He's the vice commander of the Dragon Soar Army. His disciple has to train in the Dragon Soar Army, and the missions carried out by the Dragon Soar Army are very dangerous. The mortality rate is extremely high. That's right. One can indeed obtain more resources by becoming Principal Lei Shuo's disciple, but it's still very dangerous. If you give it to me, I definitely won't want it. That's because you're useless and don't dare to bear the danger behind obtaining this benefit. However, figures like Lu Yan are in a hurry to grow. The danger might only be an opportunity for them to train themselves. That's right. Which famous expert hasn't fought their way out of life and death? If Lu Yan refuses because it's dangerous to become Principal Lei Shuo's disciple, I'll really look down on him. All the new students' gazes landed on Lu Yan, waiting for his answer. Lu Yan naturally also knew that the two disciples Principal Lei Shuo had previously accepted had died. The news was still circulating on the school forum. Lu Yan looked up at Lei Shuo and asked, "What's in it for me to become your disciple?" As soon as Lu Yan finished speaking, the surrounding new students were all in an uproar. No one expected Lu Yan to ask such a question. He was not asking why Principal Lei Shuo had chosen him as his disciple, nor was he asking what he needed to do after becoming Principal Lei Shuo's disciple. Instead, he directly asked, "What's in it for me to become your disciple?" Is the world of big shots so direct? They can just ask what benefits there are. Is there a need to ask? There are really too many benefits to becoming Principal Lei Shuo. It's normal to ask. After all, he might be able to obtain something good now. Otherwise, who knows when he will be rewarded? If I were him, I'd ask too. Lei Shuo was also stunned for a moment before smiling. There are naturally many benefits to becoming my disciple. Putting everything else aside, it's not a problem for me to give you an additional A-level resource every month. Moreover, I've also prepared a surprise. As long as you agree to become my disciple, this surprise will be yours. Seeing Lu Yan ponder, Lei Shuo thought that Lu Yan was worried about his safety and continued, "In view of the encounter of my first two disciples, don't worry. I won't be too harsh on you. I won't force you to accept any missions. I'll let you consider them." Lu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that Principal Lei Shuo's first two disciples had probably died in the mission Lei Shuo had forcefully assigned. Lu Yan was not too worried about the danger. Now that he was still a new student, it was impossible for Lei Shuo to give him any dangerous missions. As for later, Lu Yan was confident that he would have no problem facing some danger when he grew up. Thinking of this, Lu Yan directly nodded and said, "All right, I agree. Instructor, Lei Shuo." Since he had acknowledged the other party as his master, the other party should be his instructor, right? Lei Shuo laughed when he heard this and said, "All right, you're my good disciple from now on. However, don't refer to me as your instructor in the future. Instead, call me master. It sounds more domineering this way. All right, continue. I'll leave first. Lu Yan, come directly to the principal's office to find me tomorrow. I'll give you the surprise I prepared." As Lei Shuo spoke, red light circulated around his entire body. Then, he directly soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the sky. Principal Lei Shuo is really swift and decisive. He directly left after finishing his business. That's right. However, I think Principal Lei Shuo is clearly here for Lu Yan this time. The previous rewards were all to pave the way for him to accept Lu Yan as his disciple. Lu Yan is indeed very powerful and has great potential. However, I'm somewhat puzzled. Isn't Principal Lei Shuo a berserker? How can he teach Lu Yan? You don't understand. After your level is high, the boundaries of your profession will not be so obvious. Although Principal Lei Shuo is a berserker, his spell power might not be weaker than a mage. Moreover, just Principal Lei Shuo's combat experience alone is enough for him to teach Lu Yan. Lu Quan shook his head. He did not expect Lei Shuo to have taken in a disciple. However, he did not care. After all, the other party was the principal. It was already fortunate that the rewards did not increase much. All right, students, our new student competition today has ended successfully. You can check the dormitory you've been assigned to. Then, you can change your dormitory tonight. You can rest for the next 2 days and prepare for class. Nov. L.B//JNN. Dismissed. Lu Quan finally informed the new students that the new student competition had officially ended. The surrounding new students began to disperse. When many new students passed by Lu Yan, their eyes were filled with envy. Lu Yan, not bad. You've even become the principal's disciple. You have to help me in the future. Today is a joyous occasion. Let's go out and celebrate tonight. It's my treat. I have to have a good meal. Yang Wei looked at Lu Yan and said excitedly, sincerely happy for Lu Yan. Lu Yan smiled. All right, we'll have a meal later to celebrate your 66th ranking. Lu Yan, congratulations on becoming Principal Lei Shuo's disciple. Your achievements in the future will definitely be higher. Li Meier looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Lu Yan smiled and was about to say something when Yang Wei beat him to it. Li Meier, Feng Ye, are you free tonight? Why don't we go for a meal to celebrate? Li Meier was somewhat hesitant, but Feng Ye nodded and said, all right, let's celebrate together. This girl is still a little shy when she wants to go. I'll help you. Feng Ye looked at Li Meier and chuckled as she thought to herself. At this moment, some of the surrounding new students stopped and their gazes landed in a direction. It was Yang Minglu. Seeing Yang Minglu walk towards Lu Yan, the surrounding people discussed. Look, it's Yang Minglu. He's heading towards Lu Yan. Looks like he wants to invite Lu Yan to join the Cloud Society. That's right. Many clubs will definitely want someone like Lu Yan. However, the other clubs probably don't think they'll be able to invite Lu Yan. Only Cloud Society has the confidence to do so. I wonder if Lu Yan will agree to join the Cloud Society this time. If Lu Yan agrees, the strength of the Cloud Society will increase greatly. Yang Minglu ignored the surrounding discussion and brought Lu Feng to Lu Yan's side. Junior Lu Yan, we meet again. I wonder if you've considered my previous invitation. Yang Minglu looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and was about to speak when Yang Minglu in front of him hurriedly added, Junior Lu Yan, if you think the club is too troublesome, we can make you the honorary vice president of the Cloud Society. You don't have to participate in anything in the Cloud Society. You can just accept the benefits of being the vice president. Then, our Cloud Society will only ask you to participate once a year at most. Moreover, if you think the mission is bad, you can reject it. What do you think? Yang Minglu directly said Lu Feng's suggestion and looked at Lu Yan with anticipation. Damn, he doesn't have to do anything but can still receive all the benefits of a vice president. I can't believe how generous the conditions are. I heard that the treatment of a vice president in the Cloud Society is very good. Don't you know who he's inviting? That's Lu Yan. These conditions are very normal. I wonder if Lu Yan will agree. In any case, I'll definitely agree. I only need to do one thing for the Cloud Society a year and I can still refuse. This condition is too good. The surrounding new students revealed envious expressions again when they heard Yang Minglu's words. Lu Yan was stunned when he heard this. He did not expect Yunduan to be so persistent in inviting him. However, Lu Yan then shook his head and said, I'm sorry, President Yang. I haven't considered joining a club yet. How about this? If I want to join a club, I'll prioritize your Cloud Society. To be honest, Yang Minglu's conditions were already very sincere, but Lu Yan had really not considered joining a club yet. Yang Minglu smiled somewhat regretfully when he heard this. I understand. Oh right, student Lu Yan, let me introduce you. This is Lu Feng, the vice president of our Cloud Society. He's also a graduate this year. Lu Feng looked at Lu Yan's gaze and directly smiled. Junior Lu Yan, don't misunderstand. I'm not an advocate for the Cloud Society. I came to find you because I have something to ask you. It's about the Necromancer you encountered in the wilderness. That Necromancer? Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and asked Lu Feng, how did you know about this? Lu Feng said, I wanted to join the military region after graduation. The military region gave me a mission that allowed me to pass the assessment after completing it. However, the mission was cancelled later. They said that they wanted to investigate the location of the Necromancer you encountered before entering the Black Mist Forest. The military gave me some information. I saw that you were involved the entire time, Junior Lu Yan, so I wanted to ask you something. I wonder if Junior Lu Yan is free. Lu Yan pondered for a moment. At this moment, Yang Wei said, Senior Lu Feng, right? The new student competition has just ended and everyone is hungry. Why don't you celebrate with us? You can ask Lu Yan at the dining table when the time comes. Of course. If this matter involves secrets, forget I said that. From his words just now, Yang Wei caught a few words, such as vice president, graduate, and wanting to join the military region. Yang Wei also understood the situation in the Cloud Society and knew that the members were all elites of the Golden Corner Academy. This Lu Feng was also a vice president and was probably an elite among elites. Moreover, those who graduated and joined the military were usually very confident in their strength. Therefore, this Lu Feng was worth befriending. Lu Yan was a quiet guy. He would probably give simple answers to the other party's questions. It was different at the dining table. After a few glasses of wine, they might even become good brothers. Although Lu Yan was very powerful and had a lot of potential, having more connections was also beneficial to Lu Yan. Lu Feng directly smiled when he heard this and said, haha, it's not a secret. I just want to briefly understand the situation so that I won't be ignorant. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. I'm also lucky to be able to eat with the number one new student today. Lu Feng was naturally very willing to have a meal with a new student like Lu Yan. Lu Yan was still Principal Leishuo's disciple now, so there was no harm in befriending him. Lu Yan did not have any objections. In any case, it was just a meal. Yang Minglu did not follow. Other than Lu Yan, he also had to personally invite the other new students to express his sincerity. He will be very busy tonight. Yang Wei said that he wanted to eat a feast and directly brought everyone to a high-end restaurant outside the school, the Heavenly Blessing Restaurant. The ingredients here were all the meat of various top-notch demon beasts and were cooked by top-notch chefs. It was also considered a top-notch restaurant in the entire Tianese city. The Heavenly Blessing Restaurant was located between the Golden Corner Academy and Xingming University. Its main customers were students. Of course, they were all rich students. A meal in the Heavenly Blessing Tower was easily worth tens of thousands of energy coins. The location of the Heavenly Blessing Tower was very good. It was in the middle of the 4 major universities in the south. Although the main customers were facing the rich children, there were basically no empty seats. When Lu Yan and the others arrived, they were relatively lucky and even had a private room. The private room cost at least 100,000 energy coins. Yang Wei did not even look and directly brought everyone into the room. After entering the private room, Yang Wei got the few of them to order. After Lu Yan and the others ordered a few dishes, the menu returned to Yang Wei and he ordered a few more dishes. It's a joyous occasion. Everyone, eat happily. Order whatever you want. I'll pay for tonight's expenses. Yang Wei looked at the few of them and waved his hand very generously. The few of them smiled and said that they wanted to empty Yang Wei's pockets. The food was quickly served. The few of them ate some food and drank a few glasses of wine before becoming familiar with each other. The private room was soundproof and very quiet. It would not be disturbed by the noise outside. The few of them were still chatting very happily. Lu Yan looked at Lu Fang and asked, "Senior Lu Fang, what's the situation you mentioned previously?" Lu Yan was also relatively curious about the Necromancer. After all, the Necromancer had appeared beside Lu Yan and the others through the teleportation formation. There might be something behind the teleportation formation. Li Mayer and the others were also somewhat curious and listened carefully. Lu Fang said, "It's like this. According to the information I obtained, the place where you destroyed that Necromancer has a dense undead aura. Moreover, it didn't dissipate for a long time after that Necromancer died. Therefore, the military suspected that there was something else in that place and sent many people to search the surroundings, wanting to discover something n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. However, after many days of investigation, there were no results. The mission also became an assessment mission for people who want to join the military region. Many people expanded the search area. I mainly want to ask Junior Lu Yan if you felt anything strange at that time or if there were any clues." Lu Yan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. There was still a dense undead aura after a Necromancer died? It seemed that there was really something behind the teleportation formation. Lu Yan immediately said, "At that time, that Necromancer arrived beside us through the teleportation formation. He should have come from the other side of the teleportation formation, but I don't know the exact location." "Oh, right, I went to the wilderness mainly to search for sword pills. A sword team from our school was destroyed by an undead knight. I went to see if there were any sword pills left. Although we didn't find the sword pill in the end, the undead knights who killed the Sword Deo team should have encountered the same group of undead knights as us. The Sword Deo team was killed in the Yinwind Mountain stream. Therefore, Senior Lu Fang, you can go to the Yinwind Mountain stream to search." Hearing Lu Yan's words, Lu Fang nodded. "All right, I finally have some clues. At that time, I won't have to search blindly." After saying that, the few of them drank and ate again. Li Mayer and Feng Ye also drank a few glasses. Although it was not much, the redness still covered their faces. After a while, Li Mayer and Feng Ye stood up and went to the toilet. They did not return for a long time. Just as Lu Yan and the other two were feeling strange, a muffled sound came from outside the private room, as if something had smashed into the door. Lu Yan opened the door of the private room and a guy with a drunken face fell into the private room. It seemed that he was also a new student. The soundproofing effect of the private room disappeared, and the noise outside instantly surged in. "Damn, how dare you two sluts attack my brother? Damn it, I was already thinking highly of you two by treating you two to a drink. Why are you still pretending to be innocent? Do you know who you hit? That's the 10th place of the new students of Xingming University this time. Let me tell you, you're in big trouble. Hurry up and help young Master Wang up. Then, come to our private room and apologize properly. Otherwise, don't even think about." Lu Yan and the other two saw a few guys who reeked of alcohol and walked unsteadily pointing at Li Mayer and Feng Ye and cursing. Li Mayer and Feng Ye clenched their fists, their eyes filled with anger. Coupled with the guy who had just smashed into the door of the private room, it seemed that the two sides had probably gotten into a conflict. At this moment, Lu Yan saw one of the guys shake his body and reach out to grab Li Mayer's collar. Raising his eyebrows, Lu Yan directly rushed out of the private room and kicked. The guy who wanted to grab Li Mayer's collar was directly kicked flying by Lu Yan and landed heavily on the ground behind him. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. The expressions of the others beside him changed drastically, and they all wanted to rush towards Lu Yan. However, at this moment, someone walked out from behind them and stopped them. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. When he opened the door, he had already noticed this guy. He had been behind this group of people and was not too drunk. "Friend, I'm the #1 new student of Xingming University, Yang Fenghu. I wonder how my friend offended you for you to act so ruthlessly." The other party immediately introduced himself, wanting to use his status as the #1 new student of Starming University to suppress him. Lu Yan did not even look at him. He arrived beside Li Mayer and Feng Ye and asked, "What's going on?" Li Mayer gritted her teeth and said, "These guys were drunk and made a commotion with the door open. When we passed by on our way back, they saw that I was a mixed-blood succubus and that Feng Ye was an elf. They even teased us and tried to harass us. I was furious and directly kicked this guy." As she spoke, Li Mayer pointed at the drunkard Lu Yan had seen when he opened the door. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Yang Fenghu. "Your people harassed my classmate. How are you going to settle this score?" Yang Fenghu said angrily. "How? You beat two of us in a row. How are you going to settle this score?" Lu Yan spread his hands when he heard this. "Then it looks like there's nothing to discuss, right?" Seeing this, Yang Fenghu said, "We can still discuss it if you want to. It's wrong for them to speak rudely, but you shouldn't have hit them. How about this? Get these two girls to apologize to my classmate and this matter will be over. I don't want to make a big deal out of this either. I'll be responsible for calming them down." Just now, he had stood behind and did not say anything. Now, he was jumping out to be a good person? The corner of Lu Yan's mouth revealed a smile. Apologize? To hell with that. After rushing in front of Yang Fenghu, Lu Yan directly kicked him to the ground. He hated these hypocrites who were full of righteousness and morals the most. If they did not want to make a big deal out of the matter, they should have stopped their own people from talking nonsense immediately. Instead, they waited until now to force them to apologize. Lu Yan had also drunk a little too much. Coupled with the fact that he had found the sword pill and that Sister Liulai was fine, he felt much more relaxed. He naturally had no qualms about doing things. Yang Fenghu was caught off guard and was directly kicked flying. He smashed into the staircase and almost fell down. He was directly stunned. Why was it different from what he thought? He had seen his classmates teasing and did not take it seriously. However, after the other party came out and started getting physical, he decided to intervene. In his opinion, if he stepped forward to mediate and both sides returned peacefully, the surrounding passers-by would also praise him for knowing how to do things. However, why did this guy hit him? Why didn't it go according to his expectations? After a short daze, Yang Fenghu's anger soared to the sky. He was not a shrewd person to begin with. His words just now were simply to show off. Now that he had failed to act cool, Yang Fenghu directly lost his mind. Yang Fenghu took out his weapon from his spatial item and directly rushed towards Lu Yan. Aya, young people nowadays have such bad tempers. At this moment, a voice sounded. Yang Fenghu, who was rushing forward, felt his body lighten. He directly floated in midair and smashed heavily onto the ground. The restaurant is a place to eat. How can we use weapons? A voice sounded in his ear. Then, the weapon in Yang Fenghu's hand was directly snatched away. Yang Fenghu's expression turned anxious. Just as he was about to get up, a foot directly stepped on him, instantly making him unable to move. Yang Fenghu's face turned red as he tried his best but was unable to move at all. He felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. Li Meier and Feng Ya were both stunned. They did not expect Lu Yan to directly attack. What was even more unexpected was that after Lu Yan attacked, Senior Lu Feng also directly attacked. Yang Fenghu struggled to raise his head and looked at Lu Feng angrily. Who are you? Lu Feng smiled and said, Yo, why? Do you still want to go back and snitch on me to your teacher? Weevu, teacher, someone is bullying me. I'm the #1 new student of Xingming University. You have to help me. Weevu. Lu Feng's teasing made Yang Fenghu even more furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could not even move now. Come. Let me tell you, my name is Lu Feng. I'm a 4th-year graduate of the Golden Corner Academy. I'm about to join the military region. Go back and tell your teacher to take revenge on me. Lu Feng looked at Yang Fenghu and said disdainfully. The #1 new student of a school was considered a key nurturing target. However, he was about to join the military region and was not afraid at all. Moreover, the Golden Corner Academy was very famous for being protective. If Xingming University sent someone to the Golden Corner Academy to question them, it was very likely that they would be directly chased out. When Yang Fenghu heard that the other party was a graduate of the Golden Corner Academy and was about to join the military region, his breathing froze. Then, he looked at Lu Yan and said, if you have the ability, handle this yourself. Don't let your senior help you. Lu Feng smiled. Yo, why? Do you want to find out about him and take revenge? Come. Let me introduce you formally. This is the #1 new student of the Golden Corner Academy this year. Oh right, he has just been accepted as a disciple by our principal Lei Shuo. Why? Do you want to let your teacher visit our principal and interrogate him? Yang Fenghu was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He did not expect the guy in front of him to be the #1 new student of the Golden Corner Academy and had been accepted as a disciple by their principal. Speaking of which, the two of you are both the #1 new students. When the time comes, you will definitely encounter each other in the exchange competition. When the time comes, fight fiercely. Don't go easy on him for my sake. Lu Feng looked at Yang Fenghu and continued. He did not want to blow the matter up. If Lu Yan got into a fight with this Yang Fenghu tonight, it would not be easy to clean up the mess later. They were all new students. At that time, they would fight in the new student exchange competition. Seeing that he could not gain anything, Yang Fenghu said fiercely, I won't stoop to your level. Since you're the #1 new student of the Golden Corner Academy, I'll teach you a good lesson in the new student exchange. Nov. L. B //JNN. Yang Wei said disdainfully, this guy is really stubborn. We're both surnamed Yang, but why is this guy so different from me? Lu Feng turned to look at Lu Yan and said, Junior Lu Yan, why don't we settle things like this for today? If you want to teach him a lesson, you have a chance in the new student exchange competition. Lu Yan nodded and knew that Lu Feng was also standing up for him. Our meal today has been ruined and it seems like everyone isn't in the mood to eat anymore. Let's just leave. Yang Wei said from the side. The few of them nodded and prepared to leave. Yang Fenghu shouted from behind, Hey, Senior Lu Feng, my weapon. Yang Fenghu looked at the weapon in Lu Feng's hand and shouted. That was the reward he had just obtained. Lu Feng waved the weapon he had disarmed and smiled. I'm afraid you'll hurt yourself. I'll kindly keep this weapon for you. Don't stand on ceremony with me. As he spoke, Lu Feng directly left with Lu Yan and the others without looking back. On the way back to the school, Li Meier looked at Lu Yan and said, Lu Yan, thank you for just now. Lu Yan smiled. It's fine. We're all classmates. It's only right for me to help. At the side, Lu Feng teased, why are you only thanking Junior Lu Yan? Why aren't you thanking me? Li Meier's face turned red before she stammered, thank you, Senior Lu Feng. Yang Wei said somewhat worriedly, Senior Lu Feng, is it going to be fine after what we did? No matter what, the other party is still the #1 new student of Xingming University. The #1 new student was, in a sense, one of the fronts of a university. Just now, he had been kicked by Lu Yan and stepped on by Lu Feng. Yang Wei was still worried that something would happen. Lu Feng said indifferently, don't worry, it's fine. He's just a clown. Even if he really dares to complain to his teacher, Xingming University won't dare to do anything for him. He can only settle the score at the National New Student Exchange competition. However, with Junior Lu Yan's strength, he will probably embarrass himself. After returning to the school, the few of them separated. Li Meier did not return to the school and directly returned home. Lu Yan returned to the small mountain and walked towards the dormitory. When he arrived at House 2, Lu Yan was slightly stunned. In front of his door, Bai Miao squatted at Lu Yan's door with a large bag, her expression somewhat bored. Seeing Lu Yan return, Bai Miao's expression changed slightly. Her nose twitched and she frowned. You went out to drink. Lu Yan nodded. I went out with Yang Wei to celebrate. Speaking of which, Bai Miao, what are you doing here? Of course I'm waiting for you. Our dormitories have to be swapped. I've already brought the things. Pack up and change to House 1. Bai Miao stood up and looked at Lu Yan. Why the hurry? Can't we change tomorrow? Lu Yan looked at Bai Miao and said. Bai Miao rolled her eyes. We're so close. It'll only take a few minutes to change our dormitories. I thought I could change after returning from the field. Who knew that you would come back so late? Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. You've been waiting for me here. Bai Miao nodded. I thought that you would return in a while, so I continued to wait. Then, after waiting for so long, I felt that my time would have been wasted if I just went back, so I just kept waiting. Lu Yan smiled when he heard this. You're really persistent. As he spoke, Lu Yan opened the door and let Bai Miao in for a cup of tea. Then, he began to pack his things. Lu Yan originally planned to change his dormitory tomorrow, but since Bai Miao was already here, he would just change it now. After changing houses with Bai Miao, it was already late at night. Lu Yan washed up briefly and directly fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Yan first completed the mission today before taking a shower and tidying up before directly leaving. After eating a simple breakfast in the canteen, Lu Yan headed towards the principal's office. Lu Yan was still relatively curious about the surprise Principal Leishuo mentioned yesterday. However, judging from how generously Principal Leishuo acted yesterday, it should be something good. Although the principal's office of the Golden Corner Academy was called an office, it was actually a small building. The entire building had 4 floors. Including the basement, they were all the principal's offices. Lu Yan entered the first floor and saw a female secretary at the front desk. Student, why have you come to the principal's office? The female secretary looked at Lu Yan and asked with a professional smile. Lu Yan said, I'm Lu Yan. Principal Leishuo asked me to look for him today. Is the principal around? The female secretary was stunned for a moment. The news of Principal Leishuo taking in a disciple had spread yesterday. As the principal's secretary, she naturally knew. This was that genius. The female secretary's eyes revealed envy. Then, she smiled and said, so it's student Lu Yan. The principal is already waiting for you. I'll bring you up. As she spoke, the female secretary brought Lu Yan to the elevator and brought him to the 4th floor. Principal Leishuo is in the room in front. Student Lu Yan, go in yourself. The female secretary pointed at a room in front of her. Then she took the elevator and went down. Lu Yan arrived at the room the female secretary pointed at and saw Leishuo inside through the glass door. At this moment, Leishuo was on a huge machine. Electric currents shot out from the machine, and a large amount of electricity flowed in Leishuo's body, flickering from time to time. Sensing Lu Yan's arrival, the electric current slowly disappeared. Leishuo got off the machine and opened the door. Lu Yan, you're here. I thought you would come in the afternoon. Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Lu Yan smiled. I was just thinking about the surprise Master promised me. I came early in the morning. By the way, Master, what were you doing just now? Lu Yan pointed at the machine Leishuo had just dropped and asked curiously. Oh, my body was somewhat short of electricity just now. I needed to replenish it. Leishuo did not care at all. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment before looking at Leishuo and saying, were you charging? You can also think of it that way. It's a little troublesome to explain. Let's not talk about this first. Since you came so early for a surprise, I'll tell you about the surprise first. Lu Yan nodded when he heard this and looked at Leishuo with anticipation. How much do you know about the bloodline power of the foreign races? Leishuo suddenly looked at Lu Yan and asked. Lu Yan frowned and then said, the bloodline power of the foreign race usually refers to the special power of the foreign race. It's usually contained in the bloodline. After obtaining it, it can greatly increase one's strength. For example, mixed-race humans are much stronger than ordinary people. Leishuo nodded and said, you're right. The physical strength of foreign races and demon beasts is generally stronger than humans. Only some geniuses can compare to the physical strength of foreign races and demon beasts. If not for the fact that human growth is more impressive than other races and demon beasts, humans would have long been destroyed. Therefore, some people have always wanted to steal the bloodline power of the foreign races. Many people have succeeded. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and said, "Steal the bloodline power of the foreign race? Master, are you referring to mating with the remaining descendants of the foreign race to obtain the foreign race bloodline?" Leishuo shook his head. The power obtained by mixed-race humans is at most half that of foreign races. Moreover, if you don't awaken it successfully, you won't be able to awaken the foreign race bloodline power in your body. By stealing the bloodline power of the foreign race, I mean completely fusing the bloodline power of the foreign race into your body. I'm not talking about the mixed race. Lu Yan's body trembled when he heard this. He guessed something and looked at Leishuo. "Master, what do you mean?" Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and nodded with a smile. "Do you want to obtain the bloodline power of a foreign race to play with?" Lu Yan's heart suddenly trembled when he heard Leishuo's words. Although he had already guessed something just now, Lu Yan was still shocked when Leishuo said this. The surprise Master Leishuo mentioned was actually the bloodline power of the foreign race. Moreover, the bloodline power Leishuo had in mind was definitely not weak. Lu Yan immediately nodded and directly said, "Thank you, Master." There was no need for Lu Yan to be coy about such things. If he wanted it, he could just say it. Leishuo smiled when he heard this and said, "Ha ha ha, I like your straightforwardness. Keep it up. Don't beat around the bush in front of me in the future n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om." Lu Yan smiled. "I wonder what foreign race bloodline power Master wants to give me." Leishuo patted Lu Yan's shoulder and directly said, "Follow me. I'll broaden your horizons today." As he spoke, Leishuo left the room with Lu Yan and arrived at the elevator. He directly pressed the button for basement 1. After arriving at the basement of the first floor, Lu Yan could clearly sense that the surrounding temperature was very low, as if he was in an ice house. The entire basement was pure white and had a technological feel to it. Rooms were separated and cold air could not be felt. It was unknown what was inside. As Leishuo brought Lu Yan in, he looked at Lu Yan and asked, "Do you know the 4 high-level races among the foreign races?" "The 4 high-level races? Master, are you talking about the angel, the titan, the dragon, and the divine dragon?" Lu Yan looked at Leishuo and said. This was something he read from a book. Among all the foreign races, the 4 high-level races, angels, titans, dragons, and divine dragons, were superior to the other races. It was said that the weakest descendants of the 4 high-level races were at least level 50. Moreover, the combat strength of the 4 high-level races far exceeded those of the same level. Their combat strength was extremely powerful and destructive. The 4 high-level races had fought humans before. Basically, humans had always suffered a crushing defeat without exception. It was not until later when humans slowly developed that this situation improved. However, there were not many of the 4 high-level races. Moreover, they were relatively far from human cities, so it was still relatively difficult to see them. Leishuo nodded, his eyes dark. "That's right. The 4 high-level races refer to angels, titans, dragons, and divine dragons. Your 2 senior brothers died in battle to resist the dragon invasion of the dragon country." Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect his 2 senior brothers to die because of resisting the dragon invasion. Then, Lu Yan looked at Leishuo and asked, "Master, why have I never heard of the dragon invasion?" Leishuo smiled and said, "Someone is holding the fort for you. You naturally don't know about the dragon invasion. The reason why the dragon country is more stable than the other countries is because someone is carrying the burden. Previously, you were looking for a mid-grade sword pill, right? You should know that the sword pill has been bought on a large scale. That sword god Wang Yanjai was severely injured because he blocked a titan from entering the dragon country." Hearing Leishuo's words, Lu Yan's mood was somewhat heavy. He did not expect that there were so many people helping them maintain peace. Looking at Lu Yan, Leishuo smiled and said, "However, it's not like we gained nothing from our battle with them. At the very least, they left behind a lot of their blood essence for us to steal their bloodline power. Follow me. This is the place where the Golden Corner Academy stores the blood essence of the 4 races. Among all the universities in the Dragon Country, only our Golden Corner Academy has gathered the blood essence of the 4 races. The other universities only have 3 types of blood essence at most." Leishuo brought Lu Yan to a glass door and placed his palm on it. Formation patterns instantly appeared on the glass door in front of him. Then, the array patterns were removed and the glass door in front of him slowly opened. Leishuo brought Lu Yan in and saw 7 to 8 display cabinets quietly placed inside. They were pitch black and squarish, revealing a cold aura. This place stores the blood essence of foreign races. Of course, the best is the blood essence of the 4 high-level races. Through blood essence, you can steal their bloodline power to greatly increase your strength and potential. The bloodline power contained in the blood essence of every high-level race is different. The power everyone can obtain is also different, but the focus of each blood essence is also different. For example, angels focus on increasing the strength of spells, titans and dragons focus on increasing the strength of their bodies, and the blood essence of divine dragons is relatively balanced. Leishuo briefly introduced the focus of the blood essence of the 4 high-level races to Lu Yan. Lu Yan nodded and then looked at Leishuo and asked, "Master, how do you steal the bloodline power?" Lu Yan was somewhat curious. How could he obtain the bloodline power of a foreign race with this blood essence? When Leishuo heard this, he said, there are usually two ways to obtain the bloodline power of an alien race. The first is relatively direct. You can directly swallow the blood essence and then refine it with the refinement formation. However, the efficiency of this method is not very high, and the transformation effect is not very good. Moreover, there is a risk of backlash. Therefore, very few people will use the first method. However, when there was no second method previously, they would also use this method. After so many years, the popular method of obtaining bloodline power from the foreign races now is through sacrificers. This is also the second method. Sacrificers. This was the first time Lu Yan had heard this term. Lei Shuo nodded and said, that's right. Sacrificers are humans with special physiques. Their bodies can perfectly accommodate the bloodline power of other races. As long as you find such a sacrificer and seal the blood essence into the sacrificer's body, you can use the refinement formation to refine it. Then, the priest will feed this bloodline power to the person who needs it. The bloodline power obtained through this method is relatively pure and has the best effect. Moreover, the risk is borne by the priest. There's no need to worry about backlash. The only thing lacking is that the blood essence needs to be refined in the sacrificer's body for at least a year. Lu Yan frowned slightly. This method sounds somewhat evil. What happens after the sacrificers feed the bloodline power to the people who need to obtain it? What will happen to them? Lei Shuo smiled and said, you don't have to worry. After the sacrificer regurgitates the bloodline power in his body, it won't be a big deal. His body will only collapse for a while. Moreover, sacrificers are all paid very well, enough for their family to eat and wear for the rest of their lives. Many people don't even have the chance to become sacrificers. Lu Yan nodded and then asked in confusion, since the physique of the sacrificer can perfectly accommodate the bloodline power of the foreign races, why don't you directly give the blood essence to the sacrificer? Wouldn't that be able to maximize the effect of the blood essence? Lei Shuo shook his head when he heard this. That's not the case. Although sacrificers can perfectly accommodate the bloodline power of the foreign race, not every sacrificer's potential is enough for them to be equipped with the bloodline power of the foreign race. Therefore, the bloodline power still has to be given to people with higher potential first. There are almost only a handful of sacrificers with relatively high potential. Lu Yan continued to ask, then won't we have to wait for a year before we can obtain the bloodline power of the foreign races? Lei Shuo said, in theory, yes. However, the Titan and Divine Dragon blood essence have already been refined by suitable sacrificers a year and a half ago. If you choose the Titan or the Divine Dragon bloodline power, I can give it to you now. If it's the other two, you'll have to wait for a year. Lu Yan nodded. In that case, the choice was between the Titan or the Divine Dragon bloodline. After all, waiting for a year was too long. Moreover, the bloodlines of the 4 high-level races were about the same. At this moment, fear suddenly rose in Lu Yan's heart. His gaze landed on a display cabinet in front of him, and his eyes revealed hesitation. He sensed an aura from this display cabinet. It was an aura that made him extremely eager. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and then pointed at the display hall in front of him. Master, what's in these display cabinets? Are they all blood essence? Seeing this, Lei Shuo nodded and said, that's right. These are all used to store blood essence. The rest are all blood essence from other races. After Lu Yan heard Lei Shuo's words, he directly pointed at the display cabinet that made him sense the aura of desire and said, then what race's blood essence is inside? Looking at the display cabinet Lu Yan was pointing at, Lei Shuo was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Lu Yan with a strange expression. The blood essence of an unknown race is inside. I remember that this dripped from a spatial crack in the wilderness of the Dragon Country 20 years ago. Because it contains a powerful undead aura, it was collected by a mentor of the Golden Corner Academy who happened to pass by. This blood essence has been studied for 20 years. I don't know what race it is, but I can't find a suitable sacrificer, so it has been sealed here. Why? Did you sense a dense undead aura? Lei Shuo figured that it was probably the undead aura contained in this drop of blood essence that attracted Lu Yan's attention. Lu Yan's gaze landed on the display cabinet. Perhaps it was because he was focused, but Lu Yan felt the aura of desire become richer. Master, can you let me see the blood essence inside? Lu Yan looked at Lei Shuo and asked. Lei Shuo nodded when he heard this. Without another word, he directly brought Lu Yan to the display cabinet. His palm gently covered the display cabinet in front of him. A bolt of lightning appeared in Lei Shuo's hand and instantly spread throughout the entire display cabinet. Crack! With a crisp sound, the display cabinet slowly opened, revealing one of the transparent containers. A drop of extremely dense and somewhat black blood essence was slowly flowing in the vessel. The vessel did not shake at all, but the blood essence was not still. Instead, it was slowly flowing, as if it was alive. After the display cabinet was opened, Lu Yan felt the aura of desire in his body become richer, as if he could not wait to open this vessel and directly swallow the blood essence inside. This desire even made Lu Yan unable to control his palm. Lu Yan was shocked by his own thoughts. He looked at the blood essence in the vessel and frowned. This current situation was related to the dense undead aura contained in the blood essence. This should be the blood essence of a high-level undead, which was why it was so attractive to him. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yan looked at Lei Shuo and said, Master, can I choose this blood essence? Although the bloodline power of the 4 high-level races was very powerful, Lu Yan had a feeling that this blood essence that contained a dense undead aura should be the most suitable for him. Leishuo was directly stunned when he heard Lu Yan's words. He thought that Lu Yan had only sensed the ability and undead aura contained in this drop of essence blood and was just curious. He did not expect Lu Yan to actually choose this drop of essence blood. Lu Yan, I don't recommend you to use this unknown blood essence. The bloodline power inside is unknown, and it's also unknown if it will cause a backlash. The risk of using it is very high, and you might not be able to obtain a very good bloodline power. You should consider the bloodline power of the 4 high-level races. Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and frowned. In his opinion, the risk of using this unknown blood essence to obtain the bloodline power was a little too high. Lu Yan pondered for a moment before looking at Leishuo and saying firmly, Master, I still want to choose this blood essence. I can sense that this drop of blood essence contains the power I want. If I miss this opportunity, I might regret it. Leishuo fell silent when he heard Lu Yan's words. As Lu Yan's master, Leishuo naturally wanted Lu Yan to increase his strength more steadily. After a while, Leishuo shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Since you've said so, we'll use this. However, without a sacrifice, I can only use the first method. Come and find me tomorrow. I'll set up the refinement formation first and help you think of a way to suppress the possibility of the backlash. Hearing Leishuo's words, Lu Yan was touched. He knew that with Leishuo's strength, it would only take him a few minutes to set up the refinement formation. The reason why the other party told him to come again tomorrow was because the other party wanted to reduce the backlash of this drop of blood essence. Thank you, Master. Lu Yan looked at Leishuo and said very seriously. Leishuo waved his hand. All right, don't waste your breath on me. There's no need to thank me. If you continue to be so polite, I'll directly beat you up. Lu Yan smiled and hurriedly nodded in agreement. He will remember this in the future. After leaving the basement and returning upstairs, Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and asked, Now, we're finished with the matter of the surprise. Next, I have to arrange your schedule. Tell me your 4 attributes first so that I can plan for you according to your 4 attributes. When Lu Yan heard this, he did not hesitate and directly reported his 4 attributes. Strength, 83, Physique, 103, Agility, 100, Intelligence, 159. Leishuo, who was about to take a sip of tea, was directly stunned. He looked at Lu Yan and asked in confusion, How much? N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Hearing Lu Yan's 4 attributes, Leishuo almost spat out the tea in his mouth. The average of his attributes was more than 100? Was this a freaking new student? Even though Leishuo knew that Lu Yan's 4 attributes definitely surpassed ordinary students, he did not expect them to surpass by so much. Lu Yan thought that Leishuo did not hear him clearly and reported his 4 attributes again. After Leishuo heard this, he looked at Lu Yan and was slightly speechless. To have such 4 attributes at this age, it was probably only possible if the other party was a mixed race who had completely awakened the bloodline of the foreign race or people, or if the other party had stolen the bloodline of the foreign race. Even so, their attributes might still be inferior. This disciple of his was really abnormal. However, this was for the best. Leishuo smiled. The stronger his disciple was, the happier he was. However, Leishuo then frowned and was somewhat troubled. Previously, Leishuo had prepared a set of lessons for Lu Yan, thinking that he would adjust it according to Lu Yan's 4 attributes today. However, Lu Yan's 4 attributes were somewhat too high, instantly disrupting Leishuo's expectations. The intensity of the lesson he had thought of previously seemed to be a little low. Coupled with the fact that he had to obtain the bloodline power for Lu Yan tomorrow, Lu Yan's 4 attributes would definitely increase a little more. After thinking for a moment, Leishuo directly waved his hand and said, Forget it, you can leave first. I'll consider it carefully. I'll decide your course after watching you fuse with that drop of blood essence tomorrow. This guy's 4 attributes had exceeded his expectations. He could only give it some more thought. Lu Yan nodded when he heard this. After bidding farewell to Leishuo, he left the principal's office building. Lu Yan did not go anywhere else but chose to return to the dormitory. Today, the rewards for the new student competition will be distributed. Lu Yan wanted to check the rewards he had obtained first. Be it S+ resources or the epic level skill book, Lu Yan was very expectant. Before returning to the dormitory, Lu Yan saw a huge resource box in front of his dormitory. It seemed that the reward had already been delivered. Lu Yan directly pushed the resource box in. It was quite heavy. After entering the dormitory, Lu Yan directly opened this huge resource box. As soon as he opened it, many items entered Lu Yan's vision. Firstly, the essence tonics and various enhancement pills almost occupied a third of the resource box. This was the best thing among the reward resources. After all, it could directly increase one's 4 attributes. Moreover, there was a limit as to how many of such resources one could buy. Naturally, the more there was, the better. Lu Yan counted. There were 20 essence tonics and 36 enhancement pills. There were 9 enhancement pills for each attribute. This added up to a total of 56 attribute points. As expected of an S+ level resource, it was still very good. Lu Yan thought for a moment and prepared to directly use it to increase his 4 attributes. In any case, he could directly increase his attributes. It just so happened that after absorbing the bloodline power tomorrow, the increased attributes could be used to increase the bloodline power. Lu Yan first checked his current 4 attributes. Strength, 83. Physique, 103. Agility, 100n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Intelligence, 159. The enhancement pills were fixed, so there was no need to consider the distribution. Now, it was mainly the 20 essence tonics. Although his 4 attributes were very high, they were already a little too far apart. His intelligence attribute was too high. Although it brought him a very high mental strength, the difference between his intelligence and his physique was too big and was still somewhat burdensome to Lu Yan's body. If this gap continued to increase, it would cause irreversible damage to his body. Therefore, physique was very important among the 4 attributes. After thinking briefly, Lu Yan decided to increase 10 points of the 20 essence tonics to his physique and 10 points to his strength. After confirming, Lu Yan directly began to use the essence tonic and enhancement pill. Soon, Lu Yan's 4 attributes increased again. Strength, 102. Physique, 122. Agility, 109. Intelligence, 168. Now that his 4 attributes had all broken through the 100 mark, Lu Yan clearly felt that his power had increased a lot. Then, Lu Yan checked the other resources. There were also many other resources in the resource box, such as demon crystals, mithril, and meteoric iron. One of the items attracted Lu Yan's attention. It was a fiery red long column-shaped object that looked somewhat like a certain body part of a demon. It emitted a scorching flame aura and did not look ordinary. Lu Yan picked it up and saw that the item information was written on it. Fire Dragon Horn, S-level enchantment material. Introduction, it's an enchantment material condensed from the flesh and blood of a fire dragon. It can attach a flame effect to equipment. The specifics are based on the enchantment. Lu Yan revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He did not expect this to be an S-level enchantment material. After weapons and equipment reached the diamond level, their strength would basically be at the peak for most people. Therefore, there was only one way to increase the strength and effect of the equipment, which was to enchant it. Through various other enchantment materials, he could increase the other effects of the equipment. The better the enchantment materials, the better the new effect of the equipment obtained after enchantment. S-level enchantment materials were very rare. Just this fire dragon horn alone probably cost tens of millions of energy coins. Moreover, even if one wanted to buy it, it wasn't always available. Among his rewards, he could choose a platinum or diamond equipment. Lu Yan was definitely going to choose the diamond equipment. He could buy platinum equipment, but there were very few diamond equipment. Sometimes, he could not buy them even if he wanted to. Coincidentally, this enchantment material could be used on the diamond equipment. In the resource box, there was a small display screen that was connected to the platinum and diamond equipment database in the school's treasure vault. Lu Yan could use this display to check the platinum and diamond equipment in the school's treasure vault to determine his final choice. After confirming it, he could directly go to the school's treasure vault to receive it or get someone to send it to the dormitory. Lu Yan did not check the equipment first. Instead, his gaze landed on a skill book in the corner of the resource box. An epic level skill book, Nov. L. B//JNN. Lu Yan did not hesitate and prepared to check the effect of this epic level skill book first. Lu Yan picked up the epic level skill book in his hand and directly checked. Undead Salvation, Epic, one-time use. Use the undead power to summon the soul of the deceased and revive the other party. The other party will transform into an undead creature and preserve its memories before death, but the other party's strength can only be preserved by half. The death of the deceased cannot exceed 7 days. Looking at the effect of this epic level skill book, Lu Yan directly gasped. Resurrection skill? Although it was said to be a one-time use skill and could only be used once, and it would also transform the other party into an undead creature, it was still an actual resurrection skill. Was the Golden Corner Academy that generous? They directly rewarded him with such a skill. Lu Yan thought for a moment. He guessed that the school did not have many epic level undead skills, so they gave him such a heaven-defying skill. Although this undead salvation was not very useful now, it could be very useful at the critical moment. Without hesitation, Lu Yan directly chose to learn it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the undead salvation skill. Because the host is an undead monarch, the skill has automatically evolved into the undead monarch gift. He had advanced again. Lu Yan suppressed his excitement and checked the effect of the skill. Undead monarch gift, epic, one-time use. With the undead power, the undead monarch can gather the soul of the deceased and revive the other party. The other party will transform into a high-level undead creature that is completely loyal to the undead monarch. The other party will preserve its memories and appearance. If the other party's strength is higher than a high-level undead, it will be preserved. If the other party's strength is lower than a high-level undead, it will be increased to the strength of a high-level undead. After Undead Redemption was upgraded to the Undead Monarch gift, the effect was greatly increased. It could preserve one's memory and appearance. Moreover, if one's strength was higher than a high-level undead, their strength would be preserved. On the other hand, if one's strength was lower than a high-level undead, their strength would increase to the level of a high-level undead. Most importantly, the person who was revived would be completely loyal to Lu Yan. Thinking about it, if he could revive a sword god-like figure who could completely conserve his strength and was completely loyal to him, how satisfying would that be? This skill could not be used carelessly. It had to be used in the best way. Lu Yan restrained his excitement and then picked up the display to choose his equipment. Lu Yan directly brushed past the platinum equipment and his gaze landed on the diamond equipment. Although diamond equipment was relatively rare, it was still the school treasure vault of the Golden Corner Academy after all. There were still many diamond equipment in there. Lu Yan roughly browsed and saw about 200 to 300 items. Fire Dragon Armor. Grade, Diamond. Equipment Physique plus 20, Agility plus 10, Strength plus 15. Effect, you can summon the Fire Dragon power to cover your entire body and double your defense. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Silver Moon Sword. Grade, Diamond. Equipment Strength plus 30, Agility plus 20, Intelligence plus 25. Additional effect, every attack can release the Silver Moon Sword Chi and increase one's ordinary damage. Additional skill, Full Moon, Sword Light Full Moon. Release it forward and cause double the damage to the user. Lu Yan checked the few diamond level equipment and discovered that other than the huge increase in attributes, diamond level equipment basically all had special effects or skills. It was unlike gold level equipment that only had the effect of a set. Of course, gathering a set of diamond equipment would also give the user the effect of a set, making it even stronger. However, diamond level equipment needed to be specially forged. It was very exhausting and was basically very rare. In the treasure vault of the Golden Corner Academy, there were only 3 diamond level sets. They required extremely high credits in order to be exchanged and the items in the set could not be bought separately. Lu Yan continued to check the effect of the equipment. His demand for weapons and defensive equipment was not too high now. After all, he had the Undead Netherworld armor and the Netherworld Soul Scythe. However, Lu Yan's movement speed was considered a weakness. Although his agility was higher than ordinary archer students, it was still somewhat low among his 4 attributes. Moreover, after a few battles, Lu Yan discovered that movement speed or the effect changed the battle greatly. If not for the Monarch Netherworld escape, he would not have won several battles so easily. Therefore, Lu Yan's gaze immediately landed on the shoe equipment. There were not many diamond-grade shoes in the treasure vault of the Golden Corner Academy. Lu Yan checked and compared them before choosing the one he was most satisfied with. Moon Stepping Boots. Grade, Diamond. Equipment Strength plus 30, Agility plus 40. Additional skill, Traceless Moon Step. Your attacks can leave silver moon marks on the other party. Consume mental strength to instantly teleport to the mark's location. Every attack will leave a mark. Every teleportation will consume a mark. 1. This moon stepping boots only had one additional skill, so the increase in attributes was not bad. Strength plus 30, Agility plus 40. Among diamond level equipment, the increase in attributes was also relatively high. Of course, this was not the key. The key was this accompanying skill. Traceless Moon Step. An attack could leave a mark and Lu Yan could even consume mental strength to return to the mark, basically returning to the other party's side. This was a top-grade movement skill. Be it chasing or pulling, it was very effective. It should also be relatively top-grade among diamond-level equipment. Without hesitation, Lu Yan directly chose this diamond-level equipment, the moon-stepping boots. After making his decision, the moon-stepping boots would disappear from the school's treasure vault. Lu Yan could retrieve them or get someone to send them over. Lu Yan did not choose to get someone to send it over. Instead, he would go and receive it personally. Since he had the fire dragon horns, he could just go and receive the moon-stepping boots and directly enchant them. There was no need for him to keep the enchantment materials for later. After some people obtained the materials, they would keep them and think about enchanting them on better equipment in the future. Actually, there was no need for that at all. After all, it was entirely possible for the enchanted equipment to save one's life after they entered the wilderness. Any item that could increase one's strength should be consumed as soon as possible. This was the best way to use resources. After putting away the other resources, Lu Yan directly headed to the school's treasure vault to obtain the moon-stepping boots. After arriving at the school's treasure vault, the person in charge checked Lu Yan's student card and identity before getting someone to enter the school's treasure vault. He took out the moon-stepping boots and handed them to Lu Yan. Looking at the moon-stepping boots in his hand that was as bright as moonlight, Lu Yan frowned slightly. It was beautiful, but it was too eye-catching. However, it did not matter. It was fine as long as he could instantly change the appearance and color of the moon-stepping boots when he enchanted it. After arriving at the school's enchantment place, Lu Yan quickly welcomed a passionate senior. "Student, are you here to enchant the equipment? Are you prepared to automatically enchant it on the enchantment table yourself, or are you going to ask an enchantment master to do it?" Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and said, "This is my first time here. Is there a difference?" Hearing Lu Yan's question, the senior in front of him smiled and said, "The enchantment table is automatic. It's faster, but the failure rate will be higher. Of course, the price is also cheap. By enchantment master, I naturally mean the enchantment master from the school's auxiliary academy. Not only will the success rate be higher, but the effect of the enchantment will also be stronger. Of course, the price will also be more expensive." Lu Yan nodded. "What's the usual price of an enchanter?" The senior in front of him said, "This depends on the level of the enchanter you choose. There are 3 types in the school: beginner, intermediate, and high. Your enchantment ability will increase in turn, and the price will also increase in turn. Of course, the price will also be different according to the level of the equipment and the level of the enchantment materials. Students can first choose the level of the enchantment master and then let the enchantment master check the enchantment equipment and the enchantment materials before setting the price. Generally speaking, given that the equipment and enchantment materials are fixed, the price difference between each enchanter level is about 100 credits. Luyan still had a lot of credits now. With the 2,000 credits he had just obtained, 300 credits from the reward, and the remaining 100 credits, Luyan still had 2,400 credits and was relatively rich. Therefore, Luyan did not hesitate and directly said, "Then let's get a high-level enchanter." The senior nodded and turned to the enchanter in the room at the side to ask the other party something. Soon, the senior walked out with a smile and handed a key card to Luyan. "Luyan, you're in luck. The high-level enchanter on duty today is the school's enchantment instructor, Hu Liping. Her enchantment effect is the best among high-level enchanters. Take the room card and directly go to room 6. Teacher Hu will set the price for you according to the equipment and materials you want." Luyan received the room card and nodded. Then, he directly headed to the enchantment hall at the side. After entering the enchantment hall, there was an enchantment room in front of him. Every enchantment room was an enchantment studio. Others were not allowed to enter without permission. Luyan arrived at room 6 and first knocked on the door. Then, he directly opened the door with the key card. When the door opened, Luyan saw a woman inside carefully examining a long axe in front of her. She was constantly polishing something with a tool in her hand. Hearing the voice behind her, the woman did not even turn around and said, "You want something enchanted, right? What level of equipment is it? What materials is it made of?" "I don't enchant equipment below platinum," Luyan directly said. "I want to enchant a diamond level equipment. It's a pair of boots. As for the material, I have an S-level fire dragon rhinoceros." Fire dragon rhinoceros. The woman did not react when she heard the words diamond level equipment, but when she heard the words S-level fire dragon horn material, she directly turned around with a surprised expression. At this moment, Luyan finally saw Hu Liping's appearance clearly. Hu Liping was very mature. She was a young woman in her 30s and had taken good care of herself. Her short hair seemed clean. "Are you that number 1 new student, Luyan? I originally wanted to exchange for the fire dragon rhinoceros. I heard that the fire dragon horn was rewarded to you. I didn't expect you to come and enchant it so quickly." Hu Liping looked at Luyan and said. Luyan smiled when he heard this and said, "I didn't expect Master Hu to take a fancy to this fire dragon rhinoceros. I want to enchant the fire dragon horn to this equipment. If there's any that's left, I can sell it to Master Hu at a low price." This time, he was mainly going to enchant the moon-stepping boots. The remaining portion of the fire dragon horn would only be left behind to eat dust. It was better to sell them to Hu Liping at a low price. Befriending a high-level alchemist was still beneficial to him when he needed to enchant equipment in the future. Hu Liping was stunned for a moment. Clearly, she did not expect Luyan to say that. "Ayo, you're so sweet. I thought the number 1 new student would be very arrogant. In that case, I won't charge you for today's enchantment. We'll see how much of the fire dragon horn is left. I'll buy them at the school's price." Hu Liping looked at Luyan and smiled. "Come, let me see the equipment you want to enchant." Hu Liping tore off the glove in her hand and arrived beside Luyan. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Luyan nodded and then took out the moon-stepping boots and handed it to Hu Liping in front of him. "It's the moon-stepping boots. You have good taste. Among the diamond-grade shoes in the school's treasure vault, this moon-stepping boots is considered the best. However, the attributes of the moon-stepping boots are not very compatible with the fire dragon rhinoceros. You've given me a difficult problem." Hu Liping sized up the moon-stepping boots in her hand. She had long coveted the fire dragon horn and naturally knew its attributes. It was a relatively explosive fire attribute and was somewhat incompatible with the attributes of the moon-stepping boots. "Can't you enchant it?" Luyan asked. Hu Liping waved her hand and said, "That won't be necessary. It'll just be somewhat troublesome. Good thing you encountered me. Otherwise, the other enchanters probably wouldn't have accepted your order. All right, sit there and wait. It will probably take an hour." Hu Liping casually pointed at the seat beside her and directly brought Luyan's moon-stepping boots and the fire dragon horn to her operating table. Luyan was also somewhat curious about how an enchantment master worked. Hu Liping did not avoid anything and directly operated in front of Luyan. Hu Liping first carefully observed the moon-stepping boots in her hand, as if she was confirming something. Then, Hu Liping cut off about half of the fire dragon horn. Hu Liping's expression became solemn as she wrapped her hands around the fire dragon horn. A brilliant light appeared in Hu Liping's hand before slowly melting the fire dragon horn in her hand. Soon, the fire dragon horn in Hu Liping's hand turned into a scarlet liquid-like object. She slowly placed her hand on the moon-stepping boots on the operating table in front of her. The scarlet liquid-like object that was wrapped around in a bright light slowly covered the moon-stepping boots. Under Luyan's gaze, the scarlet liquid-like object began to slowly cover the moon-stepping boots along the unique patterns, leaving scarlet patterns on it. Hu Liping's expression was very nervous. She was focused and did not dare to miss a single detail. During the enchantment process, a small interlude could cause the outcome of the enchantment to be worlds apart. The entire enchantment process lasted for an hour. As the last scarlet pattern covered the moon-stepping boots, Hu Liping heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Hu Liping's forehead was already covered in sweat. It was not because of the heat, but because she was nervous. Next, it was time for her to decide on the appearance. Hu Liping turned around and looked at Lu Yan. I can help you change the appearance of your equipment now. I can make some slight adjustments, such as changing the pattern. Do you have any requirements? Lu Yan said, Teacher Hu, there's no need to change the appearance. Just make these boots darker. They're too eye-catching now. The moon-stepping boots was originally silver-white. Now that it was covered in scarlet patterns, it looked even more gorgeous. No problem. Hu Liping turned around and went to a black bottle at the side. Then, she poured out some black liquid and directly covered the moon-stepping boots. Soon, the color of the entire moon-stepping boots changed from a gorgeous color to a dark color. Hu Liping covered the moon-stepping boots with both hands, completely imprinting the scarlet patterns on them. All the colors also gradually dimmed, turning into a restrained dark gray. It's done. Hu Liping turned around and smiled at Lu Yan. Lu Yan also smiled and went forward to check the final enchantment effect. Take a look. The enchantment attribute is not bad. Now, your moon-stepping boots should have 2 stars. Lu Yan received the moon-treading boots and could not wait to check. Moon-stepping boots. Grade, Diamond, 2-star. Equipment strength plus 30, agility plus 40, intelligence plus 10. Additional skill, traceless moon step. Your attacks can leave silver moon marks on the other party. Consume mental strength to instantly teleport to the mark's location. Every attack will leave a mark. Every teleportation will consume a mark n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Additional effect, Red Dragon Flame. There's a chance that the attack will land on the other party's body and cause 10% of the attack to deal damage every second for 5 seconds. It also has a burning effect that suppresses 1/3 of the other party's healing methods. Lu Yan revealed a happy expression. The effect of the enchantment was very good. Intelligence plus 10 and an additional effect. There was a chance for the attack to cause continuous damage to the enemy. Moreover, there was a 1/3 forbidden healing effect. No wonder it directly increased by 2 stars. After enchanting the diamond equipment, one could increase its star level. The higher the star level, the better the effect of the enchantment and the more expensive it was. Generally speaking, an enchantment would basically increase 1 star. When the effect of the enhancement wasn't good, it would only increase by half a star. There were also those who would directly lose the quality of their equipment if the enchantment failed. The effect of enchantment increasing 2 stars in one go was still very rare. On the moon-treading boots, there was a faint Hu word. This was the mark of an enchantment master. An equipment enchanted by a famous enchantment master could increase the price of equipment. The enchanters would also only leave their mark when they were relatively satisfied with their work. Thank you, Teacher Hu. Lu Yan looked at Hu Liping and thanked her. He could tell that Hu Liping was really trying her best to enchant the equipment. Otherwise, she would not have directly increased it by 2 stars. Hu Liping smiled. You're welcome. I'm also doing this for the Fire Dragon Rhinoceros. I'll use half of the Fire Dragon Rhinoceros. I'll buy the other half at the price of the school's treasure vault. What do you think of 1,000 credits? Lu Yan was stunned. He did not expect the Fire Dragon horn to be so expensive. Half of it cost 1,000 credits. Didn't that mean that the entire thing cost 2,000 credits? It was already equivalent to his first place reward. Lu Yan nodded and directly agreed. Soon, Hu Liping transferred 1,000 credits to Lu Yan and sent him out. After leaving the enchantment hall, Lu Yan returned to the school's treasure vault. With so many credits on him, Lu Yan would feel uncomfortable if he did not spend them. Spend? After entering the school's treasure vault, Lu Yan began to inquire about the sale of essence tonics and enhancement pills. These two were the things that could directly increase his strength. Previously, Lu Yan had not noticed that the essence tonics and enhancement pills were limited. Every student had a limited quota every year. Of course, one could also buy more quota with credits. Lu Yan still had a lot of essence tonics and enhancement pills to buy. Just as he was about to spend them, he saw a high-priced item from the corner of his eye. Super Luck Potion. Price, 3,000 credits. Effect, after using it, your luck will double for a day, making you extremely lucky and happy. It was a very simple introduction. After using it, one could increase their luck. However, 3,000 credits? Wasn't this too crazy? Which idiot would spend so many credits to buy such a thing? Ding, you have bought the Super Lucky Potion. Please take note. Lu Yan pressed the purchase button. Soon, a small medicine bottle appeared in front of Lu Yan. The bottle was not big and contained a pink potion that looked like a drink. Lu Yan accepted it and left the school's treasure vault calmly. Although the Super Lucky Potion was very expensive, it was not a rip-off. Everything in the school's treasure vault had been verified by the school. The price was only listed because they had determined it was worth it. Therefore, the Super Lucky Potion must be effective and was worth 3,000 credits. He was going to fuse with that unknown blood essence tomorrow. Although Lu Yan felt that it should be what he needed, his heart was still pounding. After all, if the fusion failed, he would suffer a backlash. Even if Principal Leishuo could help him reduce the risk of the backlash, it still depended on luck. He hoped that this Super Lucky Potion would be useful tomorrow. Lu Yan prepared to drink this Super Lucky Potion before fusing with the blood essence tomorrow. Wasn't it just 3,000 credits? He could earn more himself. Lu Yan tried his best to pretend that he didn't care about spending so much money and returned to the dormitory. On the way, Luoyan took out his phone and saw that the sword pill he had mailed to Luo Liulai had already arrived. With a smile on his face, Luoyan prepared to call Sister Liulai tonight and ask her how the effect was after consuming the sword pill. Linen City, Long Peak Lake. Luo Liulai looked quietly at the lake in front of her from a small pavilion by the lake. She quietly held a sword pill in her hand. It was the high-level sword pill Luoyan had sent her. Luo Liulai's eyes were filled with relief. Luoyan had become the provincial champion and had even entered the Golden Corner Academy. To her, this made her feel happier than her recovery did. I have to work hard too. After swallowing the sword pill to recover from my injuries, I have to quickly go to the wilderness to hunt to increase my strength. I can't become Little Yan's burden. Luo Liulai's expression gradually became firm. Although Luoyan had such great achievements, she still treated Luoyan as someone who needed her protection. Now that she no longer had the strength to protect him, she would work hard to increase her strength. At the very least, she could not become Luoyan's burden. After swallowing the sword pill, she needed to be in a quiet place. It was best if it was a place that could broaden her mental state. After all, not only could consuming the sword pill resolve the sword aura in her body, but she could also comprehend the sword Dao power in the sword pill. The better the environment, the better the effect. After everything was prepared, Luo Liulai picked up the sword pill in her hand and prepared to swallow it. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. Miss, don't swallow that pill yet. Luo Liulai was stunned for a moment. Just as she turned around, she saw a figure appear behind her. Luo Liulai's pupils constricted, and her expression instantly became vigilant. This guy's voice sounded from afar, but his body instantly arrived in front of him. His strength was definitely not ordinary. The person who arrived was a middle-aged man wearing grayish-white clothes. His figure was well-proportioned, and his face was firm. It was a square face that was very easy to recognize. He had an aura that gave off a sharp feeling. However, at this moment, he was smiling, relieving some of his sharp aura. Who are you? Luo Liulai looked at the middle-aged man in front of her warily and asked. The middle-aged man smiled and said, it's fate that we met. A name is only an alias. There's no need for you to know. Miss, can you give up the high-level sword pill in your hand? I'll buy it for 100 million energy coins. Luo Liulai's body trembled when she heard this. A high-level sword pill worth 100 million energy coins? Are you joking with me? Luo Liulai narrowed her eyes, prepared to attack at any moment. What a joke. Even when the price of the sword pill was rising crazily, it was definitely impossible for a high-level sword pill to be worth 100 million energy coins. The person in front of him was either a fool or was playing with her. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, Miss, don't misunderstand. I really just want to buy the sword pill in your hand. If you don't believe me, there are 100 million energy coins in here. You can check. Luo Liulai looked at the bank card the other party handed over and directly shook her head. No. Regardless of whether there was 100 million inside, Luo Liulai would not sell it. This was given to her by Luoyan to allow her to recover from her injuries. She would not sell it. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then, he sized Luo Liulai up and said, Miss, you want to consume the sword pill to resolve the sword aura in your body, right? I can help you better resolve the sword aura in your body and give you a sword technique opportunity. What do you think? Of course, these 100 million energy coins will still be yours. Luo Liulai looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and sneered. Do you think I'll believe you? It was as if he was saying, I threw a pie from the sky at you and it happened to hit your head. Moreover, this pie has 3 layers. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before smiling. Young lady, you're still quite vigilant. All right, I'll prove that I'm telling the truth. As he spoke, the middle-aged man waved his hand to the side. A sword aura instantly bloomed from the middle-aged man's hand and directly landed in the Long Peak Lake in front of him. Boom! The entire lake water was instantly separated, revealing the bottom of the lake. Even the bottom of the lake was slashed open by this sword aura. The middle-aged man slashed the Long Peak Lake in half with a sword aura. Then, the lake water closed and splashed everywhere, instantly surging. Luo Liulai was directly stunned when she felt the water splash on her face. The other party slashed open the Long Peak Lake with his sword aura. Who was this guy in front of her? As you can see, I have some attainments in the sword Dao. It shouldn't be difficult for me to deal with the sword aura in your body. Moreover, I'm not lying to you when I said I wanted to give you a sword Dao opportunity. The middle-aged man looked at Luo Liulai and said. Luo Liulai was silent for a moment before directly handing over the sword pill in her hand. With such strength, even if he wanted to snatch the sword pill from her hand, she would not be able to resist at all. She might as well obey the other party. The middle-aged man received the sword pill and directly swallowed it without hesitation, a smile appearing on his face. Then, the middle-aged man arrived in front of Luo Liulai and looked at her as he whispered, I'll help you deal with the sword aura in your body first. As he spoke, the middle-aged man placed his hand on Luo Liulai's shoulder. Who injected the sword aura into your body? It's really vicious. It's a very destructive explosive sword aura. Even a sword pill might not be able to completely treat it. As he spoke, the middle-aged man slowly stretched out his hand that was on Luo Liulai's shoulder. Transparent sword aura was directly guided out of Luo Liulai's body by the middle-aged man and appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. The sword aura kept changing state in the middle-aged man's hand, emitting a ruthless aura. The middle-aged man looked at Luo Liulai as she gritted her teeth and remained silent, his eyes revealing admiration. The explosive sword aura would constantly change states in her body and even explode, causing damage to the interior of her body. For this girl to be able to last for so long, her willpower was really tenacious. He reached out and crushed the explosive sword aura in his hand. Thank you, senior. Luo Liulai looked at the middle-aged man and said gratefully. With the disappearance of the sword aura in her body, Luo Liulai instantly felt her body relax a lot. n/o/fel/b/jn.c//om. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, this was what we agreed to in the first place. Next, I'll give you another sword deo opportunity. As he spoke, the middle-aged man placed his hand on Luo Liulai's shoulder again. Just as he was about to move, the middle-aged man exclaimed softly. Then, the middle-aged man pinched Luo Liulai's arm a few times, and his eyes lit up. As his hand moved, the light in his eyes became richer. The middle-aged man suppressed his excitement and asked Luo Liulai, little girl, what's your name? Although Luo Liulai was somewhat puzzled, she still replied, Luo Liulai. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, Luo Liulai. I can't believe that the glazed sword body actually has such powerful willpower. Could this be the will of the heavens? He also did not expect to encounter a glazed sword body when he was relaxing in linen and sensed the aura of a high-level sword pill. He was only missing a high-level sword pill to stabilize his injuries. Therefore, he rushed over after sensing the aura of the high-level sword pill. If it were any other time, he probably would not have bothered and would have just waited for someone to deliver the sword pill. Wasn't this heaven's will? The middle-aged man's laughter contained a trace of joy. He looked at Luo Liulai and said with a serious expression, Luo Liulai, do you want to be my disciple? Luo Liulai frowned and looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. Who are you? The middle-aged man smiled and said, my name is Wang Yanjai. Lu Yan returned to the dormitory and simply exercised in the training room. Then, he went online to search for some information about bloodline power. At night, Lu Yan called Luo Liulai, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Hey, Sister Liulai, did you receive the sword pill I gave you? How do you feel after consuming it? I've already used it. The effect is still very good. The sword aura in my body has already completely recovered. Luo Liulai replied in a slight panic. She did not expect that the middle-aged man was actually the dragon country's sword god, Wang Yanjai. Moreover, the other party wanted to take her in as his disciple. Luo Liulai felt a little muddle-headed today. However, her master did not allow her to tell anyone about him taking her in as a disciple, not even her closest family. She said that she would only be able to tell the person closest to her after a month. Although Luo Liulai did not want to lie to Lu Yan, Wang Yanjai had given the order, so Luo Liulai could only do as he said. That's good. I left a portion of the resources for you at home. Sister Liulai, remember to use them, Lu Yan reminded. Yes, I understand. After the two of them chatted for a while, Lu Yan hung up. He was going to fuse with the blood essence tomorrow. Lu Yan had to rest well and strive to face the fusion of the blood essence in his best state. The next morning, after Lu Yan woke up, he washed up briefly and directly consumed the super lucky potion. He sensed that his body did not seem to have changed much. It was still early, so Lu Yan did the daily mission first. After the mission was completed, the reward option appeared in his mind. Reward 1, obtain 6 free attribute points. Reward 2, obtain 6 skill points. Reward 3, obtain an S-level material, Flood Dragon Blood. Reward 4, I want all of them, only children make choices. I want all of them. This is an option that rarely appears. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. The rewards had increased a lot compared to before. Previously, the rewards were basically 3 to 4 attribute points on average. Now, there were 6. Moreover, the option of accepting all of them appeared again. Ever since he was given the option to receive all the rewards for the first time, this option never appeared again. Lu Yan had always thought that it was a reward for first-timers. He did not expect it to appear again. It seemed that the super lucky potion had worked. Was there a need to choose? He directly chose reward 4. He kept the skill points as usual and would distribute them when he needed them. Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly added half of the skill points to his physique and the other half to his strength. Lu Yan took a look at the remaining Flood Dragon Blood. It could be used as an enchantment material or something else. It was useless now. He would save it first. Just as he was about to leave the dormitory to find Principal Lei Shuo to absorb the blood essence, Lu Yan was suddenly stunned. Ding, congratulations on leveling up your Netherworld Escape comprehension to level 6. Monarch Netherworld Escape, Grandmaster, level 6. Effect, consumes the undead power and teleports yourself to any place within 800 meters. No cooldown time. Requires 1 second to use. Upgrade can increase the teleportation range. He did not expect the skill to have been upgraded. Lu Yan smiled. It seemed that the super lucky potion was still useful. After leaving the dormitory, Lu Yan directly headed to the principal's office building. Soon, Lu Yan arrived at the principal's office building. Under the lead of the front desk secretary, he arrived at the 4th floor. At this moment, there was another person in Lei Shuo's office. Lu Quan. Master Lei Shuo, Dean Lu Quan. Lu Yan greeted the two of them. Lei Shuo nodded. The blood essence refinement formation has already been set up. I've asked Dean Lu Quan to come. If the blood essence backlash happens, the two of us will help you suppress it. It shouldn't be able to injure you. Hearing Lei Shuo's words, Lu Yan was touched and said, "Thank you, master. Alright, I already told you not to say such nonsense. Since you're here, let's go." As he spoke, Lei Shuo brought Lu Yan and Lu Quan to the elevator and took it to the first floor. He opened the door and walked in. A magic formation with only enough space for one person to stand appeared in front of Lu Yan. Lu Yan's expression changed slightly, knowing that this was the blood essence refinement formation. The entire formation looked very complicated. The patterns revealed a mysterious aura that made one seem to be trapped. This was a very high-level magic formation. Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat as he retracted his gaze. Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan and his expression also became solemn. "Lu Yan, adjust your state and maintain your best state. Then, stand in the blood essence refinement formation in front of you." Hearing Lei Shuo's words, Lu Yan nodded and took a deep breath. Then, he directly arrived in the center of the magic formation. "Dean Lu Quan, how is it going with the preparations?" Lei Shuo looked at Lu Quan and asked. Once it began, they had to focus on Lu Yan. If there was a backlash, the two of them had to quickly make a move. Otherwise, the backlash would injure Lu Yan. Lu Quan smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if there's a backlash, your precious disciple will be fine." Perhaps because of the death of his first two disciples, Lei Shuo cherished Lu Yan very much and had even asked him to help keep an eye on Lu Yan. In Lu Quan's opinion, Lei Shuo alone was enough. "Alright, Lu Yan, get ready. I'm going to activate the array." As Lei Shuo spoke, he directly took out the blood essence. Thick undead power instantly spread. Bang! The vessel containing the blood essence suddenly shattered. Then, the drop of blood essence quickly floated in front of Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked at Lei Shuo and nodded. He opened his mouth and swallowed the blood essence in front of him. Rise! The moment Lu Yan swallowed the blood essence, several bolts of lightning appeared from Lei Shuo's hand and directly landed on the magic formation in front of him, directly activating the blood essence refinement formation. Buzz! A blood-colored light instantly rose and directly enveloped Lu Yan's body. The moment he swallowed the blood essence, Lu Yan felt a huge undead power appear in his body. This undead power directly surged in Lu Yan's body, as if it was about to break through his body. At the same time, the power of the blood essence refinement formation also rose and began to affect Lu Yan's body, helping Lu Yan suppress this huge undead power and fusing it with Lu Yan's flesh. Principal Lei Shuo, although this drop of blood essence contains a huge undead aura, its origin is still unknown. Are you sure you want to let him refine it? Lu Quan looked at Lu Yan, who was refining the drop of blood essence in front of him, and asked. Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan and said, "This is his choice. When he came here previously, this kid seemed to be attracted by this blood essence. You also know that previously, we've also gotten other people with undead power to try it out. However, they only felt an inexplicable fear of this drop of blood essence. This is the first time someone showed such interest. This might be his opportunity. Since he wants it, let him try. In any case, even if he fails, it's fine." Lu Quan could not help but laugh. "That's true. With you and me protecting him, nothing will happen." At this moment, Lu Yan's expression was somewhat painful. He gritted his teeth, his expression somewhat sinister. The undead power contained in this drop of essence blood was somewhat too powerful. The surrounding refinement formation seemed to be unable to suppress it. Thick undead power spread out from Lu Yan's body and enveloped the surroundings. It was as if the surroundings had become an undead area. Sensing the dense undead power beside them, Lei Shuo and Lu Quan frowned. Such dense undead power? Lei Shuo and Lu Quan looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Can Lu Yan withstand such dense undead power? Lu Quan was somewhat worried. Lei Shuo also said with a solemn expression, "Such dense undead power has also exceeded my imagination. I didn't expect that drop of blood essence to actually contain such powerful undead power. However, I believe Lu Yan. He is definitely going to absorb this power." Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan with anticipation. Although he and Lu Quan could protect Lu Yan from the backlash if he did not succeed, the blood essence refinement would still end up failing. Once the blood essence refinement failed, it would leave an obstacle in Lu Yan's body that was difficult to remove. It would be impossible for him to steal the bloodline power of the foreign race in the future. This drop of blood essence can erupt with such powerful undead power. I wonder what creature's blood essence it contains. Lu Quan exclaimed. Lei Shuo nodded. The owner of this blood essence must be an extremely powerful high-level undead creature. Time passed bit by bit. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan were both staring fixedly at Lu Yan, observing his condition at all times, afraid that something would happen to him. As time passed, the undead power that seeped out of Lu Yan's body became richer, and it was even about to envelop the entire room. Lei Shuo frowned tightly. Lu Yan did not look too good now. His entire body was tense, and the veins on his forehead bulged, as if he was enduring extreme pain. From the looks of it, the refinement of Lu Yan's blood essence is not smooth. Should we stop the refinement formation? Lu Quan looked at Lu Yan and said worriedly. If one could not withstand the power of the blood essence during the refinement, they might explode and die. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan in front of him and shook his head without hesitation. No, this is a critical moment. We can't stop the array. Otherwise, even with you and me watching over him, he will still suffer a backlash. When Lu Quan heard this, he could only nod and continue watching seriously. Now, Lu Yan could only rely on himself to survive. Lu Yan felt as if his body was already completely filled by the undead power. The dense undead power ran amok in his body, making Lu Yan's body tense. The other undead power was almost obedient when facing Lu Yan. For example, the undead power absorbed from Maggie's body was also undead power and had almost never moved in Lu Yan's body. However, this undead power seemed to be unable to sense the suppression of Lu Yan's undead monarch and kept destroying his body. Lu Yan felt his flesh being constantly torn apart, and his body was already beginning to be injured. If this continued, even if his willpower could last, the injuries in his body were enough to crush Lu Yan. However, Lu Yan still gritted his teeth and persisted. At this moment, Lu Yan felt the undead power in his body begin to be refined by him. Strands of undead power gradually became gentle and began to circulate in Lu Yan's body, helping Lu Yan recover from the injuries inside his body. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan had just sensed that Lu Yan's body was being destroyed by this undead power and wanted to stop the refinement formation. However, they did not expect the undead power to begin to be refined by Lu Yan. Lei Shuo heaved a sigh of relief. This kid was quite lucky. At the last moment, he began to refine it. Lu Yan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and the veins on his forehead slowly calmed down and disappeared. The dense undead power began to gradually transform into Lu Yan's strength and settle into Lu Yan's body. The surrounding undead power that seeped out quickly fused into Lu Yan's body and quickly disappeared. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan looked at Lu Yan in front of them with surprise. This was because as the surrounding undead power surged into Lu Yan's body, they could sense the undead aura in Lu Yan's body becoming richer. At the same time, a majestic force also came out from Lu Yan's body, making Lei Shuo and Lu Quan feel a faint threat. The two of them looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Just by absorbing the bloodline power, it can already possess such powerful might. This drop of blood essence is not simple. Lu Quan looked at Lei Shuo and said. Lei Shuo nodded. That's right. However, no matter what, Lu Yan has already absorbed it. This is a good thing. Lu Quan also nodded. No matter what its origin was, as long as it was absorbed by Lu Yan, it would transform into Lu Yan's bloodline power. Half an hour later, the scarlet light of the blood essence refinement formation disappeared. Lu Yan slowly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in Lu Yan's eyes before quickly disappearing. Lu Yan, how do you feel? Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan and asked impatiently. Lu Yan returned to his senses and discovered that his current state was surprisingly good. His body seemed to be filled with endless strength. At the same time, Lu Yan could sense a dense undead power condensed in his body. It was emitting a faint undead aura that constantly surged into his limbs and bones. Was this the effect of refining blood essence? It feels very good. My body seems to have endless strength. Lu Yan looked at Lei Shuo and said. Lei Shuo smiled when he heard this. By the way, Lu Yan, what bloodline power did you obtain this time? Lei Shuo was still relatively curious about the bloodline power in this unknown blood essence. Lu Yan checked his attributes and discovered that there was an additional column of bloodline power. Bloodline power, unknown. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect it to be unknown. However, Lu Yan then realized that this bloodline power had probably never appeared before, so it could not be displayed. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the bloodline power of the Netherworld King. You have obtained a new talent ability and a new secret technique ability. The bloodline of the Netherworld King? Lu Yan never expected that he had actually refined the blood essence of the Netherworld King and obtained the bloodline power of the Netherworld King. Soon, Lu Yan saw that he had a new talent ability. Netherworld King's Intimidation. When facing undead creatures, there's a chance to intimidate the other party and transform them into your undead creatures. The Netherworld King's Intimidation was somewhat similar to the undead intimidation. However, this talent ability was stronger and could directly transform enemy undead creatures into his own. However, Lu Yan still frowned. The Netherworld King bloodline sounded very powerful. Although this talent ability was powerful, it did not seem too abnormal. It seemed to be somewhat unworthy of the identity of the Netherworld King bloodline. Lu Yan, why are you in a daze? Your master is asking you a question. Lu Quan looked at Lu Yan and said. Lu Yan returned to his senses and looked at Lei Shuo. Master, I obtained the bloodline power of the Netherworld King. The bloodline power of the Netherworld King. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan were stunned. Netherworld King? It sounds like a relatively high-level undead creature, Lu Quan said. Lei Shuo nodded. That's right. It must be a very high-level undead creature. The power Lu Yan obtained this time should be very good, right? Lu Yan frowned when he heard this. I was just about to ask. Master, after refining this Netherworld King bloodline power, I obtained a talent ability, but it doesn't seem like it's very powerful. Lei Shuo smiled and said, after refining the bloodline power, there's a chance of obtaining a talent ability. However, this talent ability is not perfect. As you level up, the talent bloodline you obtain will continue to increase and grow with you. Lu Quan also smiled and said, that's right. You're really lucky. Most people will only increase their attributes by 1 point after refining their bloodline power. After that, they will be able to increase their attributes. There aren't many people who can obtain talent bloodlines. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. The talent bloodline he obtained could continuously grow with him? How could the Netherworld King's intimidation grow? Increase the chances of intimidation? or increase the range of intimidation. However, no matter what, they all seem to be good improvements. Kid, let's see how much your 4 attributes have increased. Generally speaking, after refining the bloodline power, the most obvious increase is in your 4 attributes. Leishuo looked at Luyan and asked. Luyan nodded and checked his current 4 attributes. Strength, 155. Physique, 175. Agility, 159. Intelligence, 218. Looking at his current 4 attributes, Luyan was directly stunned. He did not expect his current 4 attributes to increase by 50 points per attribute. This was a full 50 points. What's wrong? Kid, why are you stunned again? Could it be that your 4 attributes haven't increased much? Leishuo looked at Luyan and frowned. Luyan looked at Leishuo and Luquan and slowly reported his current 4 attributes. What? My 4 attributes have increased by 50 to 60 points? How can it be so exaggerated? Leishuo was directly shocked when he heard Luyan's words. His idea of Luyan's 4 attributes was still the same as what Luyan had told him last time. Luyan had even used the essence tonic and enhancement pill rewarded by the school yesterday, so he thought that Luyan's 4 attributes had directly increased by 50 to 60 per attribute. At the side, Luquan's eyes instantly widened. Strength 155, Physique 175, Agility 159, Intelligence 218. Luquan looked at Luyan with a face full of question marks. How could this guy's 4 attributes be so high? Even though Luquan had long felt that Luyan's 4 attributes were very high, he still felt that it was somewhat ridiculous. He was still a new student. Just as Leishuo had said, refining the bloodline power just now had increased his 4 attributes by 50 to 60. However, his original 4 attributes were still terrifyingly high. I remember that the current highest record is that the 4 attributes of the Titan bloodline he obtained have only increased by 30 points, right? Luyan directly surpassed him by 20 to 30 points per attribute. In total, he surpassed the other party by more than 100 points. Luquan's lips were somewhat dry. Refining bloodline power increased one's potential more. The direct increase was actually not that exaggerated. However, today, Luyan had truly showed Luquan and Leishuo what exaggerated meant. Luyan looked at the shocked expressions of the two of them and was also shocked in his heart. However, he seemed to also have an additional secret technique ability. Luyan checked it first. Secret technique, Netherworld King's Descent, Bloodline Secret Technique. Activate the bloodline power in your body and summon the Netherworld King clone. You can temporarily obtain a portion of the Netherworld King's strength. The higher your level, the more the strength you can obtain. Every time you use a bloodline secret technique, you will fall into a weakened state. The higher your level, the stronger you are, and the shorter the weakened period. Bloodline secret technique? Netherworld King's Descent? Although it did not clearly indicate how powerful the Netherworld King clone he summoned was, Luyan could sense that this bloodline secret technique was definitely very powerful. However, just like the secret technique by Miao used, he would enter a weakened state after using it. Looking at the still shocked Leishuo and Luquan in front of him, Luyan hesitated for a moment and said, I also obtained a bloodline secret technique. Luquan was speechless. Leishuo. Luquan looked at Luyan and was speechless. Was today his lucky day? When he refined the blood essence, he had succeeded at the critical moment and obtained so many benefits. Not only had he obtained a new talent ability, but his 4 attributes had also soared. He even obtained a bloodline secret technique. Leishuo was also shocked, but he was more happy. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. As expected of my disciple, I can't believe you obtained so much power just from refining blood essence. Leishuo said with a smile. Luquan rolled his eyes. What did this have to do with him? Then was he also responsible for Luyan's success for watching here? Your 4 attributes are a little too high. Some of the new students' classes are not suitable for you. I'll arrange new classes for you. Go back first. I'll send you the curriculum tonight. Leishuo looked at Luyan and could not hide his smile. This kid had broken his arrangements again. However, Leishuo was very happy. It was best to have more people like this. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Kid, work hard. Study hard and increase your strength during this period of time. With you around this year, the Golden Corner Academy will be able to regain the title of champion of the National University New Student Exchange Competition that we lost 3 years ago. Luquan also looked at Luyan and said excitedly. Perhaps no other new student in the country was more abnormal than this guy. They should be able to win the new students competition this time. Luyan nodded. To him, the National University New Student Exchange Competition was another good opportunity to obtain resources. He naturally would not miss it. After chatting briefly with Leishuo and Luquan, Luyan directly left the principal's office building. Rubbing his stomach, Luyan suddenly felt a little hungry. He had not eaten breakfast yet and it was almost noon. He would directly have brunch. Luyan headed towards the school canteen, prepared to have a good meal. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the canteen, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully obtaining the Netherworld King bloodline power and triggering the completion of the achievement mission First Contact of the Netherworld King's power. Luyan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect to complete an achievement mission. Achievement mission, First Contact of the Netherworld King's power, completed. First contact with the Netherworld King's power and successfully obtaining it. Reward for completion, 20 skill points, 500 achievement points. The rewards were not bad. 20 skill points, a new skill, and 500 achievement points. Coupled with these 500 achievement points, Lu Yan's achievement points had already reached 2,500. If he obtained another 500 achievement points, he would have 3,000 achievement points. Then, Lu Yan's gaze landed on this new skill, Undead Suppression. Undead Suppression. Effect: use your undead power to suppress the enemy. According to the strength of both sides, it will transform into all attributes suppression power. The greater the difference between the two sides, the stronger the suppression. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that this was a skill that suppressed the undead. He did not expect it to use the undead power to suppress the enemy. It was a very comprehensive debuff skill, but the exact effect would only be known after experiencing it in real combat. Lu Yan returned to his senses and felt increasingly hungry. He quickly walked towards the canteen. Lu Yan. Just as Lu Yan arrived at the entrance of the canteen, a familiar voice sounded from the left. Lu Yan turned around and saw that it was Bai Miao. Bai Yuez and Bai Tianyu were also present. Clearly, the three siblings had come to eat together. Did you come to the canteen to eat? Let's eat together. Bai Miao looked at Lu Yan and smiled. The last time at the supply station made Bai Miao a little awkward when she saw Lu Yan. However, after today, that awkwardness had already decreased a lot. That's right, that's right. Student Lu Yan, let's eat together. I just picked out my equipment reward today and it's very suitable for me. It's my treat today. Bai Yuez looked at Lu Yan and also smiled. Previously, when he competed with Lu Yan, Bai Yuez was still somewhat unconvinced. However, after the new student competition, Bai Yuez was completely convinced. It could not be helped. This guy was really too abnormal. Lu Yan nodded and the few of them arrived at the restaurant. After each of them bought a meal, Lu Yan wolfed it down. In a few minutes, he directly finished it. He touched his stomach and did not seem to feel anything. Lu Yan stood up and said, I'll get another meal. I'm not full. Bai Yuez raised his chopsticks and said, eat whatever you want. I'll definitely make sure you eat your fill. It was only a meal. It was not like he couldn't afford it, right? Nov. L. B /JNN. Half an hour later, Bai Yuez looked at Lu Yan with a somewhat stunned expression. How many meals had it been? 15, right? Was he really that hungry? Could it be that strength was related to appetite? This was the demon meat restaurant. One needed credits to eat. When he thought of how he had just said that he would treat them, Bai Yuez wished he could slap himself. In the end, Lu Yan was only full after eating 16 portions. The food seemed to have been instantly digested as if it had not been eaten. Lu Yan felt that it should be because he had just refined the blood essence. At the side, Bai Yuez finally paid for more than 40 credits. Lu Yan was embarrassed and wanted to pay for himself but was rejected. Bai Yuez, don't go back on my word. If you, Lu Yan, want to pay for your own meal, you're looking down on me. In the end, Lu Yan was convinced by Bai Yuez's words and could only helplessly let the other party pay. After clearing the plate, Bai Miao looked at Lu Yan and said, Lu Yan, we're going to the school's demon pet market to shop. Do you want to go and take a look? In the following classes, there would be field training. With more demon pets, not only could they increase their combat strength, but most importantly, they could also be used as mounts. Lu Yan nodded when he heard this. In any case, he had nothing to do in the afternoon and could go shopping. However, he did not need demon pets. After all, he could use the undead as his mount. He would only go to take a look. Seeing Lu Yan agree, Bai Miao also smiled. On the way, Bai Miao looked at Lu Yan and asked, Lu Yan, have you confirmed your courses? Lu Yan shook his head. Not yet. Master Leishuo asked me to wait. He will probably send me a lesson plan tonight. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Bai Yuez revealed an envious expression. It should be very satisfying to have the principal as your teacher, right? Lu Yan nodded. It's indeed very satisfying. The other party directly gifted him bloodline power, so how could he not be happy? Bai Yuez nodded and said enviously, that's right. As the principal's disciple, the teacher definitely won't care even if you skip class. Lu Yan looked at Bai Yuez. This guy's thinking seemed to be somewhat abnormal. Bai Miao said, our classes have already been arranged. We can start tomorrow. I hope we can start class together then. Lu Yan smiled and nodded. They should be able to attend class together. After all, the National New Student Exchange Competition had a team competition. Even if they cooperated well, the top 10 new students would still attend the class together. At the very least, there would be the same classes. The few of them chatted along the way and quickly arrived at the school's demon pet market. The demon pet market was not in the school's treasure vault but opened by students. The demon pets sold inside were basically all bought by students. They would pay up front and be given the pet directly. Compared to the completely appraised and clearly priced demon pets sold in the school's treasure vault, the demon pet market had a lot more probability involved. The demon pets in the demon pet market had not been appraised. The quality of the demon pets bought depended on one's taste and luck. There were still people betting on demon eggs in the demon pet market. Almost all the demon pets that were hatched inside relied on luck. There were even many students who specialized in the demon pet gambling business and made a killing. After arriving at the demon pet market, Lu Yan discovered that this was a relatively large square. However, it was not open to the air. There was a big cover on it that could block the rain and the sun. There were many stalls in the square that sold demon pets. Many of them also sold demon eggs. All kinds of hawking and bargaining sounds sounded one after another. It was very lively. Come, come, come. Don't miss it. A commander-level silver phoenix wolf has just matured and has excellent various functions. It only costs 300 credits. Junior brothers and sisters, seniors, although my golden tail fox is an elite level, its bloodline is that of a commander-level golden tail fox. It will definitely be able to advance in the future. Now, it only costs 200 credits to take it home. I'm losing money here. Everyone, come and take a look at the demon eggs I have. One only costs 20 credits. I'm selling them at a huge discount. Hearing the various cries in the square, Lu Yan and the others directly walked in. As soon as they entered the square, the surrounding people began to rope Lu Yan and the others in to take a look at their stalls. Junior brothers and sisters, come and take a look. We definitely have a demon pet you need. It's cheap here and there's a special discount for new students. Why don't you take a look? My place is filled with top-grade demon pets. It's a win-win situation if you buy them. Junior brothers and sisters, I can tell at a glance that you're outstanding. Naturally, you have to be matched with top-grade demon pets. Come and take a look at my place. Lu Yan had come to accompany and take a look. He just followed and did not speak. Bai Miao waved her hand and told the promoters that she wanted to take a look herself. Then, she walked in. There was a rumor on the school forum that the deeper one was in the demon pet market, the higher the quality and cost-effectiveness of the demon pets. The few of them walked and looked around. Lu Yan was also looking at the surrounding demon pets. The demon pets here were basically divided into 3 forms. The other was the demon egg that had yet to hatch. Even if they knew the species, they did not know the level of the egg. After all, there were also ordinary, elite, and commander-level wolves. The second was young demon pets. These were usually nurtured slowly when they were brought home. Those who chose these would usually choose higher-level demon pets. After all, it took a lot of effort to nurture a young demon pet to adulthood. If one did not choose a high-level demon pet, the effort and gains would not be proportional. Of course, it was a different case for those without credits and money. The third was adult demon pets, which were also the most popular and traded the most. Adult demon pets could be directly used. By using the contract of a trainer, one did not have to worry about betrayal. It was just that the demon pets nurtured from young would have more tacit understanding. The goal of Bai Miao and the others this time was the third kind of adult demon pet. Lu Yan, help me see if there are any better wolf-type demon pets. Bai Miao looked at Lu Yan and said. Bai Miao's goal this time was to find a better wolf demon pet. Although the endurance of wolf-type demon pets was not that high, their combat strength and movement speed were very high in a short period of time. It was more in line with Bai Miao's situation. Lu Yan nodded and helped Bai Miao look around. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Soon, Lu Yan saw a shop that specialized in selling wolf demon pets. Let's go and take a look. The wolf species there looks quite complete. Lu Yan pointed at the shop. Bai Miao looked in the direction Lu Yan was pointing. Her eyes lit up as she brought Bai Yuez and Bai Tianyu over. Everyone, are you here to buy demon pets? Do you have any needs? We mainly sell wolf demon pets. We have all kinds of wolf demon pets. You can take a look first. A senior smiled and welcomed them. The senior should be in his 3rd or 4th year and looked more mature. Bai Miao nodded. We'll take a look on our own first. The senior nodded and did not disturb him. Lu Yan and the others strolled around. After walking around, Bai Yuez looked at Bai Miao and said, Sister, the quality of the wolf demon pets here is not bad. There are many commander-level demon pets and even some at the lord level. However, they're a little expensive. Bai Miao nodded. A shop that specialized in selling a type of demon pet basically only produced top-grade demon pets. If the guests came, it would save them some time choosing and wandering around the demon pet market. Of course, the price was also slightly more expensive. Bai Miao called the senior to her side and asked, I want an adult wolf demon pet. Its explosive power has to be strong for a short period of time. Of course, it's naturally best if it can last longer. Since she was going to buy a demon pet, Bai Miao decided to get a good one. The senior pondered for a moment before saying, only a lord-level wolf demon pet can satisfy your request. Compared to commander level, the price of a lord-level demon pet is a lot higher. The senior looked at Bai Miao with a hesitant expression. Clearly, he was questioning Bai Miao's spending ability. After all, the few people in front of him that looked like new students probably seemed like they did not have enough credits to pay for a lord-level demon pet. Seeing this, Bai Miao directly said, if you have good demon pets, just bring them to me. As long as it doesn't exceed 1,000 credits, I can still afford it. When the senior heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. Ayo, my bad. Come. This way, please. The lord-level demon pet is inside. The senior welcomed Bai Miao and the others in. Soon, they entered. The surroundings became even more exquisite as they went deeper inside. Even the cage for demon pets was very exquisite. The wolf demon pets inside were a head larger than the ones outside. Some were 2 to 3 meters tall. No wonder the demon pet market had to be in this square. If it was elsewhere, it might not be able to accommodate the demon pets. This is a Gale Wolf, a lord-level demon pet. Its explosive power is very powerful, especially its short-term explosive movement speed. It's very fast and has a very powerful performance when escaping. This is a silver moon wolf, a lord-level demon pet. Its various attributes are relatively high. When it's under the moonlight, its combat strength will increase. This is a fire wind wolf, a lord-level demon pet. Its attack has a flame effect and is extremely powerful in a short period of time. Its other attributes are not weak either. It's the choice of many people. Looking at the few wolf demon beasts, Bai Miao fell into deep thought. To be honest, these lord-level wolf demon beasts were not bad. Bai Miao was more inclined to the Gale Wolf and the Fire Wind Wolf. One of them had a relatively high explosive movement speed in the short term, and the other had a relatively powerful explosive combat strength in the short term. What's the price of these 3 demon pets? Bai Miao asked. The price was also an important factor. The senior said, the Tempest Wolf costs 888 credits, the Silver Moon Wolf costs 899 credits. As for the Fire Wind Wolf, it costs 968 credits. Lu Yan looked at the senior. This guy's prices all contained the same auspicious numbers. Bai Miao thought for a moment and finally landed her gaze on the Gale Wolf. In terms of combat strength, she did not need it to be too high. It was better if it could move quickly in the short term. Moreover, the price was cheaper. Can you give me a discount for this Gale Wolf B? Bai Miao looked at the senior in front of her and asked. Next was the bargaining segment. This was not the school's treasure vault where the price was clearly stated. There was still room for bargaining. After some bargaining, the two of them finally set the price at 800 credits. Sai, Junior, you really have a way with words. All right. Just take it that I'm giving you a new student price. 800 it is. After the credits are transferred, you can sign the contract. Bai Miao nodded and transferred the credits. Then, she obtained the contract of the Gale Wolf. It was still cheaper to buy it in the demon pet market than in the school's treasure vault. After all, the demon beasts from the treasure vault of the school were all raised by the auxiliary academy. Although the attributes were better, the price was also relatively high. It was not as cost-effective as in the demon pet market. After the contract was completed, Lu Yan and the others left the shop. Bai Yuez and Bai Tianyu also needed demon pets. The few of them continued to look inside. At this moment, Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat as his gaze landed on a stall not far ahead. There was a pile of demon eggs there. Lu Yan's gaze landed on one of the pitch-black demon eggs with some gray color. This demon egg contained an undead aura. Moreover, the level was not low. Sensing the undead aura emitted from the demon egg in the stall in front of him, Lu Yan was interested. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. This was because the undead aura emitted from the demon egg was very weak and intermittent, as if it would disappear at any moment. However, although this undead aura was very weak, its level was very high. Otherwise, Lu Yan would not have noticed it. Arriving in front of this stall, Lu Yan pointed at the pile of demon eggs and asked, "How much are these demon eggs?" When Bai Miao and the others saw that Lu Yan wanted to buy demon eggs, they stopped beside Lu Yan. In front of the stall was a student who looked like a new student. He should be helping or working. He looked at the demon egg Lu Yan was pointing at and directly said, "These demon eggs have all been processed. One for 10 credits. 10 credits per egg was not too expensive." At this moment, Bai Miao looked at Lu Yan and said, "These pet eggs are all very lousy. Many of them are dead eggs. Even if it's 10 credits, it's not worth it to buy them." Hearing Bai Miao's words, Lu Yan nodded and said, "I know. I just suddenly became interested. If I buy 2 or 3, I might get one that will hatch into a demon beast." Bai Miao was stunned. Thinking of how Lu Yan had the undead and was not in a hurry to use an adult demon pet, it was not bad for him to nurture a demon pet. Since he wanted to test his luck, there was no need for Bai Miao to stop him. Lu Yan was not the kind of person with a weak will. After trying to open the demon egg, he would not directly become addicted. In her opinion, Lu Yan should only be somewhat curious. "Give me this, and this. That's all. I'll try my luck." Lu Yan pointed at the 3 demon eggs in a row, naturally including the demon egg that emitted the undead aura. The new student in front of the stall directly placed the 3 demon eggs in front of Lu Yan when he heard this. Then, he said, "Do you want them to hatch here? Demon eggs bought here will only cost you 1 credit to hatch. The demon eggs bought from other places cost 2 credits to hatch." When Lu Yan heard this, he directly said, "Then directly hatch them for me." The new student nodded and ran into a room at the back, carrying out a very large incubator. He only needed to put the demon egg into the incubator to hatch it. Moreover, when it hatched, the incubator would light up and automatically detect the level of the hatched demon. It was very convenient. Some of the surrounding students shopping at the demon pet market and some of the surrounding vendors who did not have customers surrounded them curiously. After all, many people were still willing to watch a demon egg hatch. He only bought 3 demon eggs. He probably won't be able to obtain anything good. That's right. It's best to open dozens of such low-level demon eggs at the same time. Only then will there be a chance of obtaining something good. It's definitely impossible. Look at the demon eggs he picked. The color doesn't look good. The probability of it being a dead egg is probably very high. Sigh, another new student has come to give away credits for free. Instead of opening a demon egg, it's better to directly buy a newborn cub. At the very least, he won't be scammed. As the surrounding spectators discussed, Lu Yan paid 33 credits to open these 3 demon eggs. The new student first placed an earthen yellow demon egg into the incubator and adjusted its location. Then, he closed the incubator and directly pressed the incubation button. A white light appeared from the bottom of the incubator and slowly enveloped the demon egg in the incubator. Wrapped in the white light, the demon egg in the incubator slowly cracked open, and the demon cub inside slowly appeared. Everyone's gazes were fixed on a light display outside the incubator. As long as it lit up, it meant that the demon egg inside had successfully hatched. Different light colors represented the different levels of the demon cubs hatched. Bronze represented ordinary, silver represented elite, yellow represented commander, blue represented lord, and purple represented epic. However, under everyone's gazes, the white light in the incubator slowly dissipated, and the light display did not light up. It's a dead egg. The demon cub inside is already dead. The new student behind the stall directly said when he saw this. Then, he opened the incubator and took out the dead demon cub hatched from the demon egg inside. It was a sand python cub that had died. Look, I knew it was definitely going to be a dead egg. The chances of a surviving demon cub being hatched from such a low-priced demon egg are very low. Ayo, he directly wasted 10 credits. That young undead demon beast can't even be exchanged for 1 credit. Along with the incubation fee, it's 11 credits. However, it can also be considered as spending money to buy a lesson so that he would not buy them so easily in the future. That's right. I've been in this demon pet market for so long and have never seen more than 10 people make a killing from opening demon eggs. Most of them just end up losing money. Lu Yan ignored the surrounding discussion and handed over the second pitch-black demon egg. After the new student behind the stall received it, he directly placed the demon egg into the incubator. After pressing the button, the incubator quickly operated and began to hatch the demon egg inside. The surrounding people did not have much hope and felt that Lu Yan was wasting credits. Lu Yan did not have any expectations. What he valued was the last demon egg that emitted an undead aura. At this moment, under the white light in the incubator, the demon egg slowly cracked open. A small figure appeared from it and slowly trembled. It was a living demon cub. Everyone's gazes instantly landed on the light that indicated the level. They saw that the light was not the same as before. There was no movement, but it suddenly lit up. It was a yellow light. Damn, a yellow light? It's a commander-level demon cub. No way, is he really that lucky? Not only did the second demon egg hatch a live demon cub, but it's even a commander-level cub. I originally thought that this guy was wasting his credits and came to watch a joke. I didn't expect him to be so lucky. Was I the fool all along? As the yellow light lit up, the surrounding people were all shocked. This was the first time they had seen a commander-level demon cub hatch from the second demon egg. Generally speaking, if one wanted to get a commander-level demon cub from the egg, they had to open at least a few hundred demon eggs of good quality. For Lu Yan to obtain a commander-level demon cub from such a demon egg, he could no longer be described simply as lucky. His luck was simply heaven-defying. Lu Yan was also stunned for a moment. Other than the demon egg that he had sensed the undead aura, he had casually picked the other 2 demon eggs. He did not expect to obtain a commander-level demon cub. Just this demon cub alone had earned Lu Yan several times the cost. Thinking of the super lucky potion this morning, Lu Yan smiled. It seemed that the effect of that potion was not bad. His luck today was simply explosive. Not only had he successfully refined the bloodline power of the Netherworld King and obtained a commander-level demon cub, but Bai Yuez had even treated him to lunch. Lu Yan, you're really lucky. Bai Miao looked at the demon cub in surprise. Lu Yan smiled and nodded. Then, he held the demon cub that had just been opened. It was a pitch-black little turtle that emitted a cold aura. The turtle shell looked very hard. Although its head was small, it was very ferocious and did not look easy to deal with. It's the cold martial turtle? It's a demon beast with extremely powerful water attribute defense. Moreover, it's a commander-level demon beast. This guy has made a killing. The surrounding people looked at the little turtle in Lu Yan's hand with envy. This guy still has another demon egg. Do you think he's going to get something good? It's probably impossible for him to obtain anything good, right? No matter how lucky a person is, there's a limit. He's probably going to get a dead egg again. There's no need to guess. This is definitely a dead egg. I can even sense a faint deathly aura from it. The surrounding people's gazes landed on the last demon egg in front of Lu Yan, their expressions somewhat curious. This last demon egg probably won't hatch anything good, right? Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. He really wanted to say something to the guy who said that he sensed the scent of death. Was there a possibility that it was not the scent of death but a high-level undead aura? It was just that he could not sense it. Lu Yan placed the cold martial turtle in his hand into a pet cage that he had obtained for free. Then, he placed the last demon egg in front of the new student behind the stall. You're really lucky today. Let's see how lucky you are this time and if you can get anything good. The new student looked at Lu Yan and smiled. He was only here to help. Whether the guests got anything good or bad from the eggs had nothing to do with him. He was still very happy to see others obtain good things from the eggs. Lu Yan smiled and said, I hope I can get another demon cub. After Lu Yan obtained a demon cub from the processed demon egg, the number of onlookers had increased. These people snorted when they heard Lu Yan's words. How could another demon cub appear? These processed demon eggs were basically sold at a low price by the various stalls after it was confirmed that they were dead or had a high chance of being dead. The stall owner was probably already regretting his decision after Lu Yan had gotten a cub. If he got another one, it would mean that there was a problem with the stall owner's judgment. The new student smiled and received the pitch-black demon egg in front of him that was mixed with some gray demon eggs before putting it into the incubator. After pressing the button, a white light instantly appeared and directly enveloped the demon egg inside. The surrounding people held their breaths and focused on the demon egg inside, waiting for the final outcome. This was also the charm of gambling. One would not know the outcome until the last moment. However, this demon egg hatched very slowly. After a long time, the eggshell still did not shatter. It's probably impossible. The incubator is not reacting. There definitely isn't a demon cub inside. It's probably a dead egg that hasn't successfully hatched. It can't even hatch the corpse of a demon cub. I knew it. It's impossible for a person to be so lucky all the time. He already obtained a demon cub from 3 processed demon eggs. Moreover, it's a commander-level demon cub. He's already very lucky. How can there be another demon cub? The surrounding people shook their heads slightly and felt that there was no hope. Crack! At this moment, the sound of an eggshell shattering sounded, making some people who had shifted their gazes instantly stare fixedly at the demon egg in the incubator. Damn! No way! Another demon cub! Under everyone's gazes, the demon eggshell in the incubator cracked open, and something black crawled out. Something really hatched. It's another demon cub. What a loss. Isn't this guy too lucky? No matter what level the demon cub is, he's made a killing. I think this stall owner won't be able to sleep tonight. Haha, that's right. 2 demon cubs were hatched from the processed demon eggs in a row. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to sleep either. Let's see what level the demon cub is first. If it's an ordinary level, the stall owner will probably still be able to sleep for an hour tonight. Everyone's gazes landed on the lights, wanting to see what level the demon cub was. The incubator did not make the onlookers wait long. A light directly rose. It was a purple light. Everyone was stunned, including the new student behind the stall. Purple? Purple? It's an epic level demon cub? Damn. We've witnessed history. We've witnessed history. Someone actually obtained an epic level demon cub. Moreover, it was opened from a processed demon egg. Is it this guy's lucky day? How can his luck be so good? What a loss. What a loss. It's over. This time, not to mention not being able to sleep tonight, the stall owner probably won't be able to sleep for the entire week. If I were a stall owner and sold an epic level demon egg as a processing egg, I probably also wouldn't be able to sleep for at least a month. The surrounding people erupted in exclamations. No one expected Lu Yan to be able to obtain another demon cub. Most importantly, it was at the epic level. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The sudden exclamation also made the surrounding people very curious. Soon, the news of an epic level demon cub being opened here spread, and the entire demon market began to discuss this matter. It had to be known that the epic level demon beasts in the school's treasure vault were fixed at a price of at least 8,000 credits. Even a cub would cost at least 6,000 credits. Although the demon market had slightly cheaper prices than the school's treasure vault, it still cost close to 6,000 credits. After all, epic level demon cubs were basically priceless. Looking at the rising purple light, Lu Yan was also stunned. Although he felt that there was hope of obtaining another demon cub, Lu Yan did not expect to obtain an epic level demon cub. However, compared to this, Lu Yan was more concerned about what this demon cub was. The high-level undead aura that attracted him should be emitted from its body. Soon, Lu Yan saw a young figure in the cracked demon egg. It was a dragon. The demon egg cracked open, and a small pitch-black figure appeared. It had a pair of black wings and pitch-black scales all over its body. It looked completely like a dragon. However, this dragon's figure was really too small. It was about the size of the little cold martial turtle just now and looked nothing like a dragon. Moreover, this little dragon was very thin and weak. Its entire body was skin and bones. It really felt as if it was just skin and bones. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Some of the bones on his wings had even torn off his skin and were exposed. It looked very weak. It staggered a step and fell into the demon egg. This is a dragon. Looks like it. However, isn't the weakest dragon cub still a meter long? This one's so small. It looks malnourished. Unfortunately, it probably won't be able to survive. That's right. The growth conditions of dragons are relatively harsh. Even if such a malnourished dragon can survive, its combat strength will still be greatly weakened. The surrounding people looked at the pitch-black dragon in the demon egg. After being shocked, they had regretful expressions. This little guy looked like it was malnourished. It probably had to be sent to the auxiliary academy to be taken care of by special trainers to survive. However, in this situation, even if it survived, it probably would not have powerful combat strength. Moreover, it was very expensive for the auxiliary academy to specially take care of demon cubs of this level. This guy is really lucky. Out of the 3 demon eggs he dealt with, he obtained a commander-level demon cub and an epic-level dragon cub. If that dragon cub is healthy, his luck is basically maxed out. His luck is already maxed out, alright. Even if that dragon cub looks malnourished, if it's sold, it can be sold for at least tens of thousands of credits. Some instructors in the school will even fight to buy it. Damn, I'm so jealous. Why am I always so unlucky when I open the demon eggs? Every one I opened was a dead egg. Lu Yan looked at the weak little dragon in the demon egg and directly reached out to take it out of the incubator. Lying on Lu Yan's hand, the weak dragon seemed to be unable to stand up. What kind of dragon was this? Lu Yan could clearly sense the undead aura in the other party's body. Just as Lu Yan was thinking, the weak dragon in his hand licked the back of Lu Yan's hand. As if sensing something, its eyes lit up and it increased its licking speed. Lu Yan's body froze as he felt a force flowing out of his body as his body was slowly being licked by this little dragon. It was the power of the Netherworld King bloodline in his body. After refining the Netherworld King's blood essence, the bloodline power floated in Lu Yan's body. In the future, every time Lu Yan leveled up, this bloodline power would be activated to help increase Lu Yan's strength. This was the potential of the so-called bloodline power. This little dragon was now absorbing this power. This was the bloodline power of the Netherworld King. What kind of dragon was it if it could absorb the bloodline power of the Netherworld King? However, it only absorbed a trace of it and did not affect Lu Yan much. As the bloodline power of the Netherworld King was absorbed into the little dragon's body, the little dragon's weak aura clearly improved. At the very least, it no longer looked like it was about to die at any moment. It looked up at Lu Yan and rubbed its head affectionately against Lu Yan's hand. This little guy knew that he had the strength it needed and was trying to be friendly. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the recognition of the Netherworld Dragon. You have obtained 200 achievement points. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment before looking at the small dragon in his hand. He did not expect this little guy to be a Netherworld Dragon. He remembered from the book that the Netherworld Dragon was a high-level undead creature. Its combat strength was very powerful and it could spit out Netherworld flames that were very lethal. Moreover, the Netherworld Dragon was most famous for its tenacious vitality and powerful self-healing ability. It was very difficult to kill. Looking at the little Netherworld Dragon in his hand, Lu Yan shook his head. This little guy was still far from becoming the true Netherworld Dragon. However, he had the bloodline of the Netherworld King in his body. It should not be a problem for him to raise this little guy. Lu Yan spent another 300 credits to buy a spatial item that could store demon pets and put the two little guys in. Bai Yuez and Bai Tianyu also chose their demon pets at the side. After buying them, the four of them prepared to leave. As soon as he turned around, a group of people surrounded him. Student, you obtained an epic level demon cub just now, right? How about I buy it for 6,000 credits? Student, I'll pay 7,000 credits to sell it to me. I've been looking for epic level demon cubs recently. If you're unhappy with it, we can still discuss the price. I'll pay 8,000 credits. Student, this price is already very high. After all, the demon cub you obtained is also very weak and can't be sold at such a high price. I only offered such a high price because I really need it. Some demon pet sellers rushed over when they heard the news of the epic level demon cub, wanting to buy the Netherworld Dragon in Lu Yan's hand. Lu Yan shook his head and said, there's no need. I won't sell it. Not to mention 8,000, even if the other party offered 20,000 credits, Lu Yan would not sell this Netherworld Dragon. This was a demon pet that was very compatible with him. It was better to nurture it himself. Previously, Lu Yan had no intention of raising demon pets. After all, his undead could act as demon pets. However, the Netherworld Dragon was different. It was compatible with his attributes. In the future, there would definitely be flying troops in the undead army he built. This Netherworld Dragon would be the core of the flying army in the undead army. When the surrounding people saw Lu Yan's firm expression, they all moved aside with regret. At this moment, an anxious young man welcomed him. Student, you were the one who obtained the epic level demon cub just now, right? The young man looked at Lu Yan and directly asked. Lu Yan frowned and nodded, his expression already somewhat impatient. The young man smiled when he heard this and said, it's like this. I'm the stall owner of the demon egg stall you visited just now. I wasn't around just now and recruited someone at the last minute. I didn't expect him to sell my top grade pet egg as a processing item. I'm really sorry. How about this? Return that demon cub to me and I'll compensate you with 5,000 credits. Take it as an apology for causing you inconvenience. What do you think? The young man in front of him spoke very politely, but the words he said made Lu Yan sneer. After I obtained an epic level demon cub from the processed demon egg I bought from you, you're claiming that the demon egg was placed in the wrong place and pushing the blame to the temporary worker. You even want to use 5,000 credits to exchange for my epic level demon cub. You're really shameless. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the young man's expression changed. He did not expect Lu Yan to be so rude. This stall owner really can't afford to lose. The other party obtained something good and now he's saying that he sold the wrong pet egg. He wants to recover an epic level demon cub for 5,000 credits. How shameless. SHH, lower your voice. This is the nephew of our school's dean, Li Hong. He's petty. Don't let him hear you and cause trouble for you. Li Hong looked at Lu Yan and the smile on his face disappeared. He threatened slightly, it's fine if you don't want to return it. How about this? You can compensate me with 5,000 credits and we can forget about this matter. Earlier, when Li Hong learned that the processed demon egg had produced an epic level demon cub, he hurriedly rushed back. His heart ached. He had to make up for it. Idiot. Lu Yan looked at Li Hong and said indifferently. Li Hong was stunned for a moment before looking at Lu Yan in disbelief. Did you just insult me? Lu Yan said seriously, I'm not insulting you. I bought a pet egg and obtained an epic level demon cub. What has it got to do with you? After asking me to give you the demon cub, you're asking me to give you credits. If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Please don't misunderstand. I'm only briefly stating a fact and not insulting you. Pfft. Bai Miao directly laughed. This Lu Yan was even explaining in all seriousness. Li Hong flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Kid, my uncle is the dean of our school. You better be careful when you talk to me." Lu Yan shook his head. "You're even using such old-fashioned villain lines. I was indeed stating the truth when I called you an idiot." Tisk, what was this guy doing? His master was the principal. Was this guy really trying to compete with his background? If so, Lu Yan could directly crush him. "Brat, tell me your name if you have the ability. I'll let you taste regret." Li Hong looked at Lu Yan and gritted his teeth. "Talking to a fool like you is simply a waste of time." Lu Yan shook his head and directly ignored Li Hong in front of him as he left. Li Hong looked at Lu Yan's back and wanted to attack, but he did not dare. He only wanted to argue. If he really dared to bully other students in the Golden Corner Academy, his uncle would not be able to protect him. When Bai Yuez passed by Li Hong, he leaned closer and smiled. "You should be a senior, right? Let me tell you, his name is Lu Yan. He's the #1 new student this year. If you want to take revenge, you better give up. Don't mess with the wrong person." "Oh, right, you should know that our principal accepted him as his disciple, right? If you're really that awesome, go and fight the principal. As long as you destroy the principal, Lu Yan will definitely be at your mercy. Also, no need to thank me. It can't be helped. I'm just that kind." Since he didn't answer you, it doesn't hurt for me to tell you. Patting Li Hong on the shoulder, Bai Yuez smiled and left. At this moment, Li Hong's body had already frozen. Lu Yan, the #1 new student and the guy the principal had taken in as his disciple? Regret instantly grew in Li Hong's heart and directly crawled into his heart. If his uncle found out about today's matter, he would probably be in trouble. Damn it, he had not paid much attention to the new students this year. He had only heard of Lu Yan's name. If only he had seen Lu Yan's video. Lu Yan did not take Li Hong's matter to heart. There was no need to lower himself to the level of a fool. Otherwise, it was easy for his intelligence to drop. After parting ways with Bai Miao and the other two, Lu Yan returned to the dormitory. Then, he released the little cold martial turtle and the little netherworld dragon. The two little guys still liked the place very much. After all, there was a spirit gathering formation around. Lu Yan did not plan to send these two little guys to the trainers of the auxiliary academy to train. There was not much need. As long as it was not an especially precious and pampered demon pet, ordinary people could support it. Moreover, living together could nurture feelings. Sometimes, it was better than loyalty through contract. Although this little netherworld dragon looked very fragile, it was already doing much better after absorbing some of the netherworld king bloodline power. As long as Lu Yan continued to feed it the bloodline power of the netherworld king, it was not a problem for it to grow up healthily. Of course, pet food such as demon meat still needed to be bought. There was an area in the school's treasure vault that specialized in selling various items for demon pets. However, Lu Yan did not have many credits left. He only had 67 left. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yan directly took out his phone and found the sales department of the school's treasure vault. He sold the resources he did not need much at the moment, such as refined iron. After obtaining the credits, Lu Yan bought some demon meat for his demon pets and got them to deliver it to his door. Soon, someone came and took away the resources he had sold. Then, they sent the things Lu Yan bought over. At this moment, Lei Shuo called. Lu Yan picked up. "Hello, master, have you arranged my courses?" This was probably the reason why Lei Shuo called. Lei Shuo, yes, your courses have already been decided. You'll attend the basic knowledge course with the ordinary new students. After that, you will attend the combat course. All of the top 10 new students this time will attend classes with the second-year students. The first-year combat courses can no longer satisfy you. By the way, in order to deal with the upcoming National University New Student Exchange competition, the top 10 new students will undergo a special training this time. The date is in 3 days. Prepare yourself. A special training for new students? At that time, he should be able to advance to level 20 and participate in the New Student Exchange competition. It should not be a big problem. The master and disciple chatted for a while more before Lu Yan hung up. The next morning, Lu Yan woke up and went to the teaching building to attend class after completing his daily mission. In these 3 days, there were basically only basic knowledge classes. He would try his best to absorb as many knowledge points as possible. Then, the top 10 new students would gather for special training in 3 days. After arriving at the teaching building, Lu Yan headed to classroom 304 on the 3rd floor. The new students were divided into several classes. The class time was different, but the content of all the classes was the same. The top 10 new students were all in the same class. Lu Yan was not in the same class as Yang Wei and came alone. As soon as he entered, Lu Yan saw Li Meier waving at him. "Lu Yan, over here." Lu Yan was stunned for a moment before sitting beside Li Meier under the envious gazes of the surrounding boys. Soon, it was time for class. Bai Miao entered the classroom and looked around. When she saw Lu Yan beside Li Meier, she was stunned. Then, she arrived beside Lu Yan. "Is there anyone sitting here?" Lu Yan looked at Bai Miao pointing at the other seat next to him and shook his head. Bai Miao smiled and directly sat on the other side of Lu Yan. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Once again, the surrounding boys had envious gazes. At this moment, a rustling sound sounded, making everyone turn their gazes over. It should be the teacher. Lu Yan looked up and was directly stunned when he saw a figure appear at the door of the classroom. A woman appeared at the door of the classroom. She had pink hair and a small and exquisite face that looked very young. She was holding a book in her hand. What stunned Lu Yan was that this woman had a pink tail. Snake tail? Lu Yan did not expect the teacher in his class to be a demon girl. If Yang Wei was here, he would probably be very excited. The pink snake tail swayed as the teacher in front slowly arrived at the podium. Perhaps it was because of the pink color, but the snake tail did not look terrifying. Instead, it looked a little cute. Li Qiu looked up at the many students below and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm your teacher, Li Qiu. I'm mainly here to explain various knowledge about the wilderness to you. Students, please listen carefully in class." Her voice was soft and comfortable. "Understood, teacher." Li Qiu nodded. Then, she opened the lesson plan and directly began the lecture. It had to be said that this demon girl teacher's lecture was not bad. She vividly described some of the various knowledge points in the wilderness. It was very helpful for survival and hunting in the wilderness. For 3 days in a row, Lu Yan attended classes and gained a deeper understanding of the wilderness. On the third day, Lei Shuo and Lu Quan gathered the top 10 new students. Nov. L. B /JNN. On the field, there were only Lu Yan, Bai Miao, and the other 10 top 10 new students. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan looked at the 10 people below with relatively satisfied expressions. The quality of the new students of the Golden Corner Academy this year was very high, especially Lu Yan. His potential shocked Lei Shuo and Lu Quan. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan were still very confident in this National University New Student Exchange competition. Students, I believe you know why I summoned you this time. That's right. In the next 10 days, Dean Lu Quan and I will undergo special training for you to prepare for the National New Student Exchange competition in 15 days. I don't want to say anything about fighting for the school's honor. I only want to tell you that the rewards of the National New Student Exchange competition will be better than the rewards of the New Student competition. As long as you can obtain a good ranking in the National New Student Exchange competition, not only will you be able to obtain the rewards from the organizer of the competition, but you will also be rewarded by the country and the school. Therefore, work harder for yourself during this period of time. Lei Shuo looked at the 10 new students in front of him and slowly said. Hearing Lei Shuo's words, the gazes of the 10 people became firm. The rewards of the new student competition had already made everyone get a taste of the benefits. This was originally a world of natural selection. Only by working hard could one improve themselves and live better in this world. No one would mind having more resources. Only by obtaining more resources could they better improve themselves. Since everyone is already prepared, we'll directly set off and begin this special training. With Lei Shuo's order, he directly got Lu Yan and the others to board a large aircraft parked at the side of the field. After entering, Lu Yan discovered that the aircraft was very comfortable. There was a sofa chair, a freezer at the side, and various iced drinks. There were also many snacks beside it. This is Principal Lei Shuo's private plane. Eat as many drinks and snacks as you want. You will have to suffer later. Lu Quan looked at Lu Yan and the others and smiled. Although Lu Quan said this, no one dared to eat and drink casually. The aircraft took off and quickly headed into the wilderness. At this moment, Li Mayer asked, Dean Lu Quan, didn't the lecturer say that flying machines attract a lot of attention from demon beasts in the wilderness? They will attract the attack of demon beasts. Usually, don't people use demon pets as walking tools when they go to the wilderness? Lu Quan smiled and said, that's right. Don't be stupid and buy an aircraft to go to the wilderness. At that time, you won't even know how you died. Only people with high combat strength like Principal Lei Shuo will choose an aircraft as a means of transportation in order to pursue comfort. Li Mayer nodded and came to a realization. Soon, the aircraft arrived in the wilderness and slowly stopped. Lu Yan looked down and saw a very familiar place. It was the Black Fog Forest. At this moment, the aircraft directly landed below and slowly landed on the ground. The cabin door opened and Lu Yan and the other 10 walked down. Lei Shuo arrived in front of everyone and looked at the 10 of them. Today is the first step of this special training. I'll send each of you a map device in a while. It's marked with your coordinates and route. You have to follow the route above and reach your final destination. I'll give you a total of 2 days. If you don't reach your destination in 2 days, you will face my punishment. By the way, no one will protect your lives during this wilderness special training. If you die, you will die. Hearing Lei Shuo's words, their bodies tightened. They did not expect the special training this time to be so harsh. Lu Quan added from the side, the requirements are the same as the new student exchange competition. The new student exchange competition will also be different from the secret realm. It won't ensure your safety, so you need to face a life and death crisis. After passing the new student period, you will face more life and death dangers. You have to be mentally prepared early. Lu Yan and the others nodded when they heard this. Soon, 10 map devices were distributed to the 10 people. On them were the coordinates of the 10 people and a clear route. Everyone's path was different. Alright, we won't say anything else. You can start moving now. When you encounter danger, try your best to think of a way to protect your lives. This is only a basic test. I'll wait for you on the other side. With Lei Shuo's order, Lu Yan and the others directly rushed into the Black Fog Forest in front of them. Lu Quan arrived beside Lei Shuo and whispered, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Lei Shuo waved his hand. You're being wishy-washy. How can there be a problem with the route they set according to their own strength? Moreover, it's not like we won't save them. Even if they encounter any danger, they just need to persevere for a while and we'll be able to arrive. In my opinion, we should directly let them face the threat of death. Otherwise, how can we increase their strength? Lu Quan looked at Leishuo and said, I know what you mean, but not everyone can break through in the face of life and death. We still have to prioritize ensuring the safety of our students. Leishuo shook his head and then disappeared into the surrounding black fog forest with Lu Quan. They would each follow around the 5 new students separately. If the students' lives were in danger, they would still go and save the students. The 10 new students, including Lu Yan, began to enter the black fog forest according to the route on the map equipment in their hands. Every new student's route was different. Some were slowly heading deeper into the black fog forest, and some were in the surroundings. Although they were going deeper, they were basically all in the periphery. Lu Yan's route was straight into the depths of the black fog forest. Clearly, this was arranged according to the strength of every new student. Walking on the ground of the black fog forest again, Lu Yan only felt excited. He could expand the undead army again. Without hesitation, Lu Yan directly summoned the undead army and began to explore the surrounding area. If he encountered demon beasts, the weaker ones could be dealt with by the surrounding undead army. For those with similar strength, he would let more undead army cover them and directly rely on numbers to deal with them. Only when those who were really powerful appeared would Lu Yan rush over and personally take action. Compared to the carefulness of the other new students, Lu Yan directly lay on the back of an undead rhinoceros and advanced leisurely. Not far away, Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and shook his head. This kid is really carefree. With his strength, it won't be a problem even if he's arranged to take the most dangerous route. I'd better go and check on the other 4 guys. I don't want Lu Quan to blame me if anything happens. Leishuo turned around, and a bolt of lightning flickered on the spot. Then, his figure instantly disappeared from his spot. Lu Yan could basically be said to have pushed his way through and did not encounter any obstacles at all. At night, Lu Yan got off the back of the undead rhinoceros and was in high spirits. At night, it was time for Lu Yan to hunt personally. Previously, in the black fog forest, he had hidden during the day and gone out at night to specially ambush high-level demon beasts that rested at night, increasing the number of high-level combatants in the undead army by a lot. Now that he was already not far into the black fog forest, it was a good time to hunt. The surrounding undead had already informed Lu Yan that a red flame tiger was resting not far away. Its aura was very powerful. Lu Yan held the black bone scythe and directly rushed over. Soon, Lu Yan saw a red flame tiger resting behind the bushes in front of him. This red flame tiger was 5 meters tall. When it slept, the flames on its body rose and fell with its breathing. The huge deterrence aura made the surrounding demon beasts not dare to approach and disturb its rest. The surroundings seemed to have become the territory of this red flame tiger. Lu Yan's eyes revealed a happy expression. This should be a lord-level red flame tiger. It seemed that its level was not low. It was definitely not bad to recruit the other party as his undead. Be good, kitty. I'll bring you back to the undead family now. Lu Yan calculated the distance. It was enough for the monarch netherworld escape. In order not to alarm this red flame tiger, Lu Yan was very far from it. His body suddenly froze, and Lu Yan instantly disappeared from his spot. The surrounding undead were directly prepared to attack. Lu Yan's body appeared behind this red flame tiger, and the black bone scythe in his hand suddenly slashed down. At the same time, the surrounding undead quickly rushed over. The moment Lu Yan appeared, the red flame tiger was woken up. The flames on its body instantly soared, wanting to force Lu Yan back. Lu Yan did not retreat. The black bone scythe in his hand slashed open the rising flames and directly landed on the red flame tiger's back. A wound instantly appeared on the red flame tiger's back, making it roar. Now, with Lu Yan's 4 attributes, he could easily break through the red flame tiger's defense without using the netherworld soul scythe. The red flame tiger directly jumped up from the ground and grabbed at Lu Yan. Lu Yan blocked the red flame tiger's attack and retreated. The surrounding undead had already rushed over and directly enveloped the red flame tiger. The combat strength of the lord-level red flame tiger was still very powerful. Moreover, from the battle just now, Lu Yan felt that this red flame tiger was probably around level 22. A large number of the surrounding undead that rushed over were directly scattered. The undead knights blocked and stabilized the situation. The Necromancer waved the staff in his hand, and a green swamp directly appeared under the red flame tiger in front of him. Lu Yan stared fixedly at the red flame tiger in front of him and watched as the red flame tiger's attention was attracted by the undead knights. His figure directly flickered. A silver moon mark disappeared from the red flame tiger's back, and Lu Yan's figure had already appeared beside the red flame tiger. Traceless moon step. The black bone scythe in his hand landed again. This time, it directly landed on the neck of this red flame tiger and was buried into it. The red flame tiger roared angrily and directly broke free from Lu Yan's black bone scythe. Its fierce gaze was instantly directed at Lu Yan. Ignoring the undead knights beside him and the blood on its neck, the furious red flame tiger directly rushed towards Lu Yan. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lu Yan's body froze on the spot before directly disappearing. The red flame tiger missed, but the surrounding undead knights surrounded it again and attacked the red flame tiger. Soon, as the red flame tiger roared angrily, a large number of red flame tigers began to surge into the surroundings. This was a Lord-level red flame tiger. There were definitely subordinates around, but they would not casually approach this Lord-level red flame tiger. However, the surrounding red flame tigers that rushed over to save their boss were all surrounded by the undead army that had long been prepared. The undead army quickly killed these tigers. Luyan often did such things and had naturally become familiar with them. He had made all kinds of arrangements. Soon, the surrounding red flame tigers that rushed over were killed. Some of the corpses of the red flame tigers stood up again and joined Lu Yan's undead army. The Lord-level red flame tiger was also slowly exhausted under the siege of the undead knights. The mobility of undead knights was very powerful and was very suitable for such guerrilla battles. Lu Yan was also relatively lucky. The Lord-level red flame tiger he killed this time had directly transformed into Lu Yan's undead. Lu Yan directly got this Lord-level red flame tiger to lead the other undead red flame tigers around it to create a new red flame tiger army division to the undead army. After a simple rest, Lu Yan pounced towards his next target. While Lu Yan was hunting at night, in the Yinwind mountain stream, a black flood dragon was trying its best to swim across the long river in the middle and towards the other side. Many wounds could be seen on its body, and many arrows had directly torn through its scales and pierced into its flesh. It did not have time to deal with these wounds now. In one of the black flood dragon's claws was an unconscious female dark elf. Damn it, that trash actually died. He even made me personally capture the dark elf princess. Damn it, why did he have to die now? The black flood dragon cursed as it swam across the river. Then, it brought the dark elf princess in its hand towards the cave where it had previously traded with Moraton. Aoyun felt that his luck had been really too bad recently. As a flood dragon, was it wrong for him to want to break through the bloodline restriction and transform into a divine dragon? There was nothing wrong with that. It was said that the divine dragon race all had the surname Ao. For this reason, Aoyun even specially changed his name to his current name. As for his previous name, it was not important. The reason why he named himself Aoyun was because he wanted to be lucky. His luck was indeed good in the beginning. He successfully came into contact with Moraton and reached an agreement. He gave Moraton blood essence and helped Moraton summon that lich. In return, Moraton helped him capture the dark elf with the king blood and then helped it build a sacrificial array. As long as he sacrificed the bloodline power of the dark elf that contained the king blood to it, he would have a chance to break through the bloodline restraint and become a divine dragon in one go. For this reason, he kept giving Moraton blood essence. He had to recuperate for a period of time every time before returning. It was extremely difficult. Just as the transaction was about to be completed, Moraton actually died. He was actually dead. Moraton, I can't believe you actually died. I actually gave you the blood essence first, causing me to have to barge into the dark elf tribe in my weakened state. However, you're still somewhat useful. You changed the terrain of the Yinwind mountain stream so that the dark elf queen is not in the tribe. Otherwise, I would probably have died inside. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. No, why am I complimenting you? If you didn't die, I wouldn't have to go personally. You should be the one to capture the dark elves. Damn. Aoyun wandered around and quickly arrived at the cave. Looking at the already drowned cave in front of him, Aoyun cursed again. Damn, you incompetent guy. At that time, I should have let you help me capture the dark elf with the king blood first. Then, you should have helped me complete the sacrificial formation before carrying out your so-called summoning. You're still giving me trouble even after you died. You even destroyed the cave. Damn it. Although he was cursing, Aoyun's body was still acting according to his will. He directly sank into the soil in front of him. His body flipped and he directly flipped out the soil halfway up the mountain in front of him. Aoyun directly used his body to create a hole in the soil in front of him. The location of the hole was where he had traded with Moraton previously. Grabbing the dark elf princess in his hand, Aoyun directly entered the cave in front of him. Because the structure of the previous cave was retained, this cave was similar to before. However, the ground was covered in some soil and was still concealing the array formation. However, compared to before, some of the array formations were still revealed. Looking at the array on the ground, Aoyun cursed, "You spent so much time on this lousy summoning array? Isn't it just a summoning formation that can lead to the other side of the void gate? In my opinion, it's better to directly summon from the void crack. Although the success rate is low, it's not as troublesome." Glancing at the array formation on the ground, Aoyun directly headed into the cave. Soon, Aoyun arrived at the cave and saw a pitch-black array formation in a corner. This was the sacrificial formation Moraton had prepared for him. Under Aoyun's urging, Moraton had established it. Now, the entire sacrificial array was still one step away and could not be used yet. Damn, fortunately, in order to advance to a divine dragon, I learned about the sacrificial array. Although I can't build it completely on my own, I can still complete this sacrificial array. Aoyun threw the dark elf princess to the side and squatted on the ground to carefully outline the sacrificial array on the ground. At this moment, Aoyun's body suddenly trembled. His entire body trembled and he instantly curled up into a ball, using all his strength to hide his aura. Above the Yinwind mountain stream, Lu Quan's figure quietly appeared. He looked around and frowned. Strange, I seemed to have sensed a very powerful demon aura just now. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? After sweeping his gaze around, Lu Quan thought of the 5 new students he was in charge of and disappeared from his spot again. The night was still too early for accidents to happen. He could not be too far away from them. It was not until Lu Quan's figure disappeared for a long time that Aoyun slowly stretched his body in the cave. Damn, what's that? It's a very powerful aura. I should be able to fight the other party in my peak state, but it's probably impossible for me to defeat the other party right now. Looks like the surroundings are not very safe. I have to speed up. This sacrificial array is only one step away from being completed. I should be able to complete it tomorrow night. At that time, I'll directly use the sacrificial array to complete the sacrifice and quickly leave this place. After making up his mind, Aoyun in the cave began to continue building this sacrificial formation. However, he was much more careful this time and tried even harder to hide his aura. If he was discovered by some big shot, it would be over. Of course, as he constructed the sacrificial array, Aoyun was still cursing. However, his voice was much softer. Lu Yan shuttled through the black fog forest at night and kept hunting the surrounding demon beasts. As the other new students rested carefully at night, Lu Yan kept expanding the scale of his undead army. After killing another commander-level demon beast, Lu Yan looked at the increasing undead army beside him and revealed a satisfied smile. As his strength increased, hunting in the wilderness was already very easy. Although this route was deep into the black fog forest, it was basically not too dangerous for the current Lu Yan. After all, the end of the route was only a little further than the black fog forest Lu Yan had entered previously. Thinking of his previous experience in the wilderness, Lu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. This route would pass by the place where he had fought the Necromancer previously. At this moment, Lu Yan also thought of what Lu Fang had asked him previously. The military was investigating something, and it was unknown if they had discovered anything. When the time came, he would pass by and take a look to see if he would discover anything. The entire night passed quietly. It was only after dawn the next day did Lu Yan stop hunting personally. His gains for the night were still very abundant. In order to hunt more demon beasts, Lu Yan did not travel in a straight line. Instead, he circled around the surroundings. In any case, there were still 2 days. This was only the second day. He still had until tomorrow before they ended and set off. There was still plenty of time. This was not a competition. There was no need to rush to the designated destination as soon as possible. It was better for him to hunt more demon beasts along the way to increase the number and strength of the undead army. After a night of fighting, Lu Yan's current undead army was the undead under his command. Excluding the skeleton elite army that were summoned by his skill, the number was almost 2,000. After his level and strength increased, the probability of the demon beasts Lu Yan killed transforming into Lu Yan's undead also increased greatly. After completing today's mission, Lu Yan lay on the back of the undead rhinoceros and prepared to rest. The surrounding undead continued to rush forward, but their speed was not too fast. Any demon beasts that appeared in the surroundings would also be cleaned up by the undead and would not disturb Lu Yan's rest. 2,000 meters away from Lu Yan, Bai Miao was waking up from her sleep and jumping down from a tree with a heavy sword on her back. Her rest last night was not good and she was attacked by a few demon beasts on the tree. She could only sleep lightly in the wilderness. Although she could let the Gale Wolf keep watch, Bai Miao was afraid that it would be killed directly and she would lose her mount. Compared to Lu Yan's route, although Bai Miao's route was also deep into the black fog forest, it was not straight. Instead, it was deviated and was much less dangerous than Lu Yan's route. Just as Lu Yan thought, Bai Miao did not intend to directly rush to the finish line. Instead, she wanted to increase her strength first. Therefore, although Bai Miao advanced along the route, she did not always follow it. Instead, she curved and hunted demon beasts in the surroundings before advancing. She calculated the time. If she kept hunting like this, she would be able to reach her destination by tomorrow morning. Of course, this was only if there were no accidents on the way. If any accidents delayed her, she could only speed up. Compared to Lu Yan and Bai Miao who were hunting and advancing, the surrounding new students only focused on one thing, and that was to reach their destination quickly. After all, their strength was inferior to Lu Yan and Bai Miao. They did not have the confidence to complete the first special training while hunting. It had to be known that if they did not reach his destination, they would be punished by Principal Leishuo. Given Principal Leishuo's violent temper, they would probably receive an electric therapy on the spot. They did not want to suffer like this. Lu Yan slept until the afternoon before waking up. After eating a little, he discovered that the surrounding undead army had increased a lot again and was getting closer and closer to the 2,000 mark. It seemed that the number of undead army could exceed 2,000 tonight. Perhaps it could even exceed by a bit more. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Yan rested for a while more. At this moment, the surrounding undead army stopped. The sound of bones shattering sounded in front of him. The undead army had encountered a tough opponent. Lu Yan held the black bone scythe and directly changed his mount to an undead silver moon wolf beside him before quickly heading forward. Soon, Lu Yan arrived in front of the undead army. Looking at the guy fighting the undead army, Lu Yan was stunned. It was a group of dark elves. On the trees in the black fog forest in front of him, several dark elves drew their bows and shot towards the undead army. The arrows shot by the dark elves were very sharp and could directly penetrate the bodies of the undead army and dismember them. Even undead knights were somewhat unable to resist this arrow. The arrow seemed to be specially made. After hitting the enemy, it would form an explosive force in the other party's body. Moreover, Lu Yan saw that the arrows shot by these dark elves could actually miraculously return to their hands. n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. It was unknown what ability it was. However, these dark elves were as beautiful as the rumors said. In particular, the female dark elves had exquisite faces and perfect figures. Coupled with their beautiful black skin, they revealed a different seductive aura. Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly got the surrounding undead to rush over. Although dark elves were foreign races and not demon beasts, encountering them in the wilderness was similar to dealing with demon beasts. After all, there seemed to be no examples of dark elves interacting with humans. Moreover, dark elves had been captured by many humans. Previously, the elves had also been captured by humans. However, after establishing diplomatic relations with humans, this situation became much better. Taking advantage of the cover of the surrounding undead army, Lu Yan directly controlled the undead silver moon wolf under him to rush over. After approaching a certain range, Lu Yan's body suddenly froze and he directly disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, Lu Yan had already arrived behind a dark elf. The black bone scythe in his hand slashed straight at the other party's neck. However, this dark elf reacted very quickly. Almost the moment Lu Yan appeared, he fell freely under the tree. At the same time, this dark elf flipped the wooden shield in his hand and blocked the black bone scythe that brushed past. Lu Yan's eyes revealed a strange expression. He did not know what the wooden shield was made of, but it was actually able to block the attack of the black bone scythe, although he had only slashed once. After the dark elf landed, he whistled, as if he was reminding the surrounding dark elves. On the tree, Lu Yan had just raised the black bone scythe in his hand and slashed at the waist of another dark elf beside him with the inertia he had just now. The dark elves also directly attacked him with arrows. The reaction speed of these dark elves was very fast. From the moment the first dark elf was attacked to the moment he landed and whistled to remind his surrounding teammates, several arrows attacked Lu Yan in less than a second. Unfortunately, Lu Yan's eyes revealed a regretful expression. Then, his body also fell under the tree. The moment he landed, Lu Yan's body disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived on the back of the undead silver moon wolf. The arrows shot by the surrounding dark elves were very sharp. Before they could approach, Lu Yan felt a dense threat. If he did not activate the undead netherworld armor, he would probably not be able to withstand these arrows. This also made Lu Yan understand that the level of the surrounding dark elves was very high. If they were of the same level or higher than Lu Yan, he would not have felt such a dense threat. The surrounding dark elves were probably at least level 28. No wonder they shot the undead down as if they were shooting chickens. The undead exploded one after another. After thinking briefly, Lu Yan got the surrounding undead to retreat. There were many of these dark elves and they cooperated well. Most importantly, their reactions were fast and their equipment was very good. It was not good to fight these dark elves head-on. If he wanted to kill these dark elves, he had to go all out. However, although the cooldown time of the undead netherworld armor and the netherworld soul scythe had been greatly reduced after leveling up, it was still a little long. If he used it now, it would be difficult for him if he encountered danger in the future. Moreover, these dark elves moved very quickly. They could basically instantaneously move from one tree to another. Even if he went all out, it was still a little difficult for him to kill these dark elves. This was unless the other party fought him head-on. However, these dark elves were not idiots. If he went all out, they would probably retreat. At that time, he would not be able to stop them. It was not appropriate to keep using the Monarch Netherworld escape to chase. It was better to forget about it. If he had the time, he might as well hunt more demon beasts to increase the strength of the undead army. Although Lu Yan wanted to retreat, the dark elves in front of him did not want to let him run away. Several arrows shot towards Lu Yan. These dark elves were targeting Lu Yan.